like pretty early to come speak and then be like, oh, we're not on this anymore, but I'm also part of that. The markup cost higher, probably like I will probably gone and gone. I'll probably also bring in others. We have
Quorum being present, the Committee on Foreign Affairs will come to order. I would ask everybody to rise. Join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The committee is meeting today for consideration of 4 measures. The chair announces that any requests for recorded votes may be rolled and may recess the committee at any point without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House rules, I request that members have the opportunity to submit views for any committee report that may be produced on any of today's measures, and also without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 9086, the Foreign Service Modernization Act. The bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 9086, to amend the Foreign Service Act of 1980 to modify and improve that act.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. I now recognize the chairman of the Subcommittee on the Middle East and North Africa, Representative Lawler, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to discuss my bill, the Foreign Service Modernization Act, and I thank you for entrusting me with this process. This legislation takes a comprehensive approach to a part of government that Congress has not taken a good, hard look at in more than 4 decades. Foreign service officers are on the front lines of American diplomacy. Every day, they assist American citizens and businesses abroad, build relationships with foreign governments, promote our economic interests, and work to prevent conflicts before they escalate into crises. Their work is essential to advancing our national security and protecting American interests around the world. But while the mission remains vital, the world has changed dramatically since the Foreign Service Act was last updated in 1980. Now we are confronting increased competition from adversaries like China and working to strengthen relationships with partners in the Middle East. Additionally, emerging technologies are reshaping international affairs, sparking new economic and security challenges that require modern diplomatic workforce. Our Foreign Service should reflect those changes. The Foreign Service Modernization Act is designed to ensure that our diplomatic institutions are prepared to meet the challenges of the 21st century. It updates authorities that have remained largely unchanged for decades, strengthens accountability, improves workforce management, and helps ensure that our diplomats are equipped to advance American interests in an increasingly competitive global environment. Most importantly, this bill clarifies a simple but fundamental principle. Diplomacy is foreign policy. That means our diplomatic institutions should remain focused on advancing interests of the United States, protecting American citizens, strengthening our economy, and promoting our national security. It means ensuring that taxpayer resources are directed towards clear strategic objectives and measurable outcomes. The Foreign Service Modernization Act represents an important step towards achieving those goals. It will help ensure that America's diplomatic corps remains agile, accountable, and focused on the challenges that matter most to our nation's security and prosperity. My legislation also provides ambassadors with increased authorities over their posts where they know best. Additionally, it trials a diplomatic reserve corps to deploy diplomats during times of emergencies. Importantly, the bill enhances career development and training opportunities for our diplomats and provides more streamlined pathways for veterans to join the Foreign Service. This bill comes after months of hearings and roundtables to better understand the needs of our diplomats. I look forward to working with my colleagues to advance this legislation and strengthen the institutions that represent the United States around the world. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back, but before I do, I just want to submit for the record a letter from the American Academy of Diplomacy supporting this legislation.
Without objection. You're officially yielded back now? That's it?
That's it.
Very good. That was anticlimactic. So I thought there was, just something more. All right. Proud to yield a couple of minutes to the ranking member from New York, Representative Meeks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me say at the outset, I urge my colleagues to support this Foreign Service Modernization Act. This legislation includes needed provisions focused on equipping our diplomats with the knowledge and skills necessary to advance our U.S. interests and values in this century. The bill improves training opportunities for Foreign Service officers in critical minerals and artificial intelligence and other technologies. It helps officers hone their language skills. The bill clarifies the importance of ensuring the State Department upholds its commitment to hiring the next generation of diplomats through the Pickering, Rangel, Payne, and Veterans Innovation Fellowships. We owe our nation's diplomats better than unfounded attacks on their patriotism or slashing of the budgets that support their work. State Department Foreign Service officers have been putting America first long before it became a slogan. And we should be doing all that we can to ensure that our State Department remains the world's premier diplomatic corps. That is why I will keep pressing for stronger provisions to address the Trump administration's arbitrary reduction in force from July 2025, its crisis management failure during the start of the war in Iran, and its ongoing efforts to sideline experts in place of loyalists. I also look forward to continuing to work with congressional colleagues and the Department of State as this bill moves forward to further refine this legislation, to ensure it meets real needs in a very achievable way. But with that, let me just say and thank Chairman Mass and Representative Lawler for their work in working collectively in pursuing a bipartisan bill to better prepare the dedicated public servants of our Foreign Service so they can excel in a rapidly changing international landscape. And I am prepared to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Ranking member yields back. Any further discussion? Recognize myself. I support this bill. This legislation, to say the least, is long overdue. I know the ranking member has a little more gray hair than I do, but this is the first time that it's been done in my lifetime, not in your lifetime, but in my lifetime. So basically in 50 years. And it does a number of important things. It does strengthen the leadership, the management, the oversight throughout the Foreign Service, while providing our diplomats with tools and authorities that they need to meet today's challenges, which are different than when the Foreign Service Act was initially passed. It restores mission focus, it reinforces accountability, it helps ensure that American diplomacy remains professional, effective, and firmly committed to advancing the national interest of the United States of America, #1. So I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I ask one more time, is there any further discussion? Anybody wish to be recognized? Very good. There being no further discussion, we will move to amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? Very good. Thank you for your help on that. There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 9086 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chair, I request a roll call vote.
Roll call vote has been requested. The motion is agreed to. Roll call vote pursuant to the chair's previous announcement will be postponed. Thank you. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 9062, the Boost American Business Act. The bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 9062, to increase the capacity and effectiveness of the department in supporting American businesses operating overseas and protecting American industries from adversaries and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with. The bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. And I will recognize the ranking member for any opening statement that you may have.
Don't want Ms. Young, Sir Bill. Kim Young.
Would you like to begin, Ms. Kim?
Yes.
You may begin, by all means.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In 2017, President Trump said, "For the first time, American strategy recognizes that economic security is national security. Economic vitality, growth, and prosperity at home is absolutely necessary for American power and influence abroad. And America First foreign policy demands that we prioritize commercial diplomacy. Commercial diplomacy helps American businesses gain market access abroad, levels the playing field so they can compete and win, and protects U.S. industries and jobs from predatory actors who threaten our national security. Since 1979, the Commerce Department has held primary responsibility for commercial diplomacy. Yet, it has never been a priority. At its peak, the Foreign Commercial Service was 3% of Commerce's workforce. Successive administrations have cut and sidelined it. Let me point to this graphic. Over the past decade, you can see the decline there. Today, the FCS has roughly 200 personnel and is present in less than half of U.S. overseas posts. There is no FCS officer in Madagascar, where McCormick and Company, which is located in Mr. Olszewski's district, sources is vanilla beans. There is no FCS officer in Jamaica, where PriceSmart, located in Mrs. Jacobs' district, has its warehouses. There is no FCS officer in the Bahamas, where Secor Island Lines and Crawley Maritime, located in Mr. Moskowitz's district, conduct major operations. And there is no FCS officer in Guyana, a major export destination for Abbott Laboratories, which is located in Mr. Schneider's district. And there is no FCS officer trying to generate more foreign direct investment in Guyana, which I believe to be of interest to the ranking member. Commerce's FY25 budget justification proposed cutting the Global Markets Business Unit, which includes the FCS, by more than 50%. Appropriators reduced it by over 6%. And the FY26 proposal again called for a cut exceeding 50%. It's clear that Commerce does not see the Foreign Commercial Service as core to its mission. With the FCS absent from most overseas posts, the commercial diplomacy role falls to the State Department's econ officers, who typically receive little or no relevant training. Members who have visited embassies have heard repeatedly from constituents that the current system fails American businesses. U.S. companies have come to expect little support from our embassies. That must change. The BOOST Act offers a simple solution. Provide targeted commercial diplomacy training to State Department personnel who are already performing this work in the field. Some would argue this bill is duplicative with Commerce. That argument fails. The State Department is already handling commercial diplomacy in nearly 60% of overseas posts because Commerce is not there. GAO reports have repeatedly documented that the status quo is not working. Others suggest simply restoring full funding to the FCS at Commerce. But why invest more in an agency that has shown no sustained interest in the mission? H.R. 9062 creates a specialization within the Foreign Service dedicated to commercial diplomacy. It acknowledges the external economic challenges we face and the structural limits of our current bureaucracy. These new commercial diplomats are not meant to replace the Foreign Commercial Service. They are meant to operate where the FCS does not exist. If we are serious about addressing critical minerals, energy, supply chains, AI, pharmaceuticals, and other key vulnerabilities, we must get serious about fixing this problem. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 9062, and I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Kim. Ranking Member Meeks.
Unfortunately, I must oppose this measure. H.R. 9062, I'm sure Representative Kim wanted to elevate commercial diplomacy at the State Department, and that is a very important goal of which I share. But we should be honest about the risks that, as drafted, this bill could create policy confusion, duplication, inefficiency, while failing to solve the #1 roadblock to effective commercial diplomacy, and that's staffing. The Foreign Commercial Service at the Department of Commerce is the entity specifically charged with export promotion, and that's a fact. And finding number 8 from this bill notes that, and I quote, cuts to the Foreign Commercial Service are inconsistent with the priorities articulated by President Trump and contrary to the commercial diplomacy goals and objectives of the United States of America. At the committee's April hearing on commercial diplomacy, all 3 witnesses that agreed that they would like to see the Foreign Commercial Service be fully funded. Unfortunately, instead of expanding the FCS and authorizing more staffing for it, H.R. 9062 would instead establish a redundant agency at the State Department with the exact same mandate as FCS, which seems both wasteful and bad for policy coordination. Technical assistance provided by the Commercial Department said that H.R. 9062, and I quote, risks unnecessary duplication, confusion for U.S. companies seeking assistance overseas, and fragmentation of the federal government's commercial engagement with foreign governments and private sector partners, unquote. This assessment should give all of us pause. In addition, creating a new cadre of commercial diplomatic officers without an authorization of appropriations risks cutting into states' already limited resources, meaning fewer staff and resources for the remaining Foreign Service cones. This is why the American Foreign Service Association also opposes this bill. The best way to enhance commercial diplomacy would be to fully fund and resource FCS. The Commerce Department is best positioned to continue to serve as the U.S. government's primary commercial advocate abroad. And with its strong connections to American businesses through its network of domestic field offices and its proven record of delivering results for the American businesses and the broader U.S. economy by putting them first. Trying to create something new at the State Department after a year of budget cuts and chaotic reorganization and rifts is bound to fail and risks wasting the American taxpayers' money. That is especially the case if such efforts are not undertaken in partnership with the agencies that are impacted. And therefore, I must oppose this measure, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back the balance of my time.
Ranking Member yields back. Recognize myself for a few minutes. One, to just speak in support of the BOOST Act and also reply to my colleague, Ranking Member Meeks. The purpose of the BOOST Act is to recognize something that is taking place and to make sure that those that are filling a void are educated in the appropriate way. Within the Department of Commerce, there are not enough people to work around the globe to fulfill the needs of what State Department economic officers are filling a gap to do. And those State Department economic officers do not always have the same training as individuals within commerce. And so it's to make sure that those individuals coming out of State Department have the appropriate training, opportunity to have the training that they need to do their job in the most effective way as they're partnering and working with commerce abroad. And that is the goal of this. I support this. I think you will accomplish that well through the Boost Act, and I wish to, again, just speak positively about it, say it's a good piece of legislation, and yield the remainder of my time to Ms. Kim.
Thank you, Chairman. Ranking Member Mix pointed out a few things as to why he couldn't support this bill, and one of that is obviously, we recognize the Foreign Commercial Service is doing an excellent job. There's no doubt that the men and women serving in the Foreign Commercial Service today are giving all they can to the mission. Their dedication and service are to be celebrated, but this bill is not an indictment on them. This bill is a recognition that the bureaucracy supporting the Foreign Commercial Service is failing them, and that we need to try something new to meet the enormous challenges we face. You talked about potentially, why not fully fund the FCS at Commerce instead? Fully funding the Foreign Commercial Service at Commerce would be throwing good money after bad. Commerce, as I mentioned, doesn't value the Foreign Commercial Service, and it's evidenced by its cuts in their budget every year. The president doesn't support fully funding the Foreign Commercial Service, and we can all agree that Commerce's track record running the Foreign Commercial Service is suspect at best. Let's not pretend that shoveling a bunch of money to Commerce is going to improve what we all know to be true. Our commercial diplomacy enterprise needs to change, and this is not duplicative or wasteful. That statement is false. The State Department is already doing commercial diplomacy in places where the Foreign Commercial Service does not exist. Because the Foreign Commercial Service is so small, State Department is commercial diplomat in the overwhelming majority of our overseas posts, and I mentioned about 60% of those overseas posts. So this bill proposes to train these officers to do the job that they're already doing better. And we're not just moving the FCS entirely to State Department. We're just asking to train the officers at the State Department who are already doing this job. And so hopefully these are satisfactory and answer some of your concerns. But if you have further questions, I'm happy to address them as well.
I appreciate the gentlelady, and I really had meant to try to call you so that we could see if there's something else that we could work out. I said the spirit of what we have talked about in that regards, but as I travel around the world and I talk to our individuals in the Commerce Department and those that are abroad and working hard and see the interaction that they have with our American businesses, I see it being high and important and good. But then when you see what's inconsistent is, for example, when we had the tariffs that were placed on many of our allies and friends across the board in our American businesses. And then we cut the people in the State Department. That's the last thing that we needed to do. We needed to increase their budget and not cut it in that regard so that we can still accomplish exactly what the gentlelady wants to accomplish. So I understand the spirit of what you're moving in, but I just think that it is duplicative and that the best way to resolve this is to try to fully fund a organization that has been doing, and I think the gentlelady has said it, already, that they've been doing a great job, and they just need funding and not further being cut.
With the gentleman yield and give me some time to respond? Thank you very much. I do appreciate you trying to talk to me. I did try to talk to you too regarding this, and we just haven't had an opportunity. And maybe we can continue to have this dialogue, but seriously, you did talk about why not fully funded, and I believe I addressed that. The state probably, if we talk about going down this route and pass this bill, the state may need additional resources, and I will support that request if and when it comes in the next budget request. This time, it hasn't been included. In fact, what we're seeing is Commerce Department trying to cut its funding that will include supporting the FCS at the Commerce Department. That is precisely the reason why we're doing what we're doing. And I believe that as the FCS budget declines at Commerce through the budget cut, those funds could be shifted to build up the capacity at the state. And I do appreciate the spirit of you trying to work with me and my team, and I hope we can get to a level where you can support this bill. Thank you.
I love that Commerce and State Department are working together. To me, it's very common sense, and the point that I would hone in on is that 60% that you pointed out already, Ms. Kim, 60% of the slots for these commerce, these commercial officers across the globe are filled by individuals from the State Department. And I think it's very common sense. Obviously, any economic officers coming out of the State Department have just an intrinsic interest in working with everybody across the embassy or the consulate that they're in. They are a part of State Department. And so to allow them to overlap with Commerce, to me, just very, very common sense. I love that it works that way, whether that number is 60% state and 40% Commerce individuals, or whether it flipped and it was 60% Commerce and 40% State Department individuals. It's very common sense that they work together on this. They're abroad, they're overseas, they're working out of an embassy, a consulate. Let's just make sure that they have the best possible training to do their job that they're tasked with doing. In that, we've long used all the time that we allotted for debate on this. So do any other members seek recognition? Seeing none.
Could I have a little more time to, no?
Mr. Zinke seeks recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield my time to the gentlewoman from California.
Very good.
Thank you, Mr. Zinke. I wanted to talk about another concern that was raised regarding the FCS. They do have vast private sector network that the concern is that those network and the resources may be lost through this effort that we're trying to do through this legislation. But let's be real honest here. The current system is not serving American businesses as well as we would like, and I addressed that in my opening statement. I hear that from the businesses in my district, and I know others hear the same concerns from your district whenever you go home. This bill does not remove commerce from any post, and it does not say the foreign commercial service is not needed or welcome. This bill simply says where the foreign commercial service is not present, those State Department employees charged with the commercial diplomacy function and must get specialized training. And I also understand the concern that the Commerce departments may be, expressing concern that we are trying to move FCS entirely out of Commerce. Maybe that's not the concern, but again, I'm hearing that. So what agency wouldn't want to protect its equity? Once again, Commerce is putting the interests of the agency ahead of American businesses, but Commerce doesn't support this bill, maybe because they view it as encroaching on their turf. Their objection is territorial, not policy. Ask State Department about this bill. When Undersecretary Evans testified before this committee in March, he said, our econ officers in the past have been trained to do economic reporting, and now we're shifting to a situation where commercial diplomacy is our policy. So we're working very closely with our econ officers to make sure they have the skill sets to go out there and do that commercial diplomacy. This bill codifies what State Department is already contemplating. Thank you very much. I yield back.
If the gentlelady would yield for 1 second.
Yes.
My whole thing is, from what I understand, the difference between what State Department does and what the Commerce Department does. Commerce supports trade promotion, but the State Department, they support trade diplomacy. So there's two different things. And so the diplomacy belongs, and that's what the State Department is for, diplomacy. And when you talk about commerce, we want to promote the trade that the United States has with our allies and friends around the world and promote American businesses. So they really are doing two separate and distinct things in that regards. I yield back to the gentlelady.
Thank you, Mr. Mix. It is true that State Department does not have the expertise or the culture to do the commercial diplomacy, but that's the problem with the status quo. Today, the State Department is being asked to fulfill the role of commercial diplomat in the overwhelming majority of our posts abroad. These people need dedicated training, which is what this bill does, and this is what we're trying to accomplish. Thank you.
I'll just add a few comments to this as well. Obviously, if you know one person, you know one person. We all have different experiences. We all have different backgrounds. We've all had different backgrounds in education, schools that we've gone to, majors that we've had. Maybe somebody studied economics. Maybe somebody studied a mathematical science degree. But individuals, the fact of the matter is individuals within State Department are tasked with doing trade promotion for commerce. And again, I'll say it again, I love that Secretary Lutnick is using individuals that fall under Secretary Rubio that are already deployed abroad to do this trade promotion. I think it's a great common sense approach to doing this in places that there is not an officer within commerce to do it. Again, let's just make sure that whatever their background is, whatever their, if they served 10, 15 years in State Department already, whatever it is that they've done, I'm sure they have, in many cases, experience in trade promotion or in trade diplomacy or whatever it is that you might want to say about them. But if they're going to be tasked with trade promotion, let's make sure that they have some formal training in that, because one way or another they are going to be tasked with that role. It's not something new being created that they're being tasked with that role. It's something that has worked out between State Department and Commerce for a long window of time. Let's just make sure they're given the opportunity to have training that would be valuable to them. As we do constantly, if I were to compare this to the military, I might be a bomb technician, but I might be trained in some way, shape, or form in interrogation in somebody else. Why? Because it might be a benefit for me as somebody that has to disarm a bomb to be able to interrogate somebody as well if they have a suicide vest on them or something like that. The point I'm making is it makes sense to have people trained in multiple disciplines for a myriad of reasons, whether you're in the military, whether you're in State Department, whether you're in commerce, whether you're in other places. To have that cross-training is valuable. It's not something that you could say somebody can't pick it up. You can do on-the-job training. You can learn on the job. These people are Americans. They're smart. We put them out there across the globe because we have a level of trust in them to be able to go out there and be mature adults and pick up new things that they haven't necessarily been precisely trained in. But it doesn't mean that it's not common sense to also give them a level of precise training in something that they're going to do. And so that's my take on this. Again, a number of these economic officers being tasked to work for commerce as well as they are abroad, which I love. And let's just make sure we get them any training that can be valuable to them to make them a better asset to both State Department and Commerce. In the end, that's what they will be. They will be a better asset to both the United States Department of State and the Department of Commerce, which is what we should want for anybody working under the beautiful 50 stars and 13 red and white stripes that is the flag of the United States of America. And that, any further debate? Being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? Representative Kumlager-Dove, do you have an amendment at the desk? Clerk shall distribute the amendment, and the clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment number 144 to H.R. 9062, offered by Ms. Kumlager-Dove of California. Page 10.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. And Ms. Kumlager-Dove, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate Representative Kim's focus on commercial diplomacy and her dedication to bolstering this important foreign policy tool. At the same time, I'm concerned that this administration has increasingly weaponized commercial diplomacy to advance a pay-to-play model of U.S. foreign policy and to facilitate investments that directly or indirectly enrich Trump, his family members, or his key advisors. I'm sure many of my colleagues would like to forget the fact that Trump authorized the sale of 100,000 Blackwell chips to G42, the AI company owned by the UAE National Security Advisor, after that same individual purchased a 49% stake in Trump's crypto company. Or the fact that in Miami last year, Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff drafted a 28-point peace plan for Ukraine with Putin advisor Kirill Dmitriev that prioritized Russia's conditions for ending the war. Why? Because Dmitriev reportedly promised Kushner and Witkoff billions of dollars worth of business opportunities for U.S. companies in Russia. And that's not to mention the steady drip, drip, drip of reporting about Venezuelan oil and mining contracts being awarded to companies run by Trump donors, including one firm that had been charged for bribery by the DOJ and employees a senior trader who contributed $6 million to Trump's campaign. This shady behavior seems to be present wherever the administration is engaging in commercial diplomacy, including in South and Central Asia. For months, Secretary Lutnick, Secretary Rubio, and President Trump worked to secure a tungsten mining deal for an American company in Kazakhstan, announcing the deal during the C5+1 Leaders Summit in D.C. Yet just a few months later, the Financial Times reported that a shell company backed by Eric and Donald Trump Jr. took a stake in the mining company, which had secured up to $1.6 billion in U.S. government support from Exim Bank and DFC. This evidently raises concerns that the president's family members are financially benefiting from deals paid by the U.S. taxpayer. Given the administration's extensive pattern of corruption and graft, I think it's imperative that Congress impose guardrails to ensure that commercial diplomacy resources are not converted into a personal deal team for senior administration officials. And that's what my amendment does. It would prohibit the commercial diplomatic service from advocating for companies that are majority owned by senior administration officials. Now, I've been using examples from this administration because they are so vast and so blatantly egregious, but this amendment would stand for any administration. And I actually think this is a no-brainer amendment that we should be voting on, which is an easy yes. Because in my mind, a no vote on this amendment would suggest that you support allowing corruption to continue or to happen at all. And why would anyone vote to allow corruption to continue to happen? It seems like the antithesis of DOGE. As my colleague said, the status quo is not working, and let's get serious. Let's get serious about stopping and curbing and calling out corruption. I hope that we can all agree on the need to properly steward taxpayer dollars and unequivocally call out corruption and conflicts of interest by this or any administration. I urge my colleagues to support this very easy and important amendment, and I yield back.
Representative yields back. Any other members seek recognition? Ranking Member Meeks.
I strongly support this amendment. I could only imagine that my colleagues on the other side would support this amendment also if what we've been seeing now from this administration was taking place in a Democratic administration. And as the gentle lady from California has clearly stated, this is applicable to Democrats and Republicans. This will put something in place that's common sense so that we won't have to have this debate and argument when one side is in power as opposed to the other side. This is something that would be put in place to protect the American taxpayer and to make sure that any president will not be trying to utilize a government agency, in this instance, the State Department, for the benefit of personal or private companies that they have stock in. I mean, oftentimes when we see this happening, if it's in certain sectors, a person would have to recuse themselves and not have their companies involved. I mean, this is some of the basic ethics reforms and ethics that we have for members of Congress. And it seems to me it should be the same thing for the executive branch of government, who controls and has control because they appoint the people in the State Department who heads it, et cetera. So this is just a precautionary measure, reasonable, common sense measure that I think everybody should support. It simply makes sure that the State Department, I mean, let's just listen to this, the language is clear. Simply make sure that the State Department is not engaging in commercial diplomacy on behalf of companies that are majority owned by any president or other senior U.S. officials. Now, we have seen, as the gentlelady has stated, it seems to me, you know, what we currently see taking place in the White House makes this crystal clear what is taking place, you know, because we have seen the rampant corruption during this administration. But that be what it is not just for this administration. This doesn't expire once he's gone. This stays into law. This safeguards the American people. So this is bigger than any president. This is for standards that should be in place for every president. Every president. And then we wouldn't have to have the debates that we have back and forth. So this is really an amendment that is neutral, or it should be neutral. It should not be an issue or a question, because I think that if you talk to anyone, you take whoever the current president is out of this, this should be something that every member of Congress can support. To say that whoever the president is, they should not be using the State Department to engage in commercial diplomacy on behalf of the companies that they have the majority of stock in. That's all it says. And it just makes sure that there's ethics requirements in that regards for the office of the president. Plain, simple, in my estimation, should be nonpartisan and something that we need to pass. Yield back.
Any other members seek recognition? Recognize myself for a moment. The ranking member speaks accurately when he says this amendment would cut both ways. Republican, Democrat, Independent, any political party, you name it. But I do believe that this amendment is a political stunt. It arbitrarily bars government advocacy for American companies based on a perceived political affiliation or business affiliation, when the fact of the matter is two things can be true at once. An individual can be a majority shareholder or a shareholder in a company and can be working in government as an appointee, as an ambassador, as a cabinet official, you name it. Both of those things can be true at the same time. Commercial diplomats should be focused on promoting U.S. economic interests abroad, not conducting ownership investigations to determine which American businesses are politically acceptable to support, in my opinion. That being said, I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. And any further discussion? Seeing none. You're premature. Being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Kamlager-Dove. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
That's for a roll call.
A roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed until sometime later. Any further amendments? Being no further amendments. Pursuant to notice, I will not. Very good. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 1939, the U.S. Engagement in Sudanese Peace Act. The bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 1939, to require the imposition of sanctions with respect to conflict in Sudan and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. And without objection, the Meeks Amendment, in the nature of a substitute, circulated to members in advance, shall be considered as read and will be treated as original text for the purpose of amendment. And I would recognize Ranking Member Meeks for a statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to also thank you for including my bill with Africa Subcommittee Ranking Member Sarah Jacobs and the U.S. engagement in the Sudanese Peace Act on today's markup agenda. So I really appreciate that.
Welcome.
The Sudanese people are enduring the world's largest humanitarian crises, caught in the brutal conflict between the Rapid Support Forces, RSF, the militia, and the Sudanese Armed Forces, the SAF, as these parties fight each other for power and control of Sudan. This war has already claimed more than 400,000 lives and left more than 34 million people at risk. Greatest humanitarian disaster that's on the planet right now. The Sudanese people deserve peace, and it is my sincere conviction that this legislation can help them achieve that. And it has been our focus and my focus to make sure that we don't forget what's going on in Sudan, and that's why I thank the chairman for putting this bill, letting this bill in, this markup. This bill takes a comprehensive approach by imposing new sanctions on those perpetrating genocide and war crimes and other atrocities in Sudan, as well as those violating the UN arms embargo on Darfur, and requiring the president to develop a strategy for Sudan. It also includes an important provisions authored by my colleague and friend, Representative Jonathan Jackson, that requires the Secretaries of State and Treasury to review whether any parties to the conflict in Sudan meet the criteria to be designated as a specially designated global terrorist organization, and to report back to Congress on that review and any determination. This bill will help ensure greater protection of civilians, full humanitarian access, and the participation of women and youth in stabilizing their country. All are critical to helping set Sudan back on a path toward peace. The issue of external support for the RSF and the SAF remains a key driver in this conflict. And I hope members of the Foreign Affairs Committee, that all of us, Democrats and Republicans and independents, can work together to address this issue moving forward. This is something that we need to do. We need to show the world that this is on our front burner and not on our back burner. We must do more so that we can create leverage to bring parties to the negotiating table, both to end the violence and allow the Sudanese people to chart their own course forward. I've long been proud of Congress's bipartisan support for the Sudanese people, and I urge my colleagues to continue that today by voting yes on this legislation. Yield back the balance of my time.
Ranking Member yields back. Is there any further discussion? Representative Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm proud to co-lead this bill alongside Ranking Member Meeks. For 3 years, the international community, including the United States, has largely ignored what's happening in Sudan. But we shouldn't look away. Sudan is facing the largest humanitarian and internal displacement crisis in the world. Over 34 million people need urgent humanitarian assistance. The health system has largely collapsed, and aid groups, including the emergency response rooms, are struggling to operate. Many people are eating as little as one meal a day, with some resorting to eating leaves or animal feed because they can't find enough food. The situation on the ground is horrific, and it should fill everyone with deep shame. But today we have the opportunity to act. Our bill would require a new comprehensive strategy that puts the protection of civilians first, ensures humanitarian assistance can reach the people who need it, elevates the voice of civil society, and charts a path towards sustainable peace. It extends the requirement for a special envoy because ending this war requires sustained, high-level American attention. It requires an assessment of any country interfering with the delivery of humanitarian assistance in Sudan, including those who receive U.S. security assistance, because this body should know if you're taking American support publicly but then privately blocking food and medicine for civilians. And it requires a comprehensive interagency accounting of U.S.-made weapons in Sudan, so we can confirm whether the UAE or any other actor is selling or transferring American weapons to the RSF in Sudan. I am proud that this bill is being considered today, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill so we can make meaningful steps to address the largest humanitarian emergency in the world. I yield back.
Representative yields back. Any further discussion? Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Chairman Mast, and thank you, Ranking Member Meeks. Thank you, Ranking Member Meeks and Congresswoman Sarah Jacobs. This bill is urgent and necessary. It saves lives. I strongly support H.R. 1939, the U.S. Engagement in Sudanese Peace Act. And I want to recognize the efforts and leadership of you, Chairman Meeks, to address this crisis in Sudan, the greatest humanitarian crisis that has the least amount of coverage probably in history. The protracted conflict in Sudan has created the world's gravest humanitarian crisis, displacing millions of people, devastating communities, and leaving countless civilians vulnerable to violence, hunger, and disease. The United States cannot solve this conflict alone, but it must demonstrate principled leadership. The world's worst humanitarian crisis in our lifetime is more than numbers and not just a civil war. It's a proxy war reinforced by regional dynamics. There have been countless cases of sexual violence against women, children horribly injured, chronically malnourished, and traumatized, and undeniable acts of genocide. This legislation reinforces America's commitment to sustain diplomatic engagement, accountability for rapid support forces and the Sudanese armed forces responsible for atrocities, and support for efforts to achieve a negotiated and durable peace. This legislation recognizes that military solutions have failed and that lasting stability will require inclusive dialogue and coordination with regional and international partners. Supporting peace in Sudan is not only a humanitarian imperative, it is also advances U.S. interests by promoting regional stability, reducing the risk of further displacement and extremism, and strengthening international norms against attacks on civilians. H.R. 1939 sends a clear message that the United States stands with the people of Sudan, not with those who perpetuate violence and instability. It affirms that diplomacy, accountability, and humanitarian leadership remain essential tools to Americans' foreign policy. I urge my colleagues to support this bill and vote yes. Thank you, and I yield back.
Do any other members seek recognition? Representative Jayapal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your work in advancing this bill, and I want to thank Ranking Member Meeks and Ranking Member of the Africa Subcommittee, Sarah Jacobs, for their leadership on this bill. The humanitarian crisis that we're seeing in Sudan is incredibly dire, and it's one of the worst humanitarian crises of our time. The Sudanese civil war has reportedly caused over 400,000 deaths, forcibly displaced more than 14 million people, and caused a catastrophic level of hunger, with over 25 million people facing extreme hunger. To stop this senseless war and avert further catastrophe, the United States needs to act with the full force of its moral responsibility and diplomatic power. I was very grateful that just a few weeks ago, my resolution, HRES 1179, recognizing the 3-year anniversary of the war, passed out of this committee with near unanimous support, and I hope that we can still bring that bill to the floor for passage. The U.S. engagement in Sudanese Peace Act represents another opportunity for this body to show the global community that the United States will not let the atrocities in Sudan go unchecked. Last week, before this committee, Secretary Rubio rightly recognized that, quote, Sudan has turned into a proxy war, and noted that, quote, the divisions between the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia have truly complicated our ability to bring the war to an end quote. Neither of the two belligerents in this conflict, the SAF or the RSF, could operate if it were not for the external actors putting their thumbs on the scale. The UAE has clear and proven ties with the RSF, sending weapons to an army the State Department is determined to carry out a genocide in exchange for access to Sudan's gold. On the other side, Saudi Arabia and Egypt have clearly demonstrated their support for the SAF. It is unacceptable that stated U.S. allies are fueling starvation, crimes against humanity, and genocide, and they must be held accountable. I have welcomed the attention from the Trump administration and Special Envoy Boulos to this crisis, including their engagement with the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Egypt within the Quad framework. Unfortunately, just like we saw with the Biden administration, the issue of Sudan is taking a back seat to other conflicts. While we all understand that the bilateral relationships between the United States and members of the Quad have been focused on the issues of Gaza and now the war in Iran, the crisis in Sudan is too urgent to be sidelined and deprioritized. Because let's be clear, we do have the leverage to stop this proxy war in Sudan should we choose to use it. And I sincerely hope that this committee will take action to utilize that leverage and prohibit the sales and licensing of major defense equipment to any country supporting either the SAF or the RSF. The strength of the Sudanese people, I've gotten to know them extremely well over the years that I've been working on this, is truly remarkable. And they deserve better than to be caught in the crossfires of warring parties who care only about control for the sake of control. In 2019, the Sudanese people rose up and they demanded an end to the dictatorship of President Omar al-Bashir and a transition to democracy. I was fortunate at that time to travel to Sudan on a congressional delegation in that extremely celebratory moment to meet with the new president and with so many leaders of the peaceful, nonviolent movement, and to be able to thank the people of Sudan who displayed enormous courage and resilience and sacrificed so many lives and so much for that moment. Since the war broke out in 2023, I have met countless members of Sudanese civil society and Sudanese Americans who have witnessed and survived horrific atrocities. They've shared stories of repeated displacement, ethnic cleansing, the use of sexual violence as a weapon of war, and near starvation as both the SAF and the RSF impede humanitarian access. And yet, even in the face of these atrocities, many of the activists who led the pro-democracy protests that led to the ousting of Bashir have become leaders of the emergency response rooms, a network of mutual aid groups that provide basic necessities to areas that international humanitarian organizations can't reach. We cannot ignore this crisis or waste this moment. We have to protect and empower Sudanese civilians, and we have to help bring peace and democracy once again to Sudan. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this important bill. I yield back.
Any other members seek recognition? Recognize myself for a moment. I want to thank Ranking Member Meek's team for working with us to get this bill to a place where it could garner bipartisan support. This is an issue that the Trump administration has been working on, Special Envoy Boulos. I support the president's efforts and encourage State Department to continue their work to address this crisis, now with additional tools that are being authorized in this bill. And as I talk about the support that we should be giving to the Sudanese people, I will also just make this point as well. I just see it as an interesting point. This is a very, very real humanitarian crisis, and it does make me scratch my head why we don't see campus protests across the United States of America about this very, very real humanitarian protest. In that, do any other members seek recognition? I see none. There being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Ranking Member Meeks. The clerk shall distribute the amendment, and the clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment number 139 to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1939 offered by Mr. Meeks of New York. Page
Without
19.
objection. Further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. And I will recognize Ranking Member Meeks to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would strike a provision in Section 203 of the bill dealing with the Sudanese representation at the United Nations. I, as we've talked about along with you, continue to prioritize bringing this conflict to an end, and holding the perpetrators accountable must be a part of that. However, I also believe that multilateral institutions can play an important role in helping to end this conflict. And it is in that spirit that I offer this amendment today, and I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Ranking Member yields back. Recognize myself for a moment. I support this amendment. I want to thank Ranking Member Meeks for offering this amendment, which strengthens the bill in a bipartisan way. We want to ensure that the administration is in the best possible place to negotiate anything that can come out of this. This amendment removes language that would have tied the administration's hands and made negotiating with both parties more difficult. This amendment corrects that, and it has my full support. Do any other members seek recognition? Seeing none. Being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Meeks. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Ask for a roll call.
I didn't hear you. Very good. Are there any further amendments? There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 1939 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to.
Now I ask for a roll call.
A roll call vote has now been requested. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, that vote will also be postponed. Thank you. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 9087 to direct the Secretary of State to take actions with respect to certain foreign affairs matters. The bill was circulated in advance. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 9087 to direct the Secretary of State to take actions with respect to certain foreign affairs matters.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with. The bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Without objection, the massed amendment in the nature of a substitute circulated to members in advance shall be considered as read and will be treated as original text for the purpose of the amendment. Ranking Member Meeks, would you like to speak?
Yeah, I support the massed amendment in the nature of a substitute. And I want to thank the chairman and the majority for working with us to change the tenor of the bill with an A&S. We all know that the underlying bill contains provisions that probably will divide the committee, but I urge us to maintain focus on strengthening our State Department and American diplomacy. I believe that we should be able to do that in a bipartisan way. And with that, I yield back.
Recognize myself for a moment. I rise in support of H.R. 9087. This bill represents my commitment to the members of this committee. This is an important step, and having votes on this provision will enable me to go forth and fight for these priorities as we move into conference of the Foreign Service Act and the State Authorization Bill. There are roughly 120 amendments, and I know we both look very forward to robust debate for the next many hours, and in that, we will move into that debate of amendments. Do any other members seek recognition right now? Seeing none. There being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? Who are we going to first? Representative Biggs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to take
Do
a
you have
moment.
an amendment at the desk?
Yes.
Very good. The clerk shall distribute the amendment, and the clerk shall report the amendment.
The amendment has been distributed by electronic device. Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute number 61 to H.R. 9087, offered by Ms. Biggs of South Carolina.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and I recognize Representative Biggs.
Thank you. I want to take a moment to explain why this amendment matters, not just as a policy matter, but as a statement of values about who we are as a nation and how we honor those who have sacrificed in our service. South Carolina is home to some of the finest military installations and veterans communities in the entire country. I've sat across the table from men and women who came home after multiple combat deployments, who led teams in some of the most dangerous corners of the world, who built trust with local populations and foreign partners in ways that no foreign service exam can measure, and who were then told, in effect, that their experience didn't quite fit the mold the State Department was looking for. That is failure of our institutions, and it is one we have an obligation to correct. This provision directs the Secretary of State to award meaningful, individualized hiring credit to veteran applicants based on the full scope of what they bring to the table: combat deployments, overseas military service, decorations and awards earned through exceptional performance, leadership and supervisory experience, and specialized skills that translate directly to the mission requirements of the State Department. Critically, my amendment requires the Secretary to evaluate each of these factors separately. Every dimension of a veteran's service deserves to be recognized on its own merits. And let me be clear about what this provision does not do. It does not replace or diminish existing veterans' preference protections under law. Preference-eligible veterans retain every hiring point they are already entitled to. This legislation builds on those merit-based protections. It does not compete with them. Mr. Chairman, our veterans have served on the front lines of American foreign policy in ways that no classroom or exam can replicate. An airman who served multiple overseas tours and earned decorations for exceptional service has demonstrated exactly the kind of character, resilience, and leadership our foreign service needs. It is time the State Department's hiring process reflects that reality and honors the sacrifices this nation asks of its finest citizens. And I urge my colleagues to support this critical amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Biggs. Ranking Member Meeks.
Yeah, I oppose this amendment because it's duplicative of existing efforts to ensure former service members have opportunities to serve in the State Department. For those reasons, I oppose and I yield back.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And indeed, Chairman Brian Mast, you yourself, as a veteran, indication of talents and capabilities that should be recognized by our veterans. And then, indeed, Congresswoman Biggs is being too humble and just should be acknowledged that she herself is currently a member of the South Carolina Air National Guard. And so she knows firsthand the capabilities of our service members and the talents they have. And so we so appreciate Sherry Biggs and what she means to the people of South Carolina and her support for veterans and her support for a dynamic foreign policy and capable persons to serve in the Foreign Service. With that, I yield back and support the amendment.
Any other members seek recognition? Recognize myself. This is one of my favorite amendments. This is an amendment that we have discussed in length. Veterans across the committee have discussed this in length. It's about the veterans hiring preference that exists across different federal agencies. And as we think about the State Department, we think about individuals serving abroad. And when we think about a veterans hiring preference, so many veterans today having spent time specifically serving abroad, serving abroad in a number of different ways. Maybe they served abroad in a peacetime capacity, maybe serving in a place like Germany, but they have experience abroad. Maybe they served abroad in a wartime capacity in a place like Iraq, in a place like Afghanistan for months, if not years or many years. Maybe these individuals were recognized very specifically for acts of valor in combat. Maybe these individuals were wounded in combat. Maybe these individuals did not serve abroad, but they did serve in the military, garnering a great amount of leadership skills that the State Department should be begging for. So in that, we are looking to make sure that veterans bring overseas service, leadership experience, foreign language skills, operational knowledge that directly align with the State Department mission. This amendment, it ensures that those qualifications are properly recognized and accounted for throughout the Foreign Service hiring process. It explicitly preserves merit-based hiring and existing Foreign Service qualification standards so veterans receive fair consideration while maintaining the rigor and professionalism of the diplomatic corps. This is a practical, common sense step to strengthen our diplomatic workforce, frankly, with individuals that the State Department should be on their knees thanking God for these individuals that served this country and that now would wish to go serve in the State Department, veterans of the United States Armed Forces. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment to get veterans the recognition that they deserve in the hiring process for their experiences that they have had in combat, overseas, and in service, and for the awards that they have received throughout their service for their acts of military bravery, courage, and leadership, and make sure that that's recognized in this process. Do any other members seek recognition? Seeing none. There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Biggs. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Want a recorded vote? Yes. Would you like a recorded vote?
Yes, please.
A recorded vote has been requested. Are there any further amendments? Who we go to? Representative Biggs? Representative Biggs, you have an amendment at the desk.
I do have an amendment.
Clerk shall distribute, and the clerk shall report the amendment.
The amendment was distributed via electronic device. Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 9087, offered by Ms. Biggs of South Carolina. At the appropriate place.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Biggs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Outer space is critical to our modern way of life. It underpins the technologies Americans rely on every single day, from GPS to weather forecasting to the communications networks that power our economy. It drives economic growth and scientific discovery, and it serves as a cornerstone of U.S. national security and military power. During the Cold War, the United States prevailed in the space race against the Soviet Union. The challenges we face today are very different, but the mandate for American leadership in space remains exactly the same. We must continue to lead, and we must maintain our competitive edge in this increasingly contested domain. That is precisely why I'm proud to offer this amendment today, the American Space Leadership for the 21st Century Act. This legislation provides the State Department with the authorities it needs to lead diplomatic engagements that advance U.S. security interest in outer space. It ensures the department's posture is proactive and not reactive in addressing current and emerging security threats, including those posed by adversaries who are rapidly developing counter-space capabilities designed to undermine American strength. To meet these challenges head-on, my amendment strengthens coordination with like-minded nations and promotes measures to discourage adversaries' destabilizing actions in outer space. It also authorizes space security dialogues with allies and partners so we can work together to address our shared security challenges. Furthermore, this legislation requires the State Department to consult regularly with Congress on adversary space capabilities and to notify Congress of any significant changes in an adversary's space posture. While the Department of War remains rightly focused on maintaining military superiority in space, our diplomats must be equally empowered to advance American leadership in the space domain. Space is the final frontier of the 21st century, and America must lead, not cede it. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Representative yields back. Any further discussion? Do you have discussion? Ranking Member Olszewski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this amendment as the space economy truly heats up with the widespread advent of low Earth orbit satellites around with both civil and military purposes. It is absolutely critical the U.S. engage in diplomacy both with our allies and our adversaries in the space domain while maintaining a technological edge. This amendment underscores the importance of this work and therefore has my support. I yield back.
Representative yields back. Recognize myself for a moment. Our adversaries are doing all they can to undermine American superiority in space because they recognize that our dominance in space is a key pillar of our military power. Now, earlier this year, the China Select Committee reported that the PRC operates 11 dual-use space stations in Latin America with numerous links to military wing of the CCP, the People's Liberation Army. These nations strengthen the PLA's intelligence collection efforts and may support the PLA's warfighting capabilities. The stakes could not be higher. Countering these efforts is not just a job for our warfighters, but our diplomats have a very serious role to play as well. This amendment will codify important State Department directives outlined in President Trump's executive order on ensuring American space superiority and give our tools that they need to carry out that very critical mission, so I urge support of this amendment. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none. The question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Biggs. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, may I request a roll call vote?
Roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. That vote will be postponed. Is there, Representative Jackson, we're going to go to your amendments, and I'll give you the chair for a couple moments.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment.
The amendment has been distributed by electronic device.
The clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute, number 141.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. I am recognized for my amendment for 5 minutes. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Mass, for your support. America's Foreign Service officers should prioritize the United States' interest above all else. My amendment would codify President Trump's efforts to ensure that Foreign Service training remains focused purely on advancing American sovereignty and our national security, not woke ideologies that do nothing to keep American citizens safe. As representatives of President Trump's vision, the U.S. Diplomatic Corps must always put America and Americans first. Mandating America First principles training as a prerequisite for serving in any foreign post or diplomatic mission guarantees that every diplomat and agency charged with U.S. foreign relations faithfully and uniformly advances American economic and security interest. It is past time for the United States to codify into law that America First principles and American interest should always be at the forefront of our overseas missions. I encourage every member of this committee to support this amendment, and with that, I will yield my time. Does anyone else seek recognition? Mr. Meeks?
I oppose this amendment. The State Department of Foreign Service officers have been putting America first long before it became a slogan. And the president would benefit from learning from their service to this country, their compassion, and their expertise. Members of the Foreign Service take an oath to uphold the Constitution, not to any one individual, but to the people of this great nation. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Meeks. Does anyone else seek recognition on this? Hearing none, a roll call vote. I'm sorry. There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Jackson of Texas. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, may I request a roll call vote?
A roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments? I'd like to recognize myself. I have another amendment at the desk. The clerk shall distribute the amendment.
The amendment's been distributed by electronic device.
Is this 142? Okay, yeah. The clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute number 142 to H.R. 9087 offered by Mr. Jackson of Texas. At the end,
Without further objection, the reading of the amendment is suspended with. I am recognized myself for 5 minutes in support of this amendment. In 1924, the United States Foreign Service was created to merge the country's diplomatic and consular systems into one professional, merit-based career service in response to America's expanding role on the global stage after World War I. Today, the United States maintains a network of 270 diplomatic posts with over 69,000 personnel. With America undertaking more diplomatic efforts than ever before, we must ensure that only the best of the best are representing this great nation on the world stage. My amendment would ensure that foreign service promotions are based on an individual's merit, not diversity, equity, inclusion, or accessibility DEIA initiatives. Under the Biden administration, the Foreign Service was more focused on prioritizing radical woke ideologies than advancing America's national interest. This led to U.S. Foreign Service officer promotions based solely on an individual's race and sex rather than their diplomatic skills and qualifications. Our Foreign Service officers are the U.S. government's frontline representatives abroad, and as such, we should ensure that their promotions are based on America's founding principles of equality of opportunity established through hard work and merit. I urge all of my colleagues to support this amendment, and with that, I yield back the remainder of my time. Does anyone else seek recognition? Mr. Meeks.
Yeah, I oppose this amendment. It would codify the Trump administration's false and dangerous lies it has told the American people to justify firing qualified experts in place of inexperienced loyalists. Under previous administrations, both Republican and Democratic, the State Department has rightly focused on ensuring its workforce was more, not less, representative of America. Ensuring that our Foreign Service officers reflect the diverse backgrounds, perspectives, and experiences of Americans from all 50 states. This amendment would bring the State Department back and make it far less prepared for the complex missions of the future. It is dangerous, I believe it is short-sighted, and I believe retribution in focus and scope is there. And I also don't believe that this is what America is about. This is not who we are as Americans. And you're back to balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Meeks. Does anyone else seek recognition on this amendment? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Rep. Jackson of Texas. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. I would like to request a recorded vote, however. A roll call vote has now been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments? I have an amendment at the desk. The clerk shall distribute the amendment.
the amendment has been distributed by electronic device.
The clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute, number 143 to H.R. 90.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. I am recognizing myself for 5 minutes in support of my amendment. On October 7, 2023, Hamas led the deadliest attack on Israel since its independence, brutally murdering 1,200 innocent people and taking another 250 hostages, including American citizens. Even more concerning is that the UN Office of Oversight Services confirmed that at least 9 United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestinian Refugees, UNRWA, staff members were involved in this horrific attack. Let me be clear, this could have been avoided. President Trump cut all U.S. funding to UNRWA in 2018, but President Biden restored funding to this corrupt organization almost immediately when he took office. Thankfully, President Trump has taken decisive action to withdraw the U.S. from UNRWA and eliminate all funding to the organization so that American taxpayer dollars are never used to subsidize terrorism again. This amendment would build off of President Trump's efforts to hold UNRWA accountable and ensure that U.S. Foreign Service officers are not promoting, supporting, or advancing the work of UNRWA in any official capacity. As representatives of the United States, our Foreign Service officers should be focused on advancing America's core interest and policies, not assisting organizations that facilitate the killing of innocent citizens. The only capacity that our Foreign Service officers should be engaging with UNRWA on is to conduct investigations into its corruption. By supporting this amendment, we will ensure that the U.S. in no way supports extremist terrorist groups like Hamas. I encourage every member of this committee to support my amendment, and with that, I yield back. Does any member seek recognition on this? Mr. Meeks.
I oppose this amendment as it would needlessly undermine U.S. diplomats supporting the humanitarian response in Gaza, the West Bank, Lebanon, and throughout the region where UNRWA is critical to supporting vulnerable communities. Prohibiting U.S. diplomats from interacting with UNRWA staff across the Middle East and elsewhere, and Middle East where their work to support refugees, education, healthcare, and social service remains essential, and at the moment, it is irreplaceable. This amendment is short-sighted and will unnecessarily restrict our State Department from doing their job. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Meeks. Does any member seek recognition or Mr. Mass, please. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Chairman Jackson. Appreciate that. I'm going to speak on this amendment and the previous amendment as I had stepped out for a moment. So on this amendment about not working with UNRWA whatsoever, to me, this is one of the most common sense amendments that could be placed out there. We saw UNRWA's participation in the horrific October 7 attacks in Israel. And just for years, UNRWA has been one of the biggest, probably the biggest example of waste, fraud, and abuse within the United Nations. This is a long time coming, and this should receive overwhelming support. Again, especially in light of the UNRWA individuals that were specifically working to aid, abet, and participate in the October 7 attacks. Absolutely no reason whatsoever to support them. And in fact, there should probably be charges that come against many individuals that were a part of UNRWA. To speak on your previous amendment related to DEI not being a part of hiring within the State Department, this is something that I speak to people about fairly often at home. And they might initially beg the question, how could you be against DEI in hiring? And I tell them, well, when you hear that word, diversity, equity, inclusion, it might sound like something that, how could you be against that? But when you dig into it and you look at how this is actually put in practice, it's a terrible practice. So number one, you have something that you were speaking about, Representative Jackson, which you have, these individuals within State Department that want to be hired, retained, or promoted that are tasked with demonstrating how they are incorporating principles of DEI within their day-to-day work. And so when they do that, what kind of ridiculous programs do you get out of individuals being tasked with how they're going to promote DEI principles in their day-to-day work? That's exactly how you get the moronic, waste, fraudulent, and abusive programs of things like that I've spoke about countless times in this room. How do you get drag shows in Ecuador? You get drag shows in Ecuador because somebody is trying to promote DEI. How do you get a transgender opera in Colombia? You get a transgender opera in Colombia because somebody is trying to promote DEI so that they can be retained or they can be advanced somewhere in the State Department. How do you get a transgender job fair in Bangladesh for $800,000? You get that because some person that has absolutely no business being in the State Department is trying to demonstrate how they're doing principles of DEI. And I would say it's hard to throw a blanket of 100%, but I would say about 100% of the people that I've spoke to back in my community, when I explained to them, this is what DEI actually results in doing and taking place, they say, oh, I absolutely get that. And when you go on and you have the conversation about how people are hired, right? And DEI is looking for you to look at, okay, we would like to hire somebody that is gay or is transgender. Well, somebody tell me this that works in any space, commercial or government. Can you go out there and ask somebody if they're gay or transgender? Is that something that any HR department in government or in the commercial world is allowed to ask? Absolutely not. So if you can't ask that, somebody tell me how in God's name you determine whether somebody that you're hiring, retaining, or promoting is gay or transgender. Now, I'm sure we could figure some of those things out on our own, but the point is you're not allowed to ask these things. So you're not allowed to ask these things, but you're going out there and saying we should hire, retain, and promote based upon these things makes absolutely no sense. So very common sense amendment. I appreciate you offering that. And, you know, in the past, in previous debates that we've had here, I even gone on to, you know, ask the questions of individuals. Now, we don't have a lot of our Democrat colleagues here, but I've gone and asked the questions before. I said, can anybody tell me, you know, am I black, white, you know, am I, you know, have some kind of, you know, Pacific Island in me? Do I have, you know, am I Hispanic? And people don't know. They can't just look at me and say, oh yeah, that individual is, you know, 50% Mexican heritage. Because you can't look at somebody and know what they are, but yet we're going to go out there and tell the State Department that they have to hire based upon things that you can't ask. You can't say, well, is he gay, straight, transgender? You don't know. Hopefully you know, by knowing me. I hope that you know that what the answer very clearly is. But if you don't know, you're not allowed to ask in the government. So again, very common sense amendment, and I support both of your amendments. So thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. Does any other member seek recognition on this amendment? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Jackson of Texas. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, may I request a roll call vote?
A roll call vote has been requested. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. I have one more amendment. I will recognize myself now. I have an amendment at the desk, and the clerk shall distribute the amendment.
The amendment has been distributed by electronic device.
The clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute, number 144 to H.R. 9087, offered by Mr. Jackson of
Without
Texas.
objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed. I recognize myself for 5 minutes in support of my amendment. This amendment would require that any Foreign Service Institute materials or training are consistent with American values and American first principles. Ensuring that Foreign Service trainings align with core national principles such as constitutionalism, democracy, and free market ideals guarantees that America's foreign policy remains focused on advancing our national interest. For too long, the State Department has operated through its mission, though its mission were to serve the world at large rather than the American people. By training our Foreign Service personnel to advocate for America First principles, the FSI can help prevent the subordination of U.S. security and economic interests to multilateral institutions and global governance models that contradict American priorities. Every embassy, every consulate, and every negotiating team must understand that as an official representative of the U.S. government, your main priority should be to advance American interest. The American people deserve a State Department that works for them, and this amendment would ensure that all FSI materials are developing American diplomats that will always put America first. I urge every member of this committee to support this amendment. With that, I yield my time back. Does any member seek recognition Mr. Meeks.
I absolutely oppose this amendment. The Foreign Service Institute, which serves as a training ground for the patriotic Americans seeking to serve their country, already bases its curriculum on core American interests. It does not need lessons from the Trump administration on what our values are not. And I'm also concerned that the language in this amendment will be used to weaponize efforts that focus on addressing historical exclusion, which is necessary and in America's interest, to instead promote loyalists under the guise of combating anti-woke policies. We have seen the consequences of this administration's irresponsible and dangerous retribution campaign against diversity, which has left the State Department with fewer experts and unqualified officials in positions of consequence. We're seeing that taking place now with some appointments in other areas. Clearly, for example, national security, people who have no qualifications, and they want to go after diversity, when this president wants to appoint people with no qualifications for one of the most important positions that our government have. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Meeks. Does any other member seek recognition on this amendment? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Rep. Jackson of Texas. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to request a roll call vote.
A roll call vote has been requested. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments? Ms. Titus?
Yes, thank you. I have an amendment at the desk.
Thank you. The clerk shall distribute the amendment.
The amendment has been distributed by electronic device.
The clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute number 312 to H.R. 9087 offered by
Without
Ms.
further
Titus.
objection, reading of the amendment is dispensed with. I am recognizing Ms. Titus for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of my amendment number 312 to establish a Foreign Service Officer career pathway for former USAID officers. This amendment inserts the text of my Path to the Foreign Service Act into this bill. It was introduced with Senator Brian Schatz earlier this year. Those who dutifully served as USAID officers before the Trump administration wrongfully dismantled the agency included some of our most talented and skilled international affairs experts. Our national security really cannot afford to lose this valuable institutional knowledge, and that's why I'm offering this amendment. The amendment would establish a formal Foreign Service career pathway that allows former USAID members to be appointed at a grade and tenure status commensurate with their prior rank by removing certain eligibility requirements, waiving the Foreign Service officer test, and providing preferences to applicants with prior USAID experience. This would provide a smooth, non-redundant path for successful USAID employees to transition to the State Department's Foreign Service, acknowledging that these individuals have already proven their capabilities and skill sets. I'd like to note that the American Foreign Service Association and the American Federation of Government Employees both endorsed the bill from which this amendment is derived. In April, the New York Times found that 1/3 of former USAID professionals are still unemployed, and fewer than half have found full-time employment. Many USAID employees specialized in specific regions and issues. Their unique experiences are critical to informing the U.S.'s responses to humanitarian emergencies around the world. This amendment would ensure that these public servants have a pathway to employment and that the U.S. government does not have a brain drain of their knowledge and expertise, thereby protecting our national security and expanding our global influence. I urge adoption of the amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Titus. I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I oppose this amendment. The State Department is in the middle of an important reorganization, one focused on delivering foreign aid more efficiently and effectively. This amendment goes against that effort. Creating a special pathway to copy and paste former USAID officers into the Foreign Service would drag the old way of doing business back into the State Department. For years, taxpayer dollars went to programs that did not serve the American people. Under President Trump and Secretary Rubio, that is changing. The goal is to make sure our foreign assistance advances American interest and to recognize that the best aid programs are the ones that succeed and then end because the receiving country would no longer need our help. This amendment would interfere with that progress. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. Does any other member seek recognition? Mr. Meeks.
I strongly support this amendment to ensure that former USAID Foreign Service officers can be hired into the State Department's Foreign Service at the same rank with the same benefits they retained previously. Well over 1,000 USAID FSOs were fired without cause. And when I think of those individuals who were in USAID, who dedicated their lives to this country, I can recall traveling around the world and how people respected them. We wore shirts saying, "From the American people to the rest of the world." They were experts. They were trained. They were just like our individuals in the military who dedicated themselves to this country. Men and women with expertise that benefited us and made the world a better place. But they were fired. And now they're such patriots, want to work on behalf of their country. They were illegally dismantled when Trump illegally dismantled USAID. And this is really what the Trump has done. It's an absolute waste of taxpayer resources to force these qualified individuals to leave federal service entirely when they are there for the benefit of our country. As I said, these FSOs, they dedicated years of their lives to advancing the United States' interests overseas, uprooting their domestic lives, moving their families around the world. They deserve an opportunity to continue serving their country. This amendment gives them that opportunity, a pathway to do just that. These are American sheroes and heroes, Americans who love this country and were treated unfairly. I thank Representative Titus 1,000% for all of her work on this very important provision to help these courageous men and women to still work for the country that they love, and that they've served, and that they sacrificed for. All of us should be saying, let's get them back. Let's utilize their expertise that they have, because it is for the people of the United States of America. We all should vote yes for this amendment. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Meeks. Does any other member seek recognition on this amendment? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Titus. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is roll call vote has been requested. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments? Ms. Titus?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk shall distribute the amendment.
The amendment's been distributed by electronic device.
The clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute, number 314 to H.R. 9087, offered by Ms. Titus of Nevada. Add at the end the following.
There being no further hang on. Without further objection, reading of the amendment is dispensed with. I recognize Ms. Titus for 5 minutes for the purpose of explaining your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of my Amendment 314 to establish the Judy Heumann Foreign and Civil Service Disability Fellowship Program. I'm proud to lead this with Mr. Olszewski. Judy Heumann was an internationally recognized disability rights activist, widely regarded as the mother of the disability rights movement. She was a leader in the historic Section 504 sit-in of 1977 and instrumental in the development and implementation of other disability rights legislation. At 18 months old, Judy contracted polio and began to use a wheelchair for mobility. As a little girl, she was denied the right to attend school at the age of 5 because she was considered a fire hazard. Later in life, Judy was denied her teaching license by the same school district. After passing her oral and written exams, she failed her medical exam, though, simply because she could not walk. Her experience drew her to become an advocate for disability rights, and she was instrumental in the development and implementation of legislation, including Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, Americans with Disabilities Act, and the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. But she was not only an advocate, she was a personal friend. I had the pleasure of working with her on legislation of my own, and she was just an incredible person to work next to up to her passing in 2023. Her work solidified her as a giant in the international disabilities rights space. I was in awe of her, as were many people. She was determined and her advocacy was historic, and that's why I'm proposing this amendment. The Judy Heumann Foreign and Civil Service Disability Fellowship Program would be a 6 to 12-month fellowship to place foreign and civil service members in organizations led by persons with disabilities. They would study international disability frameworks and participate in global disability rights programs. Annual reports to Congress would summarize the fellowship's work and outcomes. I urge all of my colleagues to support Judy's work and legacy by voting yes on this amendment, and nothing could be more in our interest than recognizing someone who has contributed so much to so many of the people that we all know and love and work with who have disabilities. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Titus. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes in opposition to this amendment. I do oppose this amendment. The department is already in the process of reevaluating many of its current internships and fellowship programs. This is not the time to add new fellowship programs while existing ones are currently under review. Additionally, this amendment risks reintroducing arbitrary diversity, equity, and inclusion priorities into the department at a time when we are already moving away from them. Priority should be given to fixing and assessing current programs rather than creating new ones. Congress should not add new DEI mandates while the department is streamlining its workforce and fellowship structures. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment, and I yield back the remainder of my time. Does any other member seek recognition? Mr. Meeks?
Yeah, I strongly support this amendment. First, Judy Heumann was an inspiration for America and Americans. Someone that we should be hailing for her courage, her fight to make us a more perfect union, to make sure that all people are included. The fact that someone may have a disability does not mean that they can't contribute and move forward. In fact, what Judy have shown is that they can do better than some individuals who have no disabilities, that they contribute to this country, that they make a difference and make us a greater country as a result of it. And it looks and it gives us around the world of how when we include everybody, we're all better for it. You can't leave people on the sidelines because of a disability, or because of a different color of skin, or because of those things that makes America great, because this is what this country is all about. And to create a fellowship so that those who are disabled know that they can be a part of the State Department. They can learn and move forward and give of their minds to make us better. An example for the rest of the world. Too often we see in other countries where people are just put off to the wayside and not allowed to be included. This amendment that Representative Titus is bringing exemplifies a woman that we should all be celebrating and brings forward a class of bright individuals who can contribute to the betterment of our country as we strive to become a more perfect nation. The way that we do that is by inclusion, not exclusion, and having an inclusion in the State Department that would allow and give a fellowship to those with disabilities to know that they too are great patriots is what this is all about and what we should be voting for. So I strongly support Representative Titus's work and amendment. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Any other members seek recognition? Representative Stanton, I think you were raising your hand.
I was. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank my colleague, Congresswoman Titus, for offering this very important amendment. Disability rights are human rights, fundamental to building stronger communities, stronger economies, stronger democracies. When people with disabilities are excluded from education, employment, public life, civic participation, we all lose out on their talents, their perspectives, and their contributions. But when we create accessible and inclusive institutions, everyone benefits. That's true here in the United States, and it is true around the world. That's why I strongly support the establishment of the Judy Heumann Foreign and Civil Service Disability Fellowship, named after one of the leading disability rights advocates in our nation's history. This fellowship recognizes a simple truth. If we want disability inclusion to be a priority in our foreign policy and our government institutions, we need leaders with the knowledge, expertise to advance that mission. This program will strengthen the Department of State's expertise in disability rights, policy, advocacy, and implementation by providing foreign service and civil service officers with the opportunity to work directly with organizations led by and serving people with disabilities. It will also help ensure that our diplomatic workforce is better equipped to advance disability rights and inclusion within the department. And what makes this fellowship especially valuable is its practical approach. Fellows will spend up to a year working with disability-led organizations, studying international disability rights frameworks, and participate in global forums focused on advancing inclusion. This is smart, forward-looking investment in leadership, diplomacy, and human rights by preparing the next generation of public servants to champion disability inclusion at home and abroad. The fellowship will help create a more accessible, equitable, and inclusive world. So I encourage all my colleagues to support this important amendment. Thank you so much. I yield back.
Any further discussion? There being no further discussion, question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Titus. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. No. Opinion of the chair, the amendment is not agreed to. A roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. That vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments? Dina, you got one? The clerk shall distribute the amendment. Clerk shall report the amendment.
The amendment has been distributed by electronic device. Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute, number 316 to H.R. 9087, offered by Ms. Titus of Nevada.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Recognize Representative Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of Amendment 316 to require that Deputy Chief Submission, DCMs, be a career member of the Foreign Service, unless the Secretary certifies to the relevant congressional committee on a case-by-case basis that certain circumstances merit otherwise. Now, it's long been a custom that the President can appoint an ambassador who he likes or has contributed to him or he knows as a relative or a personal friend or has a lot of money or for whatever reason. It can be a political appointee or it can be a career member of the Foreign Service. Usually there's a 60-40 split. 60% of ambassadors are career members of the Foreign Service, while 40% are political appointments. While I think we should have far more career members of the Foreign Service serving as ambassadors, since they are skilled and trained and have expertise in diplomacy, unlike some of those who are serving today, I understand that this is a position that the president has full authority to appoint. If he wants to get rid of some old girlfriend or something, he can do that. Now, for every excellent political ambassador, however, there are a few horror stories. You may have heard some of them yourself, but that's where the deputy chief of mission comes in. The DCM often runs the embassy. That's the person who helps manage the sections alongside the respective section chief. He or she is tasked with day-to-day post operations, helps with moderate country team meetings, this kind of day-to-day activity that is not what the ambassador is involved in. But to be an effective DCM, you have to know the ins and outs of an embassy, how it functions, how the sections interact, what it's supposed to do, who it's supposed to know, etc. And to do that, I believe you should be a career Foreign Service officer. So my amendment is simple. It requires that only members of the Foreign Service can serve as a DCM at post. Now, there's a carve-out for the Secretary to allow for exceptions, so long as he certifies to Congress on a case-by-case basis that special circumstances merit otherwise. But this is a common-sense amendment, I think, that ensures that our embassies, whoever the ambassador is, are effectively advancing those important U.S. national interests and that our posts abroad are functioning efficiently. So I would urge everyone to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Any other members seek recognition? Ranking Member Meeks.
Yeah, I support this amendment. Look, I think it's common sense. It's crucial that we ensure that the deputy chief of mission position is filled by a career member of the Foreign Service. This actually is very important for an ambassador who's never gone to school as far as diplomacy is concerned, who's never been, because sometimes when you're appointed, never been in an embassy before, never have negotiated a diplomatic agreement before. And we know that at times it's a political donor or a friend that a president may appoint. But to have someone with the expertise and training, it's beneficial to the ambassador. The ambassador then has someone that they know is Korea, that has worked with various other folks in the embassy and around, and has someone that they can go to and ask for advice and counsel. You know, no one knows when you come into any organization of that nature, you have to have someone that you can depend upon that has experience. I mean, this is what is really important. So what the gentle lady's amendment does, it doesn't take away the power of the president of appointing an ambassador to the region. You know, as she said, it's 60-40 split. But it tries to make sure that we have someone that understands the workings of an embassy and can work collectively with the ambassador to make sure that we have some continuity. And I also think that that would also keep in these various embassies, which is really important, the morale of those that work in the embassies and for the State Department and those foreign officers in that regard. So I strongly support the gentle lady's amendment, so that we have a deputy chief of mission where the position requires deep experience, crisis management, and an apolitical approach to diplomacy, which I think is important for all of us in that regard, especially the American people. I yield back the balance of my time.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Titus. I recommend a no vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Roll call vote has been requested. Per our previous announcement, that vote will be postponed. Any further amendments? Clerk shall distribute, and the clerk shall report the amendment.
The amendment has been distributed by electronic device. Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute, number 319 to H.R. 9087, offered by Ms.
Without
Titus.
objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. And Representative Titus, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm speaking in support of this Amendment 319, which would prohibit the depiction of living individuals on passport documents. In April, the State Department announced it was finalizing plans to include the image of President Trump on U.S. passports. This is a stark and unprecedented departure from long-standing practice. American passports have historically reflected enduring national symbols, landmarks, historical monuments, foundational ideals, rather than elevating any single contemporary political figure. Introducing the likeness of a recent or living political figure raises serious concerns about the politicization of a nonpartisan federal document and risk aligning the United States with practices more commonly associated with authoritarian systems where state instruments are used to promote or glorify individual leaders. Such a move would not only break with institutional norms, but could also undermine public trust in the neutrality and integrity of federal identification. It invites the perception that official government documents are being used for personal or political gratification rather than serving their intended civic function. This concern is particularly acute given the passport's role as a globally recognized representation of the United States and its democratic values. I sent a letter to the State Department in April outlining these concerns and requesting information on the scope and rationale of the plan, any consultations with Congress or historians before approval of the design, and what impact this would have on the passport application process. In response, the State Department sent back a curt letter that effectively said, the Secretary can do whatever he wants with passports, so just deal with it. Well, that's not good enough of an answer. There needs to be greater congressional oversight into the integrity of a document, excuse me, as important as a U.S. passport. So this amendment would rein in the authority that they're trying to usurp so that we cannot have a North Korea-style self-gratification in this country. This amendment would prohibit passport books, passport cards, or any travel document from bearing the image, likeness, photograph, name, signature, or written identification of any living individual, except, of course, that of the own passport holder's identifying characteristics. It would also suspend the travel privileges of any political appointee at the State Department who authorizes or fails to remedy a violation of the above. We already see Donald Trump's face all over D.C. from the Departments of Justice, Labor, and Education. His face is on the national park passes. Now the Treasury wants to mint coins and bills with his face on it as well. We shouldn't have to see his face when we travel abroad too. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Any further discussion? Recognize myself for a moment. I oppose this amendment. I do understand the nature of your amendment. I would not have wanted a Joe Biden passport in any way, shape, or form, but I do look forward to having a passport with President Trump on it. That's the difference in our politics. I would have loved a Reagan passport if that would have been something that existed, but nobody is forced by any means to get it, and I believe, to the best of my recollection, it's something that's only offered out of the D.C. passport office. But in that, I oppose the amendment, and I thank you for the debate. Any other members seek recognition? Representative Meeks.
I strongly support this amendment because American passports are symbols of our nation, not billboards for one politician's ego. Passports should represent the United States of America and the Constitution we all serve, not the image of whoever happens to hold power at a given moment. This is the United States of America. We don't have kings. We don't have dictators. And our passports should celebrate America and our ideals, not any individual. You know, when I think about it, when I think we see, in other nations where the leader, the current leader of a country has their name, whether it's on money or all over the place or buildings, etc. When I think who they are, I think of Gaddafi. I think of Idi Amin. I think of Vladimir Putin. I think of Kim Jong-un. I think of Saddam Hussein. I think of Mr. Xi. What are these? You can go to those countries and you'll see their names and their likeness and their face over everything. That's not the United States of America. Those are dictators. Those are ones who want absolute power over everything. What makes this nation great is that that's not who we are. We have a democracy, and we take an oath of office, and we respect our Constitution. The chairman in this committee, anytime it opens, he asks us to take a pledge of allegiance, not to a president, not to anybody that's in office. That pledge of allegiance is to the United States of America. Those passports should represent the United States of America. Let's not be like what we see with Xi, Hussein, Kim Jong-un, Putin, Gaddafi, Idi Amin. That's not us. Support this amendment. I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member Meeks. I'd just say too that, we put the Treasury Secretary's signature on our currency. They oversee design of currency. We do it for the purpose of ensuring its authenticity. I understand the argument and debate here fully, but we do it. We do put the signature of the Treasury Secretary on our bills as well. In that, any further discussion? Seeing none. Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Jacobs, didn't see you down there. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Saddam Hussein put his face on currency. Kim Jong-un's portrait hangs in every classroom. And now, Donald Trump wants his photo on passports. And from what I can tell, my Republican colleagues are totally fine with that. This is literally the stuff of authoritarians. Saddam Hussein plastered his portrait on nearly every single public service in Iraq and every piece of currency. Joseph Stalin did the same, saturating public squares and classrooms and government buildings with statues and portraits of himself. Kim Jong-un forces citizens to wear badges with his face on them. This type of move is right out of the dictator's playbook. Be everywhere to establish omnipresence, so it feels like you're always being watched, to create fake legitimacy and cultivate a cult of personality. But even with all of that, none of these authoritarian states have put their sitting head of state's face on their passports. That, of course, doesn't stop President Trump. The President of the United States wants to set a new precedent, both here at home and among the world's dictators, by putting his face on a set of passports carried by American citizens traveling abroad. Voting against this amendment is a vote to let Donald Trump turn passports into his personal propaganda material. It's a vote to let our leader's face belong on our documents, just like Saddam, Stalin, and Kim, and every strongman who needed the state to validate their ego and assert dominance. They couldn't actually earn respect, so they had to manufacture it. They couldn't inspire loyalty, so they demanded it. And they couldn't truly lead without fear, so they had to put their face everywhere so you could never forget or challenge who was in charge. This is a really stupid use of taxpayer dollars and our resources. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment because our passports belong to the American people, not to Donald Trump, and certainly not for his fragile male ego. I yield back.
Representative yields back. I will look forward to seeing who goes out there and chooses to get a passport, because you would have to choose to get one. I would choose to get one. So in the end, it might actually be an economic boon to the State Department for those of us that are buying those passports. So we'll see in the end. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Titus. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Roll call vote has been requested. Per our previous announcement, it will be rolled until later. Any further amendments? Representative Titus. Clerk shall distribute and report your amendment.
The amendment has been distributed by electronic device. Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute, number 321 to H.R. 9087.
Without objection, further reading is dispensed with, and recognize Representative Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this Amendment 321 to require the Secretary to take such steps as may be necessary for the goal of ensuring that 80% of non-immigrant visa applications be interviewed within 3 weeks of receipt and application. I would note that an almost identical provision such as this one passed out of our committee during last year's State Department authorization process. Now, the U.S. is about to play host to some of the most important global sporting events over the next several years. It's going to begin with the FIFA World Cup. Los Angeles is going to host the 2028 Olympics. The 2031 Rugby World Cup will be in the U.S., and the 2034 Winter Olympics will be held in Salt Lake City. In addition, you've got the Formula One Grand Prix in Miami, Austin, and in my district in Las Vegas. These events will supercharge tourism in the U.S., which brings about $2.5 trillion to our economy. That's about 9% of our GDP. But right now, tourism is in a slump. We're seeing a decline of people wanting to come to the U.S. due to tariffs, wars, and the president's rhetoric towards other countries. We're a less attractive place, less convenient. Foreigners can go somewhere else on holiday, and local economies like the one I represent are seeing a real loss in revenue because of this. For example, let me share some other districts with you besides my own in Las Vegas. Rep. Salazar's district, in her district, tourism brings in $32 billion annually. In the Hudson Valley region, where Representative Lawler represents folks, tourism brings in $2 billion annually. Representative Luna's district brings in about $10 billion in tourism annually. And finally, you, Mr. Chairman, have about $4 billion in tourism revenue that comes along the Florida Treasure Coast. So many of us have tourism to thank for a lot of the vibrancy of our respective economies. So we need to make it easier, not more difficult, for people to get to our districts where they can spend money at small businesses. They stay longer, they spend more, adds to the economy, creates jobs, supports local services. At some high-volume consular posts around the world, however, we are seeing massive wait times for tourism visas. It's 11 months in Bogota, 8 months in New Delhi, 7 months in Mexico City, 11 months in Ottawa, and over a year in Vancouver. Now, this is really unacceptable and is hurting our constituents and their respective tourism economies. If we do this amendment, it will help with these enormous wait times, help tourists visit our country, and help our local economies. From our America 250 festivities to these sporting events I mentioned, people want to come, and we need to help make that more convenient. So we need to give support to the Consular Affairs Bureau at state so we can chip away at these backlogs and reduce that wait time to 3 weeks for 80%. So I urge you to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Any other members seek recognition? Ranking Member Meeks.
Yeah, I support this amendment as it encourages the State Department to meet an ambitious but necessary objective of processing non-immigrant visas, and we need to do it as quickly as possible. I think this is practical. It's important. As the gentlelady said, we've got FIFA coming now and others to expedite these non-immigrant visas quickly as possible is something that I think that we should be doing, and I urge all members to vote yes. I yield back the balance of my time.
Representative Stanton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I do want to thank my colleague, Congresswoman Titus, for offering this important amendment. Arizona is home to the largest public university in the country, Arizona State University. Every year, thousands of international students choose to come to Arizona because they see the United States as a place of opportunity, innovation, and academic excellence. But today, too many students and their families are running into the same obstacle: visa interview wait times that are simply too long. I've heard from constituents whose family members have visa appointments more than a year in the future. Imagine having a parent, spouse, sibling in the United States facing a serious illness and being told that the earliest interview available is 12, 14, even 18 months away, with little hope of securing an earlier appointment. By the time the appointment arrives, the opportunity to care for a loved one may have already passed. These delays are not just inconvenient, they have real human consequences. The impact is being felt on our college campuses. President Trump's war of choice in Iran created immediate uncertainty for students hoping to begin or continue their education in the United States. At ASU, visa bottlenecks and travel disruptions caused by the war have made it harder for students to arrive on time, forcing universities and students alike to navigate tremendous uncertainty. Reports have shown that visa appointment slowdowns are already contributing to declines in international enrollment and preventing students from reaching campus when classes begin this fall. That's why I support this important amendment. It establishes a clear goal for the Department of State to ensure 80% of non-immigrant visa applicants are interviewed within 3 weeks of applying, while recognizing that security requirements and consular responsibilities must always be maintained. This proposal does not weaken vetting standards. It does not cut corners. It simply acknowledges that a system that leaves students, researchers, business travelers, family members waiting for more than a year for an interview is not serving our national interests. The United States must always remain a destination of choice for the world's best students. Families facing medical emergencies should have a fair opportunity to be together, and our visa system should reflect the values of a nation that welcomes talent, supports families, and competes globally. So I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Any other members? Recognize myself for a moment. We find common ground. I support this amendment. Ms. Titus, this provision sets an 80% benchmark without tying the State Department's hands. I think this is something we need to be looking at. Basically, anywhere in government where the government owes a certain level of timeliness to decisions, whether it's this or a NEPA permit or anything else, there has to be some sort of threshold for what is timeliness for a decision made by the U.S. government. I support. Any other members seek recognition? Seeing none. Question now occurs. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Ayes have it. Amendment is agreed to. Do you request a roll call vote? No? Yes? Apparently. Sure.
We want a roll call.
A roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. That vote will be postponed. Always. Any further amendments? Mr. Stanton, you have an amendment at the desk. Clerk shall report it, and clerk shall distribute it.
The amendment has been distributed by electronic device. Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute, number 94 to H.R. 9087, offered by Mr. Stanton of Arizona.
Without objection, further reading is dispensed with. Representative Stanton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Foreign Service exam is designed to evaluate candidates' knowledge, skills, and potential to serve as America's diplomats. It assesses the qualifications necessary to succeed in foreign service, from composure to cultural adaptability, teamwork, written communication. Earlier this year, the Trump administration made significant changes to the Foreign Service exam, citing a desire to eliminate, quote, diversity, equity, and inclusion, unquote, and promoting, quote, America first foreign policy, unquote. As part of these changes, a series of questions that historically evaluated how candidates work and communicate with people from different cultures, political systems, and economic backgrounds were removed. The justification was that these questions unfairly disadvantaged, quote, ordinary Americans, unquote, based upon their upbringing. But many career diplomats and the American Foreign Service Association have expressed concern that political ideology is now influencing a process that should remain focused on identifying the most qualified candidates to represent our nation abroad. So my amendment is simple. It requires that any question during the Foreign Service examination process be tied directly to the objectives established in Section 101 of the Foreign Service Act. Section 101 states that, quote, the members of the Foreign Service should be representatives of the American people, aware of the principles and history of the United States, and informed of current concerns and trends in American life. To meet that standard, we need an exam that evaluates cultural adaptability and sound judgment and the ability to work effectively with people from all walks of life. Our diplomats engage every day with individuals from different ethnic, cultural, political, and economic backgrounds. Those skills are not peripheral to the job, they are central to it. This amendment helps ensure that the Foreign Service examination remains focused on the bipartisan goals Congress has long established, selecting the best qualified Americans to represent the United States overseas. So I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you. I yield back.
Ranking Member Meeks, you want to be recognized?
I support this amendment as it will ensure that written and oral examination remains nonpartisan. You know, it's unfortunate that we have to have this kind of amendment. I don't think that we've had this before. I think that when you look at the members of the State Department, I know when I have traveled and have gone and talked to folks at the State Department and all those in embassies around the world, I don't know what their, whether they were Democrats or Republicans or anything else in that regards. But unfortunately, I think that where we are now, as a result of, like individuals who want their faces on passports or other things, they also just want to make sure that individuals will come basically just in our government that will bow, not, for the country, but that will be there for them. So we've got to have amendments of this nature so that we can make sure that we're maintaining a State Department that is inclusive of everyone in America, and that does not ask, questions during their written or oral examination, that deals with their service and things that are outside of the state purposes of achieving the goals outlined in Section 101. That's exactly what this amendment does. I support the gentleman's amendment. I think we all should. I yield back.
Recognize myself. I oppose this amendment. Provision would align the purpose of the written and oral for foreign service examinations with Section 101 of the Foreign Service Act. However, this amendment is overly prescriptive and would limit the State Department's ability to shape the Foreign Service Officer Assessment and Foreign Service Officer Test. Do any other members seek recognition? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Stanton. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Request roll call vote, please.
Roll call vote has been requested. That will be rolled till later. Any further amendments? Representative Stanton, you have one? Another one? Clerk will.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment and report the amendment.
The amendment has been distributed by electronic device. Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute number 100.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and I would recognize Ranking Member Meeks.
Thank you very much.
First? Go ahead, Representative Stanton. You can speak first. I'm okay with it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My amendment makes a common sense addition to the underlying bill. The Foreign Service Board of Examiners is tasked with periodically reviewing the Foreign Service exam. Their job is to determine whether the exam in its current form has any adverse impact on hiring, promotions, or other employment opportunities, and if so, suggestions on how to minimize such adverse impact. The board is only required to report on its finding and suggestions to the Secretary annually. Earlier this year, the Trump administration made significant changes to the Foreign Service exam with a specific focus on eliminating, quote, diversity, equity, and inclusion, unquote, and promoting, quote, America First foreign policy, unquote. I mentioned earlier that AFSA, the union that represents foreign service officers, is extremely concerned that these changes inject political ideology into the foreign service officer selection process. This amendment requires that the Board of Examiners, in coordination with the Bureau of Human Resources, notify Congress of any structural update or change to the Foreign Service exam, including changing the substance of the exam or adding or removing major parts of the examination process. This has ensured Congress has oversight over any changes and can better track its impact on the hiring process. The Foreign Service exam is not meant to be political, but rather representative of the qualities we want to see reflected in our nation's diplomats. Thank you, Chairman Mast, for working with me on this amendment and for your support, and I encourage all of my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield back.
Ranking Member Meeks.
Yeah, I support this amendment as it will provide Congress important information about any changes made to the Foreign Service exam. You know, we have recently seen the department fail to notify or consult Congress, us, about its rushed and, but I believe, politically motivated changes to the Foreign Service exam. And I know that this, you know, again, applies to all presidents and any future exam, no matter who the president is. And, you know, we in Congress, and the reason why the founding fathers, you know, have us as Congress, we are an oversight branch of government. We oversee the executive branch and other things to make sure that the people's will is being done. And that's what this bill does. And so I support it. I think it's important. I yield back.
Recognize myself. I support this amendment, which strengthens congressional oversight and ensures transparency as the State Department continually reviews and updates the Foreign Service examination process. Any other members seek recognition? Seeing none, question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Stanton. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
I still request a roll call vote, please.
Roll call vote has been requested. That will be rolled to a later time.
Thank you so much.
Any further amendments? Mr. Baird, do you have an amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Clerk shall distribute and report the amendment.
The amendment has been distributed by electronic device. Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute number 40 to H.R. 9087 offered
Without
by...
objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Recognize Mr. Baird.
Mr. Chairman, countries around the world have been searching for reliable, cheap, and secure avenues to become energy independent and reduce dependency on volatile oil supply and the supply chains. Developing regions such as Sub-Saharan Africa, Southeast Asia, and South America have begun considering nuclear energy as a plausible path forward. Supply chain constraints such as the Strait of Hormuz being targeted by the terror-sponsoring regime of Iran have showcased that building new energy infrastructure should be fast-tracked. As partner nations consider energy technology, it is pertinent that our diplomacy and our diplomats are armed with programs to consult and teach our allies about safety implementing civil nuclear energy. Including the text of Forge and the Forge Act in H.R. 9087 as an amendment will solidify into law the foundational infrastructure for responsible use of small modular reactor technology and that program, which does exactly that. It is a State Department program to conduct technical consultations, feasibility studies, and advocacy sessions for U.S. diplomats to represent U.S.-designed and manufactured civil nuclear energy technology. China is less than a year from commercializing its first small modular reactor and only a couple of years away from exporting the model of SMRs. Other U.S. adversaries have designed memorandum and understanding with co-op states, such as Mali and Burkina Faso, to build nuclear energy plants in the region that currently is unstable due to rampant terrorist activities. In countries that currently cannot properly govern or protect their territorial integrity from jihadists, I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and look forward to enhancing the State Department's ability to tackle civil nuclear energy in a tool of diplomacy. I yield back.
Ranking Member Meeks.
I support this amendment. This amendment would authorize the foundational infrastructure for responsible use of small modular technology program at the Department of State. This initiative at the State Department, which began under Secretary Blinken and President Biden, is a smart and responsible way to promote U.S. civil nuclear leadership around the world. In particular, it promotes new small modular reactor technology that could provide enormous and cost-efficient amount of clean energy if deployed at scale. So I agree with this amendment. I support it. I urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
Recognize myself. I support this amendment as well. It's a straightforward step to keep America dominant in the global civil nuclear race. So thank you, Mr. Baird, for your work on this. Do any other members seek recognition? Seeing none. The question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Baird. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I want a roll call vote,
Roll call
please.
vote has been requested. That will be rolled until a later time. Any further amendments? You have another one, Mr. Baird?
Yes, I have an
Clerk shall
amendment to
distribute and report that amendment.
The amendment has been distributed by electronic device. Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute, number 41 to H.R. 9087.
Without objection, further reading is dispensed with. Recognize you, Mr. Baird.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in favor of this amendment, which would update existing American funding prohibitions to include UN organizations that enhance the status of the Palestinian Liberation Organization above observer status. The PLO has continued over several decades in acts of terrorism and human rights atrocities. While U.S. laws prohibit funding the UN organizations that give the PLO full membership, the United States must stand with the sole democracy in the Middle East, Israel, against the PLO's attempts to weaponize international organizations. October the 7th, 2023, Hamas conducted the most heinous terror attacks since 1911. Mass rapes, mass killings, 1,200 Israelis killed by the hateful terrorist organization. February 2026, the Secretary General of the PLO stated that Hamas isn't a terrorist organization, even going as far as rejecting calls for Hamas to disarm. At a certain point, you ought to call it what it is. This committee needs to acknowledge that regardless of the signed ceasefires and peace frameworks, there has been little progress in their de-ratification. I yield back.
Ranking Member Meeks, would you like to be recognized?
I oppose this amendment. This amendment will have, and we've opposed this in the past. If passed, this amendment would lead to a cutoff of the United States funding to a number of United Nations bodies that's critical for advancing U.S. interests, including risking a loss of the United States vote in the General Assembly. As the State Department has indicated that if this bill were to become law, it could immediately trigger a potential cutoff funding to the United Nations based not only on the UN General Assembly resolution on Palestinian status adopted in May, but possibly even the Observer State resolution from 2012. Therefore, I strongly oppose this amendment. I yield back the balance of my time.
Any other members seek recognition? Go ahead, Representative Castro.
Thank you, Chairman. I rise in opposition to this amendment, and I want to be clear about why. The Palestinian people are a people. They have a history, they have a homeland, and they have the same right that all people have, the right to determine their own future. Just as the people of Israel have the right to a state of their own, where they can determine their own future, so do the Palestinians. And that's not a radical proposition, it's the position of most of the world. 157 countries, 81% of the nations on earth, representing 90% of the world's population, have in fact recognized the state of Palestine. So this is not a fringe or radical view. The United States, unfortunately, is increasingly an outlier. So I oppose this amendment on those grounds, that it fundamentally denies the rights of the Palestinian people to self-determination and statehood. But it actually does more and would be absolutely devastating to the United Nations and our global leadership. This amendment doesn't just target the Palestinians. By changing the standard from the same standing as a member state to any status, rights, or privileges beyond observer status, it sweeps in far more than what I expect the authors intended. The United Nations General Assembly has granted the state of Palestine certain participatory rights beyond those of an ordinary observer. So, under this amendment, the United States could be forced to cut off our contributions to the General Assembly itself. And when a country falls into arrears at the United Nations, Mr. Chairman, it risks its vote under Article 19 of the UN Charter. In the name of punishing the Palestinians, we could hand away America's voice and influence and our vote at the United Nations itself. And it doesn't stop there, actually. The European Union and the Holy See are full members of a range of international organizations, and neither one meets the standard that this amendment writes into law. The European Union is not a state. It's a union of states. The Holy See holds its membership as the seat of the Catholic Church. It is not technically the state of Vatican City. The Holy See does not meet the standard of having, quote, internationally recognized attributes of statehood, such as a defined territory or permanent population. So if you follow the logic, under this amendment, the United States could be forced to defund and lose our seat and our vote in UN bodies where the EU and the Holy See have been admitted as full members, including, for example, the Food and Agriculture Organization, the World Trade Organization, the International Atomic Energy Agency, the World Intellectual Property Organization, the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons, and the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty Organization. The IAEA, the body that inspects Iran's nuclear program. We could lose our vote and ability to influence its actions. The OPCW, which keeps chemical weapons out of the hands of our enemies as well. We would walk ourselves out of the room in each of those places. Mr. Chairman, this amendment would eviscerate American leadership at the United Nations and across the international system, and it would do so in the name of denying the Palestinian people the right to determine their own future. It does not advance peace. It does not help a single Israeli or a single Palestinian. It only diminishes the influence and the power of the United States. With that, I yield back.
Any other members seek recognition? Recognize myself. I do see it as ridiculous that the U.S. has to step in and stop the UN from rewarding the Palestinian Liberation Organization, the PLO, with increased status. But that's what's going on. This amendment prohibits U.S. from contributing to the UN if the PLO receives any enhancement of status beyond observer status. So in that, I support the Baird Amendment. And do any other members seek recognition? Seeing none. Question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Baird. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Roll call. Roll call vote has been requested. We'll roll it till later. Mr. Baird, do you have another amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have another amendment at the desk.
The clerk will distribute and report that amendment.
The amendment has been distributed by electronic device. Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute number 44 to H.R. 9087, offered by Mr.
Without
Baird.
objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Recognize Mr. Baird.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in favor of this amendment, which exempts passport fees for all Purple Heart and Medal of Honor recipients. The brave men and women who have earned the Purple Heart or the Medal of Honor have demonstrated extraordinary sacrifice and service to our nation. These awards are often earned under the most difficult circumstances imaginable and represent two of the highest forms of military valor. This amendment is a simple yet meaningful way to recognize these recipients. While no benefit can fully repay their sacrifices made by these heroes and their families, this amendment offers an expression of our appreciation, exempting the award recipients from having to pay over $100 to be able to travel as United States citizens. Many Purple Heart and Medal of Honor recipients continue their service long after their military careers end, being exemplary citizens and sharing their stories with future generations. A passport fee should not be and preclude our best community members from traveling internationally. Supporting our veterans should never be a partisan issue, and I thank Representative Mike Levin of California for introducing the standalone bill version of this amendment. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this amendment, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Ranking Member Meeks, you want to be recognized?
Yeah, thank you. I support this amendment as it provides an important exemption for Purple Heart or Medal of Honor awardees. I think it's right good sense. We seek to support them. I support this amendment, Mr. President.
Very good. Recognize myself. I also support this amendment to exempt Purple Heart and Medal of Honor recipients from paying passport fees. The passport is the document that represents American citizenship abroad, and nobody has done more to defend American ideals than those who have earned the Purple Heart, the Medal of Honor, been recognized for their valor, and they're wounded in the line of combat in defense of this country. They should not have to pay an administrative fee to represent America abroad after sacrificing so much for the United States of America. Congress has already created passport fee exemptions for other deserving categories. This amendment adds Purple Heart and Medal of Honor recipients to that existing list. And so very proud of you offering this, Mr. Baird. And do any other members seek recognition? Being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Baird. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, can we have a roll call vote, please?
A roll call vote has been requested, and we will roll that to a later time. Is there a member that has an amendment at the desk? Mr. Zinke, you have an
Thank you,
amendment?
Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Then the clerk will distribute and report that amendment.
The amendment has been distributed by electronic device. Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 9087, offered by Mr. Zinke of Montana.
Without objection, further reading is dispensed with. And Mr. Zinke, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment. This involves Bahrain and the sale of Stinger missiles. Current policy has a one-for-one. That means a replacement for every one. I think we can all agree conditions in the ground, missile defense, drones in the air has changed the requirement. What this amendment simply does is that it gives them access to a weapon system they need for defense. And remember, we have the Fifth Fleet sitting in Bahrain, so it's important in the interest of this nation. So I would urge adoption and passage. With that, I yield.
Thank you, Representative Zinke. Any other members? Representative Ochesky, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment modifies certain conditions previously placed on the transfer of surface-to-air missiles to Bahrain over 3 decades ago. As Bahrain and other Gulf countries continue to face significant threats from Iran, it's important that the U.S. provide the adequate defensive capabilities to help these partners defend themselves and U.S. personnel and facilities in the region. That's why I support this amendment, which updates this outdated provision and maintains appropriate end-use monitoring standards. And with that, I yield back.
Any other members seek recognition? Recognize myself. I support this amendment, which removes an outdated 1990-era restriction that gives Bahrain the flexibility to acquire additional Stinger missiles to address today's threat environment. Bahrain is a major security cooperation partner and host of U.S. Fifth Fleet. They have shown that they are willing and equal partner to the United States, not a dependent. We appreciate them and their work on a great number of fronts. Bahrain is also on the front lines of the Iranian threat. They are facing increasing threats from Iranian drones, cruise missiles, other airborne threats. So strengthening Bahrain's short-range air defense capabilities, it enhances regional deterrence, it improves burden sharing among U.S. partners, and it helps protect both Bahraini and U.S. personnel and facilities from Iranian proxies attacks and Iran's attacks very directly. So thank you for your work on this, Mr. Zinke. Any other members seek recognition? Seeing none, question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Zinke. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request a roll call vote.
A roll call vote has been requested, and we will roll that till later. Are there any further amendments? Representative Ochesky, we will distribute and report your amendment.
The amendment has been distributed by electronic device. Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute number 67 to H.R. 90.
Without objection, further reading is dispensed with. Recognize you, Mr. Ochesky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Currently, the State Department and other civilian agencies do not have the authority to cover pre-K expenses, even though they already provide allowance for kindergarten, elementary, and secondary education. This gap creates inequities for U.S. personnel serving overseas and places additional financial strains on their families. Extending this authority would offer comparable support while promoting early childhood education that improves long-term academic outcomes and reduces future remediation costs. It would also bring these agencies in line with the Department of Defense, which began offering overseas pre-K education benefits for eligible dependents in the 2024-2025 school year. Specifically, this amendment would authorize the department, along with other agencies that have foreign service personnel, to provide an allowance for 1 year of pre-kindergarten education for family members abroad. I'd emphasize that the State Department did not oppose this provision. They simply acknowledged the cost associated with it. Let's help make life more affordable for our brave diplomats representing the best of America abroad. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield back.
Recognize myself. I oppose this amendment, but am willing to work with you more as we consult with State Department to understand how families would be affected and what we can do to better assist them. We will work with you more on this, but I do oppose this amendment at this time. Do any other members seek recognition? Seeing none, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Olszewski. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Request roll call vote.
Roll call vote has been requested. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, that will be postponed. Mr. Olszewski, do you have another amendment?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
Clerk shall distribute and report that amendment.
The amendment has been distributed by electronic device.
Without
Amendment to
objection,
the
further reading is dispensed with. Mr. Olszewski, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for working with us on the prior amendment, as well as for your partnership with your staff negotiating on this amendment in a bipartisan way. This provision reflects bipartisan legislation in the House and Senate, and I appreciate your team working with us on it. This amendment is a common sense provision that reflects modern workforce realities. It ensures that professionals who are experienced are not forced out of service before they are eligible to receive their full Social Security benefits. Under the Foreign Service Act, members of the Foreign Service are forced to retire when they turn age 65, consistent with Social Security's full retirement age in place at the time when the law was enacted. However, when Social Security's full retirement age increased to 67 in 1983, this mandatory retirement age for the Foreign Service remained the same. As a result, Foreign Service officers who are required to retire at 65 can face a gap before they are eligible for full Social Security benefits. This amendment simply fixes that mismatch. It would realign the Foreign Service mandatory retirement age with the FRA, raising it from 65 to 67 and ensuring that it keeps pace with any future changes. America's diplomats dedicate their careers to advancing our national security, protecting American interests abroad, and representing the very best of our country. We should be doing all that we can to ensure they receive the benefits to which they are entitled without delay. This is a modest, practical adjustment that supports our workforce without disrupting the system. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Recognize myself. Mr. Olszewski, I support this amendment, which realigns the Foreign Service retirement age to be consistent with other federal agencies. Importantly, this incorporates State Department technical assistance to ensure this change does not inadvertently impact promotion prospects for Foreign Service officers or anything else. I urge my colleagues to support. Do any other members seek recognition? Seeing none, question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Olszewski. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Roll call vote.
Roll call vote has been requested, and that will be rolled until a later time. I believe Chairman Emeritus McCall, do you have an amendment at the desk?
Mr. Chairman, I do have an amendment.
The clerk will distribute and report that.
The amendment has been distributed by electronic device. Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute number 47 to H.R. 9087 offered
Without
by Mr.
objection,
McCall.
further reading of that amendment is dispensed with. You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In 2024, I led a bipartisan delegation to Dharamshala, India. Had the honor of sitting down with His Holiness, the Dalai Lama. He's one of the most remarkable persons I've ever met, full of warmth, wisdom, and full of humor. At one point, he looked at me and smiled and told me he plans to live to 110. Well, I hope he's right, but we cannot build American foreign policy on the hope that one man lives forever. The Dalai Lama has said he will not be reborn in China, but rather freedom. The question who succeeds the Dalai Lama is coming, and Beijing knows this. Beijing has already built the machinery to hijack this process. Back in 2007, the Communist Party handed itself the supposed authority to approve who may and may not be reincarnated. Let that sink in. An officially atheist government claiming the power to license reincarnation for the Tibetan people. And just this March, the CCP instituted a new law, the Orwellian named Law on Promoting Ethnic Unity and Progress, which stamps out minority languages, minority faiths, and minority cultures, all in the name of ethnic unity. In 2020, this committee did historic bipartisan work by passing the Tibetan Policy and Support Act, establishing a powerful framework to defend the religious freedom of the Tibetan people. But as the CCP's tactics evolved, our statutory language must keep pace with that. The Dalai Lama has already laid out how his successor is to be recognized after he is gone, placing that authority within his own office and the senior leaders of his faith. My amendment affirms that this is the process that U.S. policy recognizes, and the CCP has no role in that. This is not only a matter of faith, Mr. Chairman, it's a matter of national security. If we sit on our hands, Beijing will name a counterfeit Dalai Lama, a spiritual figurehead loyal not to the Tibetan people, but rather to the Communist Party. And it will use him as an instrument of influence across the entire Himalayan region in Nepal, Mongolia, and right along the border of our partner, India. We cannot let the CCP weaponize a centuries-old institution of peace to extend its own control. When I visited the Dalai Lama, again, he told me, I will not be reborn in China, I will be reborn in freedom. We must honor that wish by ensuring this decision rests with him and his people, not with a government that has spent decades trying to erase them and to erase him. Protecting Tibet has always been a bipartisan cause in this committee, and our law should say so just as clearly. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back.
Mr. Ochesky?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this amendment, which amends statute to make clear that China's intervention in the succession process for the Dalai Lama is unacceptable. This amendment will make clear that we stand with the Tibetan people in the face of Beijing's repression. With that, I yield back.
Recognize myself. I support this amendment and make clear that the United States will not stand by as the CCP tries to erase Tibetan Buddhism off the map. Thank you for your work on this, Chairman Emeritus McCall. And do any other members seek recognition? Seeing none, question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative McCall. All those in favor signify by saying yes. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The
Mr.
amendment
Chairman,
is agreed
ask
to.
for a roll call vote.
A roll call vote has been requested, and that will be rolled until a later time. Mr. Ochesky, do you have an amendment?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
Clerk will distribute and report that.
The amendment has been distributed by electronic device. Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute number 78 to
Without
HR.
objection, further reading of that amendment is dispensed with. And Mr. Ochesky, you are recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would ensure that Foreign Service officers receive per diem allowances and other lodging for home leave in between tours of service. Currently, Congress mandates through the Foreign Service Act that Foreign Service officers must take 30 days of so-called home leave in between tours of duty abroad. This 30 days of home leave must take place in the United States and is a way of ensuring that FSOs do not lose track of their American roots. I support home leave, and I believe it's an important way to ensure FSOs are connected to our country while they spend so much time abroad. However, FSOs are currently unable to receive per diem, lodging, and allowances for that home leave. This is a financial burden for many FSOs who may not have accessible lodging in the States. A family of 4, for example, would be required to pay out of pocket for department-mandated leave for a spouse and children. This amendment simply requires the department to provide per diem, allowances, and lodging to Foreign Service officers to ease that burden of an important and necessary return to the United States. I hope my colleagues will support this amendment, and I yield back.
Recognize myself. I support this amendment, which ensures Foreign Service officers on government-directed leave are not left without the benefits needed to make that leave sustainable. It closes a gap that has existed for too long and aligns with previous efforts to allow FSOs to use military housing during the same mandatory 30-day leave period. When the department orders an FSO to return to the United States for required leave, it is only fair that the government provide the support necessary to carry out that order effectively. This amendment was negotiated in good faith and is a common sense measure that benefits our diplomats, and I urge my colleagues to support it. Any other members seek discussion? Seeing none, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Olszewski. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Ask for a roll call vote.
Roll call vote has been requested, and that will be rolled until a later time. Who has an amendment next? Representative Smith, do you have an amendment?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Then the clerk will distribute and report that amendment.
The amendment has been distributed by electronic device. Amendment to the amendment in the nature
Without
of...
objection, further reading of that will be dispensed with, and you are recognized, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the Walter Patterson Justice and Extradition Act would require the President to submit annual reports to Congress identifying fugitives residing around whose extradition is sought by the U.S., describing diplomatic efforts to secure their return, assessing barriers to extradition, and tracking the outcomes of such cases. The bill responds to the problem that some foreign governments have refused to extradite individuals convicted of serious crimes in the United States, thereby undermining the rule of law and denying justice to victims and their families. This refusal to extradite have involved individuals from my own district in New Jersey, individuals murdered by brutal killers who sought refuge abroad, and New Jersey families who suffer from the inability to find closure and justice and accountability as they see the killer of the beloved family member living freely abroad and even taunting the family. In particular, it's motivated by the story of Walter Patterson, murdered by George Wright, who was convicted of the murder, sentenced, but escaped and today lives openly in Portugal. In 1963, George Wright was convicted in connection with a gas station robbery in Wall Township, New Jersey, during which Walter Patterson, a decorated World War II veteran and Bronze Star recipient, was beaten and shot to death. Wright was subsequently sentenced to 15 to 30 years, but in 1970 escaped from Leesburg State Prison, now renamed Bayside State Prison. In 1972, he and 4 other men hijacked a Detroit to Miami flight, taking the plane to Algeria, where they disappeared. For 41 years, George Wright's whereabouts were unknown, and he built a life on lies and deception. When George was located, George Wright that is, in Portugal in 2011 by a retired FBI agent, the Patterson family naturally thought that as a convicted felon and prison escapee and also a hijacker of an airliner, he would be speedily returned to the U.S. to finish serving the sentence he received for the murder of Walter Patterson. Portugal, after all, is a close ally committed to the rule of law and has a longstanding extradition agreement with the United States. Shockingly, the Portuguese government rejected the U.S. extradition request in November of that year, and efforts to reverse that decision. And I've met with the embassy, I've met with other diplomats in Portugal, all like I'm talking to that wall. No response whatsoever. The Patterson family, so deeply wounded by the murder of their beloved family members and then by the murderer's escape, are bewildered and angry at Portugal's refusal to extradite George Wright. I held a number of hearings on this, one of them in 2012, and Walter Patterson's daughter, Ann, said this, testimony. The $70 that George Wright and Walter McKee stole wasn't enough. They had to beat my father beyond recognition. George Wright was identified by the imprints of the stock on his gun on my father's skin. If there had not been such a beating, the doctors could have operated on the bullet wound to the abdomen, and it is quite possible that Daddy would still be here with us today. The funeral home asked for a photo of her father so that they could make him look like the picture. Does that sound odd to you, she said? My father was unrecognizable. And then she went on with tears in her eyes to tell the rest. That was at a hearing that I held back in 2012. We did a markup in 2016 on this bill, and it never made its way to the floor. You know, delay is denial, but we cannot, there's no statute of limitations on a murder, a heinous murder like this one, and this man needs to be extradited to the United States. I commend the FBI agent for his tenacity in tracking him down. We know where he lives. We need to go get him. And this legislation would at least tell the State Department, tell us about this case and every other case, because we have had crickets for many, many years. Nothing, no help whatsoever. Yield back.
Mr. Olszewski.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this amendment as well, which would provide Congress with valuable information about the number of fugitives to whom the U.S. is seeking extradition, along with other information. I yield back.
Mr. Castro, you looking to be recognized? You're premature. So recognize myself for a moment. I would say this justice delayed is justice denied. The United States should never stop seeking justice for victims and their families simply because a criminal has fled overseas. Sometimes that can be the most frustrating thing to any family. This amendment would require a report to Congress on U.S. efforts to extradite or rendition fugitives, including George Wright, who was convicted of murdering Walter Patterson, a World War II veteran, Bronze Star recipient, and other unresolved cases. So thank you for your work on this, Mr. Smith. Anybody else seek recognition? Seeing none, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Smith. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Roll call vote has been requested. We will roll that to a later time. Who has the next amendment?
Mr. Castro.
Representative Castro, you have an amendment?
I do, Chairman. Amendment number 137.
Clerk will distribute and report.
The amendment's been distributed via electronic device. Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute number 137 to H.R. 9087 offered by Mr. Castro of Texas. At the appropriate place, insert the following. Section, returning policy execution to diplomatic efforts. Section 104 of the Foreign Service Act of 1908 is amended in paragraph 2 by striking "and" at the end. In paragraph 3 by striking the period at the end and inserting "and by adding at the end the following.
Further reading is dispensed with. Representative Castro, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. The Foreign Service exists to carry out the foreign policy of the United States, the policy set by the President and the Secretary of State, and do it through diplomacy. And that's right, and I have no quarrel with it. H.R. 9086, the text we considered earlier, includes language that would integrate this mission into the statutory definition of the Foreign Service's mission and function. My amendment makes one change. The provision as written says the service executes policy, quote, consistent with policies established by the President and the Secretary. My amendment adds just a few words before that, quote, consistent with the Constitution of the United States law, and policies established by the President and the Secretary. And so that's the entirety, that's the whole amendment. The Constitution and the laws of the United States. And I'd suggest this should be hopefully the easiest vote that we take today. The President's own oath, the one every President takes, is to, quote, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. And the President's duty under Article 2 is to, quote, take care that the laws be faithfully executed, unquote. The President's policies draw this authority from the Constitution and the law. So what I'm proposing is that when we describe how the Foreign Service carries out the President's policies, we name the foundation those policies stand upon. We put the Constitution and the laws of the United States directly in the Foreign Service's mission. It's a reminder for all of us that we're public servants, and that includes the President of the United States, the Secretary of State, and that we're all bound by the Constitution and United States laws. I yield back.
Ranking Member Meeks, would you like to be recognized? Very good. Recognize myself. I support this amendment, which amends the Foreign Service Act to add adherence to the United States Constitution as one of the core functions of the Foreign Service Act. Common sense initiative that strengthens the role of our diplomats by reinforcing fidelity to the Constitution and the laws of the United States, restoring and reinforcing fidelity to the Constitution among our Foreign Service officers is a common sense step. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Anybody else seek recognition? Question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Castro. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Roll call vote has been requested. That will be rolled to a later time.
Any other amendments?
Who has the next amendment?
Mr. Castro.
Representative Castro, you have another one? Clerk will
Thank you,
distribute
Chair.
and report it.
Yeah, 131, Amendment 131.
The amendment has been distributed by electronic device. Amendment to the amendment in the nature
Further
of a
reading is dispensed with. Representative Castro, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. This provision does something simple and overdue. It makes sure that our chiefs of mission, our ambassadors, actually understand the U.S. Department of Defense's programs operating in the country where they serve as our lead representatives. So here's the problem that it solves. For certain defense cooperation programs, the law requires the chief of mission to sign off, to give or withhold concurrence, and the ambassador is the gatekeeper. But ambassadors are diplomats, not military officers. Many have told us plainly that they are, quote, not well equipped to assess these programs. They may not know what questions to ask. And when one ambassador hands off to the next, the details of these programs can simply get lost. So that's a real gap. And we're asking the chief of mission to be a check, but they need the training in order to do that. This provision addresses that issue, which has been well documented, including in a 2022 report by the Brennan Center for Justice, which found that those at the State Department, quote, struggle to understand and gain insight into the reach of U.S. hostilities in the countries these programs operate in. So I appreciate your support in including in the base text of H.R. 9086 language regarding the creation of a program to train chief of missions on these authorities. My amendment here today additionally includes specific references to the DoD program that the training should cover and strengthens the requirement that chiefs of mission undergo the training with a waiver included. I urge my colleagues to support the measure.
Ranking Member Meeks, you want to be recognized?
Yeah, I strongly support this amendment. This language would train our ambassadors on the authorities, requirements and limitations applicable to defense cooperation programs that we have with countries so that they are better prepared to engage with foreign partners. It's just a common sense amendment to make sure that our folks are prepped, make sure that our folks are educated on the issues. I mean, I can even sometimes, being on this committee on foreign affairs or not on HASC, so I've had to make sure that I become knowledgeable about some of the HASC issues. I think there's something similar here, and so I strongly support the gentleman's amendment.
Recognize myself, I support this amendment. Chiefs of mission play a vital role in overseeing U.S. security cooperation and partner force assistance making proper training on these authorities pretty essential in my opinion, but real-world operational demands can make it very difficult for a chief of mission to complete the required training before arriving on their post. This amendment creates a limited 180-day waiver that requires the Secretary to certify to Congress the reason for a delay, preserving accountability while providing necessary flexibility. So thank you for your work on this. Do any other members seek recognition? Seeing none, question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Castro. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Roll call.
Roll call vote has been requested. We'll do it at a later time. Somebody else have an amendment at the desk here? Castro.
I still have a few.
Clerk will report and distribute it.
Number 120.
The amendment's been distributed by electronic device. Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Further
number
reading
100.
is dispensed with. Representative Castro, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. This is a straightforward, hopefully what you'll consider a good government provision, and it fits squarely within what this committee says that it cares about, making our fight against drug trafficking, organized crime, and corruption actually work. The State Department's Bureau of International Narcotics and Law Enforcement, INL, runs some of the most important programs we have in the Western Hemisphere and around the world. Counter narcotics, breaking up transnational criminal organizations, going after money laundering and illicit finance, building the rule of law in countries where corruption is the real national security threat. These are complicated programs with their own legal authorities, their own programmatic requirements, and real human rights obligations attached to them. The people we ask to administer and oversee this assistance need to understand all of those things. So this provision sets up training for them. It covers the legal authorities and requirements behind INL's narcotics and law enforcement assistance. It covers countering organized crime, money laundering, and illicit finance. It covers anti-corruption and promoting the rule of law. And it covers the human rights obligations that govern this assistance under the Leahy Law. When we train and equip foreign security forces, getting the human rights vetting right is necessary. The training would make sure the officers carrying out this work are equipped to do it well, lawfully, and effectively. And I urge my colleagues to support it and I yield back.
Ranking Member Meeks.
Yeah, I support Representative Castro's amendment. That would ensure that human rights are included in all curriculum developed for our foreign service. I think that when we are training our foreign service officers, we need to make sure that we're talking about human rights and humanitarian issues. It is the values of which we should have as Americans, and the values of human life, and to make sure that when we're talking about it, that we understand it, and so the training of our officers become really, really important. So therefore, the curriculum should be a part of that, so that they get the appropriate training, and we make sure that as we are serving individuals in foreign lands with allies especially, that we do so in a humanitarian way. So I support the gentleman's amendment. I yield back.
Recognize myself. I also support this amendment. INL administers billions of dollars in narcotics control and law enforcement assistance around the world. We want Foreign Service members responsible for managing those programs to be properly trained in the authorities that they have that govern the work that they're doing. So I support the amendment. Any further discussion? Seeing none, question now occurs on the amendment by Representative Castro. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Roll call.
Roll call vote has been requested. It'll be rolled to a later time. Mr. Castro, you have another amendment?
Yes, Chairman. 121.
Clerk will distribute and report it.
The amendment's been distributed by electronic device. Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute, number 121.
Further reading is dispensed with. Mr. Castro, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. We spend a lot of time in this committee talking about the cartels, about the violence they commit, the drugs they traffic, the people they exploit, and we absolutely should do that. But there's one part of the conversation that too often gets left out of the discussion, and it's somewhat of an uncomfortable one. The cartels and the gangs tearing up overwhelmingly with guns that come from our country, the United States. The vast majority of the firearms recovered from criminal organizations in Mexico and Central America and in the Caribbean were sourced, originated in the United States. And that's what the tracing data shows. So if we're serious about the cartels, then we have to be serious about the guns that they're using. You cannot fight these organizations while ignoring the thing that makes them deadly. This amendment is a practical, common sense step toward doing that. The ATF runs a system called eTrace, a web-based tool that lets law enforcement trace a recovered firearm back to its source. It's a powerful instrument. When a gun is recovered at a crime scene in Mexico or in the Caribbean, eTrace can help follow that weapon back up the chain to the dealer, the straw purchaser, or the trafficking network. But the system only works if our partners in the region are actually using it. And right now, there are real gaps in participation across the hemisphere. My amendment directs the State Department through the INL Bureau, working with our Western Hemisphere experts and in coordination with the ATF to help close those gaps, to work with law enforcement agencies across the region to increase their participation in eTrace. And it specifically includes something simple but important, translation services. Because one of the reasons participation lags is that the tools and the data aren't fully accessible to our Spanish-speaking partner agencies. That's a fixable problem, and this amendment fixes it. This doesn't restrict any American citizen's rights under the Constitution. It doesn't regulate a single firearm sale. It's about one thing, giving law enforcement, ours and our partners, the ability to trace these weapons, identify the traffickers, and shut the networks down. It's about information and cooperation and catching criminals. And it asks the State Department to report back to this committee in 2 years on how it's going so that we can hold them accountable. If we want to take on the cartels, we have to choke off the flow of guns that arm them. This amendment is a step toward exactly that. I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield back.
Ranking Member Meeks.
Yeah, I support this amendment. This amendment will help increase cooperation between the United States and countries in our own hemisphere to track down the individuals that are arming, equipping, and supporting transnational crime organizations. We know that these guns and munitions were not manufactured in many of our border countries, especially to the south. As Representative Castro said, they came from the United States. So having a cooperation with our countries in our hemisphere to track down and using various forms of information is really important. It also then lets the cartels know that they're not going to be able to move around and get weapons, or whether they're here in the United States or in one of these other countries, with impunity. I have found, for example, just using as an example, what's taking place in Haiti right now. You see individuals who are part of the cartels who are doing various things, and they try to come back and forth to the United States. They cover up their tracks with where the weapons are coming from. They think they have complete impunity. This helps stop that. Helps makes our hemisphere a better and safer place. It's working collectively together, so this is a well thought out, and I believe very important amendment that does not infringe, as Mr. Castro said, on Americans' right to arms. So this is something that should be bipartisan. I think it would send a strong and the right message to the cartels that you're not going to be able to move around with impunity. We're going to track you down, and we're going to hold you accountable. I yield back.
Recognize myself. I support this amendment. It's a good common sense law enforcement cooperation amendment for the United States ATF working with Mexican law enforcement as an example. So it promotes good work across multinational law enforcement agencies. Any other members seek recognition? Seeing none, question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Castro. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Roll call.
Roll call has been requested. That will be rolled till a later time. Do you have another amendment, Mr. Castro?
I do, Chairman. 122.
Clerk will distribute and report.
The amendment has been distributed by electronic device. Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute number 122 to HR.
Further reading is dispensed with. Representative Castro, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. And Chairman, before I begin my remarks, I have a small edit to the text, changing the number 5 on page 2, line 15, to a 3. This was requested as we were discussing with the majority staff, requested change of which I'm supportive.
Without objection, so ordered.
So before I begin, I want to thank my colleagues and Representative, including Representative Young Kim. She and I have worked together for years on improving the effectiveness of U.S. foreign assistance, on making sure that what we do abroad is rigorous, accountable, and actually delivers results. And this amendment is very much in that spirit. So I'm grateful for that long working partnership. This is about making sure every dollar of foreign assistance goes as far as possible in delivering the maximum impact possible. It establishes the Development Innovation Ventures Program into law. It essentially brings a venture capital type approach to foreign assistance. Instead of committing enormous sums up front and hoping for the best, this program funds new ideas at a small scale, tests them rigorously to see what actually works, and then scales up only the solutions that have proven they can improve lives cost effectively. It's evidence tiered. We take modest risks at the early stage, and we put the bigger money behind only what the evidence has already validated. Now, I've said for years, going back to my work on development innovation a decade ago, that this is some of the smartest work that we do. Development innovation isn't about spending money, it's about delivering results. The ideas, the technology, and the approaches that come out of these programs come back and benefit Americans as well. And we're not just giving, we're building things that work and learning what works in ways that serve our own country. What I appreciate about this model is that it's built around exactly the principles this committee says it cares about: rigorous evidence of impact, cost effectiveness, and the potential to scale and become financially sustainable. And those are the 3 core principles written into this amendment. With that, I yield back.
Ranking Member Meeks.
Yeah, I support this amendment, which surges funding to innovative organizations transforming the ways in which we implement development assistance programs overseas. This program supports common sense solutions that improve millions of lives, promotes great efficiency in foreign aid, and ensure greater value for the American taxpayer. So I'm proud to support and ask my colleagues also to support this measure. Yield back.
Any other members? Recognize myself. I support this amendment. It will help ensure that the actual impact of our programs abroad is advancing every dollar that is used in a very specific and pinpointed way, working to make for better cost savings, budget savings, not waste, fraud, and abuse. So I support the amendment. Anybody else? Seeing none, question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Roll call.
Roll call's been requested. That'll be done at a later time. Do we have another amendment to do? Castro, go ahead.
Yes, Chairman, number 124.
Clerk will distribute and report.
The amendment's been distributed by electronic device. Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute number 124 to
Further
HR.
reading is dispensed with. Representative Castro, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. For years now, we've organized our strategy around a region we call the Indo-Pacific. It's a recognition that the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean form a continuous theater where U.S. foreign and defense policy must be coordinated. But if you look honestly at where our attention, our resources, and our planning have actually gone, the truth is it's been weighted heavily towards the Pacific. The Indian Ocean, has too often been an afterthought. So my amendment is, in plain terms, about putting the Indo back into Indo-Pacific. And this is not a small piece of the map. The Indian Ocean is home to some of the most critical trade routes on Earth. A huge share of the world's commerce and energy moves through these waters. We spend a great deal of time in this committee, rightly, on what challenges the People's Republic of China poses to the United States. Well, the Indian Ocean is where a lot of that competition is actually playing out. Beijing understands that. For years, methodically, China has been building ports, extending loans, and expanding its presence across that region, while we've engaged in fits and starts. This amendment requires the State Department, working with the Department of Defense, to do something straightforward: develop an actual strategy for the Indian Ocean region and report that to Congress. It asks the hard questions we should already be answering. Where do our interests align with the countries of the region? What exactly is China doing country by country? Where are the gaps in our own diplomatic presence, including the island nations where we don't even have an embassy? And what would it actually take to close those gaps? I want to draw attention to a few things this review insists on. First, it puts the partnership with India at the center, where it belongs. Deeper security cooperation, deeper economic ties. India is the anchor of the Indian Ocean, and you cannot have a serious Indo-Pacific strategy that treats the world's most populous democracy as a secondary concern. And second, it takes the Quad seriously. The Quad, the United States, India, Japan, and Australia, is one of the most important forums we have. Just last week, in this room, Secretary Rubio reaffirmed the importance of the Quad partnership and said that there will be a leaders meeting before the end of the year. We should be deepening our work with the Quad, which has an enormously consequential role in the Indian Ocean. This review requires us to lay out concretely how we deepen that cooperation. And third, and this matters to me, it doesn't treat this as a purely military question. It asks about diplomacy, about economic connectivity, about whether we have enough diplomats and embassies on the ground. Because in this competition, presence and partnership are how we win. You don't win the Indian Ocean by retreating from it. There's broad agreement on this committee that we need to compete and that we need to stand with India and our partners. I'll add that this is not a new idea of mine. It's a priority that I've worked to advance before. In the 118th Congress, I introduced this language as a bill with Rep. Issa, and the Senate version was led by Senators Tim Scott, Tim Kaine, and Marco Rubio, now Secretary of State, and Chris Coons. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back.
Ranking Member Meeks.
Yeah, I support this amendment, which requires the State Department to submit a strategy for engagement with the region. Similar language was already included in H.R. 5300, and the idea of an Indian Ocean Strategic Review has a distinguished bipartisan history as a standalone bill in the 118th and 117th Congresses. I applaud, again, Mr. Castro for his dedicated engagement on this issue, and I hope that with this amendment, we will finally have language to get this concept over the finish line. Thank you, Mr. Castro, and I yield back.
Recognize myself. I support the amendment. The Indian Ocean is one of the fronts in great power competition with China. They've spent decades quietly building ports, bases, political influence across the region. I look forward to reading what comes forward after this amendment is enacted into law. Anybody else seek recognition? Seeing none. Question now occurs on the amendment by Representative Castro. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Roll call.
Roll call has been requested. We'll do that at a later time. I believe we're going to go to
One more.
last one for Castro and then one for Mr. Davidson, and then we will recess after that for votes.
129.
Clerk will distribute and report.
The amendment has been distributed by electronic device. Amendment to the amendment.
Further reading is dispensed with. Representative Castro, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. This amendment is about a simple proposition that when the United States spends money fighting crime, drug trafficking, and supporting the rule of law abroad, we should be able to prove that the foreign assistance works. For decades, the United States has spent billions of dollars on counter-narcotics and law enforcement assistance across the Western Hemisphere and around the world. And too often, it's hard to quantify the actual impact or results of these programs. We funded counter-narcotics programs that didn't have clear goals, didn't have real buy-in from the host governments, and didn't have any plan for what happens when the U.S. money runs out. We'd fund something for years, the funding would end, and the problem would still be there and sometimes get even worse. This amendment calls for a different approach, and it does so by following the recommendation of the Western Hemisphere Drug Policy Commission, the bipartisan commission this committee itself created. One of that commission's central recommendations was to move towards compact-based assistance modeled on the Millennium Challenge Corporation, the MCC. That's exactly what this amendment establishes. Here's how a compact works and why it's better in this case. We work jointly with a partner country to identify what the most pertinent law enforcement, drug trafficking, or rule of law challenges that country faces, and then we make a durable commitment to supporting their efforts to address those very issues. And first, it's results-oriented. A compact isn't an open-ended check. It's a multi-year agreement built around specific, clearly defined objectives, a discrete law enforcement or counter-narcotics goal that we and the partner country actually share and agree on, with regular benchmarks to measure whether we're actually making progress. We define what success looks like up front, and then we track it. Second, it requires real buy-in from the host government. This is the part that matters most. A compact requires the partner country to put its own money on the table, a meaningful financial contribution on top of what they already spend, and to increase that contribution over time. Because a program only works if the country we're helping actually owns it. We're not doing this to them or for them, we're doing this with them. And third, it's built to end. Every compact requires a strategy for how the partner country sustains the progress after our assistance expires, and increasing cost share so that over time, the country takes ownership of the issue itself. The goal is not permanent dependence or assistance from the United States. The goal is to help a country build the capacity to handle the problem on its own, and then we step back. Finally, Mr. Chairman, the compacts that this amendment would require include significant protections to ensure that these compacts are transparent and follow the law, including regular certifications from the Secretary of State on the status of the compacts and independent reviews by the Government Accountability Office. This is how foreign assistance should work. Clear goals, shared investment, measurable results, a path to the partner standing on its own, and full transparency to the Congress and to the American people. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back.
Ranking Member Meeks.
Yeah, I support this amendment, which will increase our cooperation with partners across the globe to set and achieve anti-crime and law enforcement goals. Very important. Ask all members to support. I yield back.
Recognize myself. I support this amendment. I thank Representative Castro for working with me on it. It authorizes foreign assistance compacts to counter narcotics trafficking and strengthen law enforcement partners abroad. So I appreciate the work. Any other members seek recognition? Seeing none. Question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Castro. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Roll call.
Roll call has been requested. We'll roll that to a later time. And Mr. Davidson, do you have an amendment at the desk?
Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will distribute and report.
The amendment has been distributed by electronic device. Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Further reading is dispensed with. Mr. Davidson, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. This amendment prohibits the Secretary of State from expending funds or taking any action to fire an officer for having pro-life views. I offer this amendment to prohibit the Secretary of State or the State Department from firing an individual who holds pro-life views. We cannot allow future administrations the ability to fire State Department employees simply because they believe that life begins at conception. This is a common sense amendment to ensure that the right to life is respected, while the Hyde Amendment and Helms Amendment, Mexico City policy are all current policies of the United States. We know some people disagree on that, but having your own view on it, while often associated with religious freedom, could be cited as a policy difference. I think it's important to protect this view, and I encourage support for the amendment. I yield back.
Ranking Member Meeks.
Yes, I strongly oppose this amendment because it's another unnecessary measure before us today. No one at the State Department is in danger of being removed from their position due to their personally held anti-choice views. If this were a more serious effort, the amendment would bar the removal of officials based on any views they hold on reproductive freedoms. But that's not what this amendment does. So I'm not going to allow this markup to be, and it should not be, manipulated for the purpose of advancing culture war amendments, and that's what this does. And so I urge my colleagues to oppose this measure. I yield back.
Recognize myself. I urge strong support of this amendment. State Department should recognize the value of human life. How often are we in this room where somebody's talking about or actually casting blame that if the United States of America doesn't send the money of its taxpayers abroad, that somebody could lose their life? It should be recognized the intrinsic value of human life at conception. So I appreciate this amendment. No employee should face termination just because they hold pro-life beliefs. And this amendment would prohibit removal of federal employees based upon those views. This provision aligns with an amendment I supported during consideration of the State Department authorization bill, and it reflects the committee's broader commitment to conscious protection. And I thank you, Representative Davidson, for your work on this amendment. I urge my colleagues to support. Anybody else seek recognition? Seeing none, question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Davidson. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. A roll call vote has been requested, and we will roll that vote until later. The committee will stand in recess until, I believe we will reconvene around 2:15, hopefully, if the votes close on time and we can get back here. Just opening this up to make sure the system's up and working. Committee postponed further proceedings on reporting H.R. 9086 Foreign Service Modernization Act favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The question now occurs on reporting the measure to the House with a favorable recommendation. Members will vote utilizing the electronic voting system, and the clerk will open the vote. And this will probably be open for a little bit till everybody gets here. No need to be in order. You got time before everybody gets here. Maybe. Which one is this? Have all members voted? Any member wish to change their vote? Clerk shall close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 38, the noes 2.
The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table, and staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. Committee postponed further proceedings on reporting H.R. 1939, the U.S. Engagement in Sudanese Peace Act, as amended favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The question now occurs on reporting the measure to the House with a favorable recommendation. Members will vote utilizing the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Any member wish to change their vote? Clerk shall close the vote, report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 34, noes 5.
The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Without objection, staff is authorized to without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes.
All right, let's pause for a second. Yes. That's going to be all the votes for right now.
That is all the votes for today. We will resume amendment debate, and we will vote on the amendments at a later time. So everybody is aware.
We will resume amendment debate on 9087. So, do we have any?
We have any further amendments on H.R. 987? Mr. Olszewski, I believe you're up.
I do, Mr. Chairman. Amendment desk.
Clerk shall report and distribute the amendment.
The amendment's been distributed by electronic device.
Without objection, further reading is dispensed with. Mr. Olszewski, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The cost of living crisis is, at its core, a housing crisis. Today, more than 75% of homes across the country are unaffordable for the typical American household. We should be working to ease that burden, especially for those who dedicate their careers to advancing our national security and representing the very best of our country. Under the military system, the basic allowance for housing provides tax-free housing support every year to roughly 1 million service members. By comparison, the Foreign Service employs about 15,000 people, most of whom are assigned overseas. But unlike military personnel, Foreign Service officers assigned to domestic posts away from their home residence receive no housing assistance. They're expected to cover the full cost of housing at their assignment while continuing to maintain their primary residence. For example, a Maryland resident assigned to a State Department post in Anchorage receives no housing allowance despite being stationed far from home. This amendment would change that. It would establish a basic allowance for housing for members of the U.S. Foreign Service assigned to domestic posts modeled on the DoD's existing program. It would also help address a growing recruitment challenge. The department has struggled to attract Foreign Service officers to D.C. and other domestic assignments, and housing costs are a major reason why. At its core, this is a common sense step to bring parity between the Foreign Service and the military, both of which require frequent relocation in ways that civil service does not. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Any further discussion? Mr. Meeks, ranking member, is recognized.
I support this amendment as it will support Foreign Service employees who are reassigned within the United States over 50 miles from their home. Really important. You know, we had some that was stuck and reassigned or left out and they could not get back home. So this is a very important amendment, and I want to thank Congressman Olszewski for producing it, and I think we all should support this amendment. Yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion? Recognize myself. I oppose this amendment. While I support the goal of extending benefits that members of military receive to our frontline diplomats, this amendment was brought forward with little notice. There was no prior consultation with this committee, Department of State, or the appropriators. We don't know the cost. It would likely run into the millions of dollars. There's no clear allowance structure, and this is not the kind of change we should be making without that kind of information. I'd welcome to work with the sponsor of this effort in the future once we have time to properly consult with the appropriators and the department. But for now, I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. Any further discussion? Without objection, further reading. No, sorry. Ms. McBride, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank the chairman and ranking member for their bipartisan work on the bills this committee is considering today. While we've moved past consideration of the Foreign Service Modernization Act, I do want to come and speak in support of Representative Lawler's bill, and I'm pleased that it just passed this committee. The Foreign Service Modernization Act makes critical updates to the Foreign Service Act to ensure our Foreign Service officers are equipped to meet the challenges of today's foreign policy and that our diplomats have the tools and support they need to succeed overseas. I'm especially proud that my bill, the Stop Scamming Americans Act, was included in this bipartisan process. Every day, people in Delaware and across the country receive the same kinds of scam texts and calls: a message claiming they owe money for an unpaid toll, a fake package delivery notice directing them to a suspicious link, a caller pretending to be their bank, their utility company, or even a loved one in distress. These scams have become a fact of daily life. I've blocked dozens of numbers on my phone. I know I'm not alone, and yet new scam messages continue to appear every day. For many Americans, this is more than just an annoying call or text. In a matter of minutes, a scammer can take hold of personal information, access financial accounts, and transfer money. And the results are devastating. And what's often not recognized is that these scams are not the work of isolated bad actors. They're sophisticated transnational criminal organizations targeting Americans at a massive scale. Americans are losing an estimated $119 billion to online scams every year. The FBI received more than 1 million complaints related to internet crime last year. $7.7 billion was stolen from older Americans in 2025 alone. Sadly, in many cases, these criminal enterprises are also connected to human trafficking. In countries across the world, victims are trapped in scam compounds, threatened, abused, and forced to target Americans. And there are widespread reports of corruption and government cooperation that allow these lucrative crime rings to grow. This is not simply a consumer protection issue. It is a human rights issue, a national security issue, and a foreign policy issue. That's why our diplomats must be prepared to engage with foreign governments on this challenge. My legislation authorizes training on international scam syndicates for chiefs of mission, deputy chiefs of mission, and foreign service officers assigned to countries where significant online scam activity targets Americans. In order to take down these crime rings, our diplomats must understand where these networks operate, how they move money, how they exploit vulnerable people, and what tools are available to work with our allies to dismantle them. We should be using every tool available to protect Americans from scams, and that includes diplomatic tools that can help prevent, detect, and respond to foreign scammers. Because scammers are stealing from our constituents every single day, and our government should not just be aggressive in going after them, but should use the full might of our diplomatic efforts, I'm proud that my legislation was included in today's bipartisan bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Generally yields. Any further discussion? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Olszewski. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Request a roll call vote, please.
Roll
Mr. Chairman.
call vote has been requested. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments? Mr. Olszewski is recognized.
Olszewski. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I apologize.
Have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk shall distribute the amendment.
The amendment's been distributed electronically.
Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute number 71 to H.R. 90.
Without objection for the reading of the amendments dispensed with, I recognize the gentleman for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I recognize the name is difficult, so all good and no worries.
And my apologies.
No worries, I understand. Before I begin, I do want to thank Chairman Mast and his team for working with my staff to negotiate this amendment in a bipartisan way. As this administration continues to implement its foreign policy agenda, we know that this committee cannot focus so heavily on competition that we ignore the very real labor and worker right abuses that are so prevalent across the supply chains that fuel it. Across the world, stronger work protections and labor standards are consistently associated with faster per capita GDP growth. When working conditions improve, productivity rises, profitability increases, and firms become more competitive in global markets. And that's good for our business. Strong labor standards abroad help level the playing field so U.S. firms can compete on quality and innovation instead of being undercut by forced labor, child labor, and unsafe factories. If we're serious about resilient supply chains and fair competition for U.S. companies and workers, we have to be strengthening U.S. leadership on workers' rights. This amendment moves us in that direction. It would train our foreign service officers in international labor and economic policy so they can identify and address forced labor, child labor, and unsafe conditions in supply chains. It is a practical step that aligns our foreign policy with our values and our economic interests. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
I support this amendment, which is additive to the trainings mentioned in Section 708 to include more information on international labor standards and rights. I think that we've got to protect and make sure that we have standards for individuals throughout the world. So I support this amendment and hope we all do. Yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion? I recognize myself. I support this amendment. It authorizes the Secretary to create a training program for State Department personnel on internationally recognized workers' rights and international economic policy. Part of the State Department's mission is to hold foreign governments to a high standard when it comes to labor standards and workers' rights. This directly helps U.S. businesses by leveling the playing field. It will strengthen states' ability to do that. I want to thank Representative Olszewski for working with me to ensure the language of this amendment, that it is bipartisan. So I support this amendment, recommend my colleagues do as well. There being any further discussion? There being no further discussion, question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Olszewski. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Request a roll call vote, Mr. Chairman.
Roll call vote has been requested. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments? Mr. Lawler is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk shall report the amendment. Distribute the amendment.
The amendment's been distributed by electronic device.
Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute number 191 to
Without
H.R.
objection, further reading the amendments dispensed with. The gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment adds the text of my Gulf Diplomacy Act to the underlying bill before this committee. In recent years, the United States has significantly improved our relationship with the Arab countries of the Persian Gulf region. During his first term, President Trump worked diligently on the Abraham Accords with Bahrain and UAE to normalize their diplomatic relationships with Israel and improve economic growth. Amidst his current term, the President has prioritized enhancing our security partnerships with these partners and additional Gulf countries, including Kuwait and Saudi Arabia. Today, the U.S. and our Gulf allies have a lot in common. We are working together to counter Iran and Iran-backed terrorism, and we are steadfast in our efforts to improve economic opportunity and investment in the Middle East. At a time when coordination is key, it is critical that our partners feel represented in Washington and for U.S. government engagements. That is why I've worked with the chairman and the administration to diplomatic privileges and immunities to give diplomatic privileges and immunities to the Gulf Cooperation Council, or the GCC. This will allow the GCC to set up an office in D.C. and will ensure a centralized diplomatic channel to facilitate the multilateral relationships we are continuing to build with our Gulf allies. I look forward to continuing to work to pass this critical legislation, and I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes today. Thank you, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
Yeah, I support this amendment, which clarifies the same diplomatic privileges and immunities that the U.S. affords to foreign mission personnel are provided to Gulf Cooperation Council diplomats stationed in the United States. While individual Gulf country embassy personnel are already afforded these principles and privileges and immunities, this amendment clarifies that the Gulf diplomats serving here under the auspices of the GCC itself are handled in the same manner. So I agree with the gentleman, and I'll support this bill.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion on the amendment? There being no further discussion, I yield to myself. I support this amendment to give the President discretionary authority to extend privileges and immunities to the Gulf Cooperation Council. The GCC is one of America's most important regional security and economic partners. Extending these protections would strengthen our institutional engagement on shared priorities, including countering Iran, counterterrorism, maritime security, energy security. It does not mandate any action and preserves full executive branch flexibility to set the appropriate terms and conditions. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Any further discussion on the amendment? Without further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Lawler. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the
Chairman, I
chair,
request a roll call vote.
well, in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment's agreed to. Gentleman has requested a roll call vote pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments? The gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler, is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment.
Amendment has been distributed by electronic device.
Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute number 192.
Without objection, further reading of the amendments dispensed with. I recognize the gentleman from New York for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment adds the text of my Cutting Passport Backlog Act to the underlying bill. Since joining Congress almost 4 years ago, we have received close to 2,000 cases involving passports. And at this present moment, my office has over a dozen open passport-related casework that we are still waiting for answers on. It's unacceptable. And that is why we need to give the State Department more resources to streamline the approval process for passport applications and renewals. My bill represents a targeted approach to fixing this problem that has inundated so many Americans. Specifically, it extends special hiring authority in states' Bureau of Consular Affairs to quickly hire and onboard qualified passport specialists. This authority will allow the Bureau to bypass the longer, more traditional federal hiring process to ensure experts can get to work on passport backlogs right away. Moreover, the Government Accountability Office, or the GAO, has assessed this authority as a key factor in improving service efficiency. I look forward to seeing this important amendment added to the bill before us today. Encourage all of my colleagues to vote yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion? There being no further discussion, let me say I support this amendment to extend critical hiring authorities for passport processing from 3 to 5 years. It's about putting American taxpayers first. It gives the department the flexibility it needs to quickly hire qualified personnel, meet growing demand, and prevent passport backlogs. These hiring authorities are already in place. This amendment will simply extend them for 2 additional years as new passport agencies open. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Any further discussion? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Lawler. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment's agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request a roll call vote.
Roll call vote's been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments?
Chairman, I have a amendment at the desk.
The representative from Texas, Mr. Self, is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of my amendment.
No, the clerk shall distribute the amendment.
Thank you.
The amendment has been distributed by electronic device.
Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute number 180.
Without objection, for the reading of the amendments dispensed with, gentleman from Texas, Mr. Self is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of my amendment, which would require the Department of State to develop a comprehensive strategy to restore stability to the Western Balkans. Less than 2 weeks ago, I led a CODEL trip to the region in Kosovo, Serbia, and Bosnia and Herzegovina. And I can tell you that the region is fragile, all of it. I am particularly concerned that once the Ukraine war is over, there will be intense chaos and significant hybrid war efforts from adversarial forces in the region. This would further intensify the existing civilian strife in the region because the hatred among ethnic groups is real, the discrimination is real, the stagnation is real. It is absolutely vital that the Department of State prepare for chaos in the Balkans in a post-Ukraine war Europe. That's why I am leading this amendment to direct the Department of State to develop a clear strategy to address these challenges and strengthen Americans' leadership in the region. Among other provisions, the strategy would prioritize the assignment of U.S. ambassadors throughout the Balkans. I would like to acknowledge and thank the administration for its June 1st list of nominations, which included ambassador nominees for Serbia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Montenegro. However, there are still no nominee for North Macedonia or Kosovo, even though Kosovo is a key stabilizer in the Western Balkans. And North Macedonia, a NATO ally, is also dealing with alarming levels of instability. The strategy would also require recommendations to support Kosovo's independence and its future membership in NATO. 4 NATO states, Spain, Greece, Romania, and Slovakia, still do not recognize Kosovo's independence, posing a major barrier to NATO integration. The department must engage our allies to ensure we are all on the same page with respect to recognizing Kosovo's independence, which is a major sticking point for instability in the region. The strategy would also assess Serbia's growing engagement with Russia, China, and Iran, particularly in the technology and security sectors, and recommend ways to reduce that influence. The amendment further requires a review of sanctions options against individuals and entities that support the interest of Russia, China, Iran, and other entities that obstruct peace and regional stability efforts. It also directs the department to evaluate the effectiveness of sanctions targeting destabilizing actors in the region. With respect to Bosnia and Herzegovina, the strategy would examine the role of the Office of the High Representative and ways to support the country's progress toward true national sovereignty and self-reliance. While the Dayton Peace Accords were successful in stabilizing and developing the modern country, it was never intended to be a mechanism that lasts forever. The department must engage with Bosnia to ensure they make meaningful progress towards meeting the 5+2 agenda and phase out the need for an internationally led Office of High Representative in order to ensure the country can become truly sovereign and self-reliant. The amendment also requires a plan to reduce dependence on Russian energy, strengthen regional infrastructure, and leverage initiatives such as the 3 Cs initiative to advance economic growth and connectivity throughout the region. Finally, the amendment affirms the strategic importance of the continued presence of U.S. forces in Kosovo and supports efforts to combat illicit weapons trafficking and transnational criminal activity that threaten both regional stability, security, and American interests. Excluding Russian aggression against Ukraine, the Western Balkans remain the most unstable region in Europe. Congress must ensure robust, measured engagement to ensure this regional tinderbox does not ignite the next major conflict in Europe. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion on the amendment? No further discussion. I recognize myself. I support this amendment, which directs the development of a strategy to reinforce Kosovo's sovereignty, counters malign influence from Russia, China, and Iran, and prioritizes energy security, strengthens partnerships with regional allies. The Western Balkans is a strategically sensitive area where instability can spill into NATO territory. This is a common sense step towards regional security that aligns with the Trump administration's ongoing efforts in the region, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Any further discussion? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Self. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Roll call vote.
I request a roll call vote.
Roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk shall distribute the amendment.
The amendment has been distributed by electronic device.
Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute number 181.
Without objection, further reading of the amendments dispensed with. I recognize the gentleman from Texas for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of my amendment, which would require a justification to Congress every time the U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom recommends that a country be designated as a country of particular concern, and such country is not designated as one. Under the International Religious Freedom Act of 1998, the President is required to designate countries as CPCs that engage in or tolerate systematic, ongoing, egregious violations of religious freedom. However, the Department sometimes differs in its designation choices from the recommendations provided by the Commission, which is a bipartisan, congressionally authorized commission that makes recommendations to Congress and the State Department on international religious freedom. I will note that we just voted to reauthorize this commission yesterday on the House floor. Congress created the U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom because it recognized that decisions regarding countries of particular concern could be influenced by political considerations within the executive branch. Unfortunately, history has proven Congress right. For example, USCIRF has urged the designation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern. Nigeria remains one of the deadliest places in the world for Christians. With recurring attacks and mass killings, recommendation, the Biden administration removed Nigeria from the CPC list in 2021. Congress deserves to know why when these decisions are made. I would like to thank the Trump administration for reinstating the CPC designation on Nigeria and working tirelessly to put an end to the mass murder of Christians in Nigeria. This amendment does not limit the President's authority to make CPC determinations. It simply requires the administration to provide Congress with an explanation within 30 days whenever its determination differs from USCIRF's recommendation. That transparency will help Congress conduct effective oversight and ensure that our religious freedom laws are being implemented in the manner Congress intended. With that, I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion on the amendment? There being no further discussion, I recognize myself. I support this amendment. USCIRF was created as an independent watchdog on international religious freedom. When its recommendations differ from the administration's designations, Congress deserves to know the reasons why. This amendment requires the President to brief Congress within 30 days when USCIRF recommends a country for country of particular concern designation, but the President chooses not to designate it. This is a bipartisan, common sense measure that strengthens oversight, promotes religious freedom without creating new authorities or costs. Therefore, I support this amendment. Is there any further discussion?
I request a roll call vote.
Well, there being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Self. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
And now I request a roll call vote.
And now a roll call vote has been requested, and pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentleman from Texas, clerk shall distribute the amendment.
The amendment's been distributed by electronic device.
And the clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute number 182.
Without objection, for the reading of the amendments dispensed with, the gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I speak in strong support of my amendment to prohibit any funds in the General Provisions Bill, H.R. 9087, from being used for abortion. There are a lot of amendments to this bill, and we must make sure that nothing adopted in this bill can be used to pay for an abortion directly or indirectly. American taxpayers should never be forced to subsidize abortion, whether that is overseas or here at home. The State Department's job is to advance Americans' national interest, promote freedom, and protect human rights, not to export abortion on demand with our foreign aid and diplomatic resources. This amendment draws a clear line. Not one dime of U.S. taxpayer monies will go toward funding abortions abroad. The American people have made it clear they do not want their hard-earned dollars used to end unborn lives in other countries. This is about fiscal responsibility, respect for life, and keeping our foreign policy focused on what truly matters. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and send a strong message that America stands for life, not for using our resources to promote the destruction of life. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
I oppose this amendment. And look, this amendment is completely unnecessary. There's nothing in the underlying bill that deals with abortion. Nothing. It says nothing about abortion. Nor does any part authorize spending our assistance dollars in contravention to U.S. law. It doesn't do it. So why we're doing this, I know maybe it's politics or something of that nature, but we are abiding by and already have and know what is the U.S. law. And the underlying bill does not controvert anything that's not already in law. So this just seems to be, maybe it's politics or, people have different views on different things. But our law is our law. We intend on abiding by our law, unlike sometimes what the president does. I don't know if he always, that's why we had to pass a number of bills last week that I thought were important. But anyways, I'm voting no. I hope everybody else votes no. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion on the amendment? Yes. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is a solution in search of a problem. It's both unnecessary and harmful, and here's why. The global gag rule already bans federal funds from being used for abortions. So this amendment is moot and pointless. It's already existing federal law, even though personally I think that should be repealed. But this amendment was drafted so poorly that we can't even assess how it would be applied. The term indirectly funding abortion is not defined in this amendment, and there is no precedent for that word in law. You can easily see a situation in which this applies so broadly that it shuts down global health programs the author didn't intend. Programs that fund maternal care could be swept up in this and shut down. Programs that help stop the spread of STDs and HIV, no longer funded. Foreign assistance, especially in the global health sector, is key to U.S. national security. It's the first line of defense against diseases and pandemics that could reach our borders. It protects our economy from disruptions, and it projects American influence and leadership. Cutting off this assistance when, again, we are not even funding abortions is actually a roundabout way of stifling American leadership, and frankly, it's also just really stupid. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion on the amendment? I recognize myself. I support this amendment. The U.S. government should not fund abortions. It's as simple as that. This policy, as stated, is consistent with both the Foreign Assistance Act and existing appropriations laws, which I think strengthens this amendment. So I fully support this amendment. Thank the gentleman for offering it. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Self. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
And I request a roll call vote.
And a roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk shall distribute the amendment.
The amendment has been distributed by electronic device.
The clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Without
number
objection,
100
for the reading, the amendment's dispensed with. I'm recognized the gentleman from Texas for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of my amendment, which calls to attention the dangers of the buildup of the Russian military forces and other potential hostilities in the Baltic region, including the Suwalki Gap, Kaliningrad, and the Baltic states. As chairman of the Europe Subcommittee, I convened a hearing last month to assess the strategic landscape in the Baltic region. And I can tell you that the threats to the Baltics are not theoretical. They are being deployed every day through cyber attacks, malign influence, economic coercion, weaponized mass migration, and efforts to exploit ethnic and political divisions. Furthermore, some analysts have warned that Russia has developed an anti-access area denial, or A2AD, strategy centered around Kaliningrad, including layered air defense and missile systems designed to complicate NATO operations in the Baltic region. With this in mind, Russia could attempt to connect Kaliningrad to Belarus by seizing the Suwalki Gap, the narrow corridor between Poland and Lithuania that serves as the Baltic states' only land connection to the rest of NATO territory. The outcome of the war in Ukraine will have lasting implications for security in the Baltic region. Even if the conflict ends in a ceasefire or settles into a frozen conflict, Russia will likely rebuild and modernize its military capabilities, and is willing to do so and is doing so now. Throughout the war, Moscow has diverted many of its most capable units away from its western military district to sustain its operations in Ukraine. However, once hostilities subside, those experienced and battle-tested forces could be redeployed closer to the borders of the Baltic states. Such a shift would significantly heighten security concerns and could create a far more dangerous confrontation between Russia and the West than existed prior to the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. When the war in Ukraine is over, I expect the odds of a direct attack by Russia on the Baltic states will be high. The Baltic region occupies a critical place in the defense of NATO's eastern flank. The Suwalki Gap remains a strategically significant corridor connecting our Baltic allies to the rest of the alliance. Kaliningrad continues to serve as a heavily militarized Russian outpost on NATO's border, and Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania remain among America's most committed and reliable allies. The purpose of this amendment is straightforward. It simply reinforces the importance of sustained diplomatic attention to a region that is vital to transatlantic security. As Russia continues to challenge the security architecture of Europe, Congress should make clear that the United States remains committed to the defense and security of our NATO allies and partners in the Baltic region. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
Now, I support this amendment, and I think everybody knows that I've been deeply concerned about the rollback of support to our Baltic allies. And I think everybody should be clear-eyed about Russia's invasion into Ukraine and what took place there. I listened to the gentleman, and what he just said sounded strong. I wish I had been trying for 14 months to get people to be more and to put more sanctions on Russia and to help Ukraine, to put Ukraine in a better position to fight back, because that also helps our countries, our Baltic states, and our NATO allies. 14 months it took, and it could have been easier. I wish we could have gone through regular order to get that bill on the floor so that we could vote and show that we're supporting Ukraine and our Baltic states earlier. It took to have to do a motion of discharge, and I was able to get, I think, 3 Republican colleagues to sign on so that we could finally get a vote on the floor. There was no doubt in my mind that once we got a vote on the floor that I thought that it would pass, as it did, even though there was attempts to prevent it from being on the floor. And I think that the Baltic states, as well as Ukraine, would be in a better position today had we not waited 14 months. I think that things started happening even going back during the Biden administration when we stopped giving Ukraine what it needed then. because we couldn't pass an appropriation to give them more things at that particular time. So I agree with the gentleman on this. I just think that it's late, that Ukraine and our Baltic states would have been in a better position today had we acted more timely. And fortunately, because of the Ukrainian people who continue to fight and stand up against Russia's aggression, they're still here. They have cards to play, unlike the president said you have no cards or you can't win, or when the president undressed Mr. Zelensky in the White House. The Ukrainian people said we do. And they've come up and manufactured their own drones, of which we need now, and not asking them for. So I'm going to definitely support this. I hope as we move forward and we look at what's taking place with our NATO allies, that we stand by them. I was just in Singapore, and I heard the Secretary for Defense make a conversation that we may not be supporting our NATO allies in the way that we have in the past. So I've got concerns. I would hope that we would do that in a bipartisan way to say that what this amendment says. We're going to stand and we're going to support our Baltic allies, and by extension, that means we're going to stand by NATO and we're going to stand by Ukraine and stop Russia's aggression, because they are the only threat to our Baltic allies and our European allies. And we've got to stand together. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion on the amendment? I recognize myself. I support this amendment, which provides political support to our allies to recognize the commitment they have shown to their own defense. As this committee knows, my position on Ukraine has been strong and consistent against Mr. Putin. Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania are strong U.S. allies that take their defense seriously and do not take American security guarantees for granted. Putin has made clear he does not view the Baltic states as legitimate, and this region could be the Kremlin's next target. Bolstering deterrence in the Baltics now is a cost-free way to help prevent future conflict in a strategically vital region. So I support this measure that strengthens our allies, supports them, and strengthens our NATO eastern flank. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back. Is there any further discussion? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Self. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Request a roll call vote.
Roll call vote has been requested. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment.
The amendment has been distributed by electronic device.
The clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute number 184
Without
to HR.
objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. I recognize the gentleman from Texas for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of my amendment, which establishes a sense of Congress that, quote, the Gaza Health Ministry, officially the Palestinian Ministry of Health and run by Hamas, is an untrustworthy and unreliable source of information pertaining to Hamas's war of terror against Israel. The GHM is a propaganda tool for Hamas terrorists. The ministry deliberately refuses to differentiate between civilians and terrorists with respect to its casualty reports, end quote. This is a necessary and reasonable amendment. However, there are still major news organizations relying on fraudulent data from the Gaza Health Ministry. The Gaza Health Ministry misinformation continues to be selectively used as a weapon to disparage Israel and frame them as the enemy and aggressor as they continue to defend themselves in war that they never wanted to be involved in. Israel has continued to make the necessary precautions over the duration of the conflict to quickly and efficiently evacuate their civilians. It's important that we never forget that on October 7th, 2023, innocent civilians, men, women, children, and the elderly were raped, mutilated, executed in front of their families, and taken hostage. At least one Holocaust survivor was killed, while others pressed against safe room doors to keep terrorists out. And I continue to say that if you're going to commit these acts, these atrocities, please don't live stream them. Families were massacred in their homes. These acts were not collateral damage, they were intentional, targeted barbarism. Similar acts of savagery have been propagated by Hezbollah in the north and other Iranian-backed militias throughout the Middle East. Hamas will continue using tactics aimed at turning any and every global opinion against Israel as they fight to eliminate Hamas terrorists. Information from the Gaza Health Ministry should be viewed as a misleading source to weaponize the conflict against Israel. Israel should not be expected to justify their use of force when a terror group continues to target and attack their citizens and civilians. The use of propaganda being fed to media outlets solely allows Hamas to expand their reach and intensify their impact. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
No, I think begrudgingly I'm going to support this. But let me be clear. Casualty data from the Gaza Health Ministry should not be treated as gospel. The ministry does not distinguish between civilian deaths and combatant deaths, and that is a serious limitation that must be acknowledged. It is also operating in a territory controlled by Hamas, a U.S. designated terrorist organization, which raises obvious concerns about independence, transparency, and manipulation. Then at the same time, I just wanted to do a check, and I found some independent sources that confirm what the Gaza Health Ministries reports. Those numbers seem to be very serious, but it's very similar. So I wanted to check that to see how off it was. So now, that's why somewhat, I said begrudgingly, somewhat I believe that this amendment is largely a political distraction. And that's why I said I would begrudgingly support it, because the core point, I think, is fair. Gaza Health Ministries data has serious limitations. But Congress should not confuse this amendment with the serious Gaza policy. We should be focused on pressing the administration to re-engage on Gaza diplomacy, including efforts to improve access to all forms of appropriate humanitarian aid, to disarm Hamas, to alleviate Palestinian suffering, provide lasting security for Israel. We also should be focused on aggressive implementation of a 20-point plan for Gaza, not as a talking point, but as a real strategy, a strategy that should stabilize Gaza, that would prevent Hamas from reconstituting control and move toward a durable political and security framework that could lead to a two-state solution. Palestinian civilians need relief. Israeli civilians need security. And Congress should be focused on those goals, not simply making political points about flawed data. Everyone already knows that looking at that data, we have to be careful and we have to handle it. That's why I look at independent agencies to try to verify what's going on and what I know, so I don't have to worry about a party that have a vested interest in to try to come up with false data. But let's bring peace in the Middle East. Let's give the Palestinians a way to move forward. Let's give the Israeli citizens a way to have peace. When I go to the Middle East and I talk to both sides, that's what they want. And their screams seem to get in the way. And Congress should be focused on doing the 20-point plan. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Chairman, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I appreciate so much the amendment by Congressman Sell. Indeed, we need to keep in mind that the Hamas is a puppet terrorist organization of the regime in Tehran. They have a covenant that was developed in August 1988, and it's very clear in the covenant. You can go to Article 7, and it's in really plain English that the goal of Hamas is to chase down every Jew behind a rock or tree until you find the last Jew and kill him. And so that is their plan, that is their goal. It's not to have a peaceful society, it's to eliminate the existence of the people in the state of Israel. Additionally, the Gaza Health Ministry is simply lies. It's just blatant propaganda. We know that they have released photos of children that they claim to have been killed in the conflict, and then sadly, you have complicit media like the New York Times that had front page picture of about 40 children who were claimed to have been killed by the actions of the Israeli Defense Force in self-defense of attacks by Hamas. But it turned out later that it was really clear from medical records that could be determined that these children had died of other causes. And so the pictures of children were used for pure propaganda. Additionally, bodies have been placed in front of hospitals where it's claimed that Israel had killed these particular children, when it didn't take a rocket scientist to figure out they actually had diseases that they died from that had nothing to do with Israel's defensive war that they're in. And then finally, we have actually had the spectacle of rockets being launched by Hamas that fail, and they fall into a building or a parking lot. And then they claim, the health ministry claims that the Gazan population were killed, when it turned out that indeed it was clear that this was a failed rocket launched by Hamas, which was intended to attack the civilian population of Israel, but by accident actually killed people in Gaza. And so over and over again, I want to commend the congressman for identifying this. The people of the world need to know that the Gaza Health Ministry is simply a propaganda arm of a murderous terrorist organization. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion on the amendment? I recognize myself. I support this amendment. The Gaza Health Ministry, as Mr. Wilson said, is a little more than a propaganda arm for Hamas. It's naive to think the casualty figures it produces are anywhere near accurate. They routinely fail to distinguish between civilians and Hamas combatants in their reporting and play right into Hamas's information war against Israel. This is a straightforward measure that encourages more accurate and responsible reporting and protects the integrity of the congressional debate. Members can acknowledge civilian suffering, which should stop, while recognizing that data from the Gaza Health Ministry is incomplete, politically compromised, and routinely used without context. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Is there any further discussion? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Self. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Request a roll call vote.
Roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments?
I have an amendment at the chair.
The clerk shall distribute the amendment.
The amendment has been distributed by electronic device.
Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute, number 185.
Without objection, for the reading of the amendments dispensed with, I recognize the gentleman from Texas for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I speak in strong support of my amendment to prohibit any funds in the General Provisions Bill, H.R. 9087, from being used for gender pronoun usage inconsistent with reality. This applies to business cards, email signatures, or any other professional identity elements by employees, contractors, and other officials of the Department of State. It does not apply to honorifics or legal titles before an individual's name if they are consistent with the individual's biological sex. Biological sex refers to a person's immutable biological classification as either male or female because, yes, there are only two genders and they are unalterable. What is a she, they? I guess I'm pronouncing that right. What is a they, per? How about a he, they, z? This is mental illness. The State Department exists to represent the United States and advance our national security and interest, not to push radical gender ideology on our diplomats, embassies, or international partners. It means a lot to some of our international partners. American taxpayers should not be footing the bill for pronoun training, gender transition policies, or speech policing mandates in our foreign operations. This amendment restores common sense. Our diplomats should focus on real diplomacy, not enforcing radical social theories or policing language. Biology is not bigotry, and American resources must be used for American priorities. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and ensure our foreign policy remains grounded in reality. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
I strongly oppose this amendment because it has nothing to do with national security, nothing at all, or effective diplomacy, nothing at all, and everything to do with policing people's identities. This kind of government-mandated language rule is exactly the sort of overreach that my colleague claimed to oppose. And it has no place in this country that values individual liberty and basic respect. You know, I had to reflect myself, you know, just going back a few years with my dad and looking at how maybe I or he was described. To be quite frank, one time in government you couldn't say you were black, had to say you were a Negro. You classified me, so it is up to the individual to decide or say, this is who I am. Don't have to hide it, don't have to be ashamed by it or anything else. Has nothing to do with effective diplomacy. I mean, this is not who we are. This is not what our values should be. And no one is screaming, you're talking about effective diplomacy and effective intelligence. When the president just has appointed to somebody to be in charge of the intelligence agency who knows nothing about intelligence, that's what we should be focused on. That's what we should be talking about. That's where the danger lies. Let's get real here, folks. I oppose this. To me, this is un-American. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion on the amendment? The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, as I'm sure my colleagues remember, we debated this amendment last year. And last year's version was written so carelessly that it would have barred me from using my own pronouns, she, her, even though no one disputes that I'm a woman. And when I pointed that out, the author told me, and I quote, "You're absolutely right." And while the author has addressed some of those issues, this amendment is still poorly conceived. Maybe because it's not addressing any real problem or issue that's affecting the work of the State Department or its staff. So I still have a fundamental question about this amendment that hasn't been addressed. Who enforces it? Is there going to be an office at the State Department whose job it is to audit business cards and email signatures? If someone violates this, what happens to them? Will they be fired? My colleague likes to talk about speech policing. This seems like textbook speech policing to me. But we don't know the answer to any of these questions because the amendment doesn't say. The amendment would create a vague, bigoted, unenforceable mandate that exists solely to send a political message while exposing the State Department to potential litigation. And it invites a fight that the State Department will then have to defend. The government does not have unlimited power to force its own employees to state something they know to be false about who they are. That raises serious constitutional questions. And it's the State Department and the taxpayers who will have to pay the lawyers to answer them. We have better things to be debating on this committee than a recycled amendment that couldn't survive basic scrutiny last year and that still can't answer any important question about who enforces it or how now. I urge my colleagues to stop wasting our time and vote no on this incredibly stupid amendment. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Any further discussion on it? Mr. Self is recognized. I thought you'd have a response.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank my colleagues from across the aisle.
I'm sorry, the gentleman has no remaining time unless another member is willing to yield. Mr. Wilson is recognized.
I yield to the distinguished Congressman Self.
The gentleman from South Carolina yields to Mr. Self.
I thank my colleague, Mr. Smith, and I want to thank my colleagues across the aisle for making the case, because I think both of us have said these letters up here have nothing to do with national security. And I think the ranking member said that they have nothing to do with effective diplomacy. So I want to thank my colleagues across the aisle for making the case for this amendment. And yes, there is no new spending for new offices, although this morning we supposedly added quite a few new spending offices in the State Department. So no, I didn't add a new spending office in this amendment. And so I, again, thank my colleagues for making my case, and I yield my time.
Gentleman yields. Is there any further discussion?
Mr. Wilson, will you yield?
For the lady from California, yes.
He's a true gentleman from South Carolina who yields to the gentlelady from California.
Thank you.
Hey, I was trained by fellow South Carolinian Greg Meeks. Thank you.
Mr. Self, I have a question for you. Do you think it should be someone's job at the State Department, with everything going on in the world, to sit there and audit every single person's business card and email signature to make sure it's compliant?
I don't engage in these rhetorical comments.
It's not rhetorical. It's literally a question of how do you enforce this? Do you think it's a good use of taxpayer dollars to have a person's job at the State Department sitting and auditing every business card and email signature?
Given some of the things that we have cut back from the Biden administration, I think that we probably could have that done with many of the savings that we have, because we have cut back
so with
so
the
many.
war in Iran,
I'm trying to answer your question. So I think that there will have to be someone. Now, it could be done in whoever's doing the printing office. We can figure out ways to do it. The human imagination is far more fertile than you're giving the State Department credit for. But this has to be adjudicated because it's done. We as a Congress need to say that we need, to quote the ranking member, we need national security being addressed. We need effective diplomacy.
So
To
Mr.
quote the
Self, you think
ranking
national
member.
security is being
So-
addressed by using State Department employees, taxpayer dollars, to literally audit every single business card and email signature of the
There won't be-
thousands of employees at the State Department?
There won't be an audit necessary.
Oh, no?
This is very simple. You've gone to the extreme, which is what you do often, go to the extreme. We don't have to go to extreme to have this policy put in place.
No, actually, I think it's our job to think about what we're putting in place and how it's going to be enforced and how someone could be enforcing it
And
well
I've
or
asked you-
badly,
and
because
I've
we
asked
make
you
laws
to support
regardless
this
of the
amendment.
administration.
Let's put this in place.
You want someone at the State Department's full-time job to be looking at email signatures
But once
while
again,
we
you're
are in a
running-
war with Iran.
Once
That is
again, you're running to
crazy.
the extreme.
That is literally crazy.
Mr. Chairman, I have been out of time, but I appreciate your indulgence.
Yeah, well, the gentlelady has 35 seconds remaining.
Yes, well, thank you, Mr. Wilson, for yielding. I will just say, with everything going on in the world, with everything we need our diplomats who are already stretched incredibly thin to be dealing with in Africa, in Iran, in Ukraine, the idea that we would be taking taxpayer dollars to audit every single business card and email signature of State Department employees to potentially be firing hardworking diplomats because you don't like how they identify is the definition of injecting culture wars into our diplomacy. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Mast is recognized. Chairman.
Thank you. Appreciate you having, thank you, Chairman Emeritus. Look, I'm going to offer my opinion in this as well, and I would just say very simply, I think the United States of America is best served with accuracy, is best served by just stating the facts. And the fact of the matter is, for somebody born a man, every chromosome in their body is a male chromosome. Somebody born a female, every chromosome in their body is a female chromosome. That is the science, that is the facts of individual on this earth. And I think the United States of America is best served when we represent that fact. I yield back.
Chairman yields back. Any further discussion? Ms. Titus is recognized.
Well, I was just thinking maybe this would be a good job for Mr. Pulte, since he has no other skills when it comes to the State Department. Okay, Mr. Meeks, you want me to yield to you? I'll yield. No, okay. I'll yield to Ms. Jacobs.
Thank you.
Yields.
Not to mention, not only are we talking about literally State Department employees' time reviewing and auditing all of these business cards and email signatures, the department's going to be subject to litigation. Those lawyer fees are very expensive. They're probably going to lose that litigation. Those fees, these litigation fees are going to be very expensive. This is such a stupid use of taxpayer dollars that is literally beneath this committee and beneath the State Department, and I can't believe for a second year in a row we are having this conversation. I yield, Ms. Titus.
Gentlelady yields back. Any further discussion on this amendment? I yield myself time. Let me say, as a former chairman of this committee, I support the current chairman and his assessment on this issue. The State Department needs to return to normalcy and ensure that official materials reflect biological reality rather than gender ideology. And I yield to the chairman.
I'll give one more second. It's an important conversation. What if somebody wants to identify as a leopard or a bear or whatever else? We're going to put, Bear Smith on their thing, aside from the fact that, if that was their given Christian name. I mean, an individual is what they are, and I think America is best served to recognize that. Thank you for the time.
And that's someone could say, if it's just that, and it happened. They said Muhammad Ali he couldn't use it. He had to be Cassius Clay. I mean, that's just crazy. You identify a person as they say.
Well, but what if...
Let's have word. The time is dominated by the chairman at this point.
If you will, I would say, as to the ranking member's example of Cassius Clay, Cassius Clay didn't ask to be called Mrs. Cassius Clay.
Well, there was a situation also where you have to have...
Gentlemen, yield time?
You added...
Your time, Chairman Emeritus.
You added Miss. There was Miss, Mrs., Ms. You could have said that time you can't be classified as a Ms. It just doesn't make sense. And it's a waste of time, as the gentlelady said.
Okay. Any further discussion on the amendment? Without objection, there being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Self. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Request a recall vote.
A roll call vote has been requested. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, let's have order. This vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk shall distribute the amendment.
The amendment has been distributed by electronic device.
Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute, number 186.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Mr. Self, the gentleman from Texas, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in support of my bipartisan amendment, which I've introduced alongside Congresswoman Titus, which would include Turkey in the review process used to protect Israel's qualitative military edge when evaluating arms sales and defense exports to Ankara. Over the past several years, Turkey has exhibited an alarming degree of support for and facilitation of support for Palestinian terrorism directed against Israel. Given Ankara's increasingly hostile posture toward the Jewish state, the United States should carefully examine how certain arms transfers to Turkey could affect Israel's security. This concern is especially relevant as Turkey continues to maintain a significant military footprint in Syria. Under the Arms Export Control Act and related statutes, Congress has a responsibility to ensure that U.S. weapons transfers do not undermine Israel's qualitative military edge. Failing to apply this level of scrutiny to Turkey leaves a concerning gap in that process at a time when Ankara's actions have become increasingly adversarial. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of the amendment, and I yield back.
Any further discussion? Ranking Member Meeks.
Representative Self. I agree with you. This one makes sense to me. I support this amendment because we must be clear-eyed about the impacts our arms sales have on the dynamics in the Middle East and in the Eastern Mediterranean, and to ensure that such sales advance U.S. national interests. So I've supported this amendment in the past, and I supported it in the state authorization process, and I support it here and now. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Any further discussion? Ms. Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, too, support this amendment, and I urge its adoption. After Hamas's horrifying and despicable acts on October 7, 2023, just about the entire world condemned the terror that Hamas wrought. But one person who didn't condemn it was President Erdogan of Turkey. Instead, he praised Hamas as a liberation group and instead called Israel a Zionist terrorist organization. He declared a day of mourning for Ismail Haniyeh. He expressed condolences to Yahya Sinwar, placed restrictions on exports to Israel, perpetuated anti-Semitic rhetoric, and most concerningly, he even threatened to invade Israel. In July 2024, he said, just like we entered Karabakh, just like we entered Libya, we might do similar to Israel. This threat from a NATO ally, no less, is major escalation and something we should all be concerned about, particularly given Turkey's track record. In light of these threats, the amendment would try to place guardrails on weapons sales to Turkey. Specifically, the amendment requires certification that any defense articles that Turkey seeks to acquire from the U.S. would not adversely impact Israel's qualitative military edge, and that the sale would be consistent with the national security interest of the United States. It's time to place a check on Erdogan and stop rewarding his bad behavior with U.S. goodwill and military equipment. An ally that threatens our other allies is not a reliable ally. It is not someone we can adequately trust. So I urge passage of the amendment, and I yield back.
Any further discussion? Representative Wilson.
Thank you very much, Chairman Mast, for your leadership. I oppose this amendment. This amendment goes against the policies of President Donald Trump and sadly empowers war criminal Putin and the terrorist regime in Iran while undermining American regional interest. Turkey, of course, has been a NATO ally and a strong regional partner of the United States. Turkish drones have helped Ukraine significantly in the battle against war criminal Putin. Turkish support for a free Syria has removed that country from Iran's orbit, resulting in the Syrian dictator Assad fleeing to Moscow. As Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan told me last year, Turkey strongly supports removing war criminal Putin's bases in Syria, which are used, the air base in particular, as a logistics base to maintain the dictatorships, the Wagner dictatorships they have to oppress the people of Africa. Turkey is crucial for its relationships with Central Asia, Turkmenistan, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, Azerbaijan, with its rare earths and minerals, as friendship with America has never been better with Central Asia. Turkey should always be appreciated as a dynamic member of NATO, with Turkish troops courageously serving side by side with Americans in conflicts from the Korean War onward. Everyone should visit the Korean War Memorial on the Mall, where Turkey is gratefully acknowledged and appreciated as being a great ally of the United States and a great member of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. American law already bans the purchase of significant purchases of defense articles such as S-400 from Russia. President Donald Trump and Superstar Ambassador Envoy Tom Barrack are working hard to deliver a solution to the F-35 issue, hopefully allowing the sale of F-35s to Turkey if Turkey can divest the S-400. This amendment would undermine this effort by President Donald Trump and instead would signal to Turkey to move away from NATO and toward the war criminals of Russia and Iran. With that, again, I oppose the amendment and urge my colleagues to oppose. I yield back.
Any further discussion? Being no further discussion, question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Self. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. And is there a roll call vote?
Request a roll call vote.
Roll call vote has been requested. That will be rolled to a later time. Any further amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk shall report and distribute the amendment.
The amendment has been distributed by electronic device. Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute, number 187.
Without objection, further reading is dispensed with. You are recognized, Mr. Self.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of my amendment, which would establish as a sense of Congress that Kosovo's full integration into NATO is a priority for United States national security interests in southeastern Europe. The sense of Congress derives from the bipartisan House Resolution 1246, which I introduced along Republican Congressman Mike Lawler and Democrat Congressman Richie Torres. Kosovo has proven to be a key strategic partner for the United States and NATO in the Western Balkans. In addition to their distinguished history of assisting in peacekeeping efforts, Kosovo's troops have trained alongside U.S. military personnel, embraced NATO's interoperability requirements, and employed U.S. weaponry as key components for their national defense. Furthermore, as adversarial forces continue to destabilize the region, adding Kosovo to the NATO alliance would serve as a necessary counterweight to discourage such hostile efforts and prevent another global catastrophe from unfolding in the Balkans. I'd like to call attention, however, that the effort to bring our ally into the NATO fold has not come easily. 4 NATO member states, Greece, Romania, Slovakia, and Spain, have not yet recognized Kosovo's sovereignty. Because NATO operates by consensus, this lack of recognition is an obstacle to Kosovo's ability to formally advance toward membership, including participation in key accession mechanisms such as the Partnership for Peace and the Membership Action Plan. As such, my amendment urges these 4 allies to reconsider their positions. If we are to seriously consider closing a strategic gap in southeastern Europe that adversaries seek to exploit, frankly are exploiting, the United States must work with our allies to ensure broader recognition of Kosovo, which is essential to unlocking its path to NATO integration. Granting Kosovo membership to NATO will help promote regional stability, strengthen relationships, and serve vital U.S. interests. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Any further discussion? Ranking Member Meeks.
Real quickly, I agree. Again, I agree with Mr. Self. I support this amendment. Kosovo remains a staunchly pro-U.S. and pro-NATO partner, and promoting greater cooperation between NATO and Kosovo would help strengthen Kosovo as a partner, and I think it would also improve stability in the region. I think that it is extremely important that they know that and all that they've been through. So I support Representative Self's amendment and urge us all to do the same.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Chairman Mast. And indeed, unanimity right now. What a great experience, the bipartisanship in regard to recognition of the Republic of Kosovo. It's really very meaningful to me. My National Guard unit actually served there to assist in the independence of the country. We have seen them dynamically develop. And then it's really significant as an indication of their appreciation of the friendship with the United States. In front of the Parliament is a life-size statue of former Foreign Affairs Chairman Elliot Engel. And so I think Chairman Mast can correct me, but I don't think any other former foreign affairs chairman has a statue in front of any parliament except for Elliot Engel in Pristina, Kosovo. And so with this love and affection that we see, I want to join Congressman in supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Representative yields back. Any further discussion? Recognize myself for a moment. I support this amendment, which expresses that Kosovo's full integration into NATO is a U.S. national security priority in southeastern Europe. It outlines a pragmatic, phased pathway towards membership for Kosovo, one of the most pro-American countries in the world. It has shown its commitment by spending 2% of its GDP on defense and is building security forces trained to NATO standards. Integrating those forces into NATO would serve as a regional force multiplier. I thank the representative for his amendment. And any further discussion? Seeing none, question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Self. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Request a roll call vote.
Roll call vote has been requested. It'll be rolled till later. Are there any further amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk shall report and distribute Mr. Self's amendment.
The amendment has been distributed by electronic device. Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Further reading is dispensed with. Mr. Self, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, my amendment fixes a reporting requirement that has outlived its purpose. Section 353 of the Northern Triangle Enhanced Engagement Act created what is known as the Engel List. It directs the president to compile an annual list of corrupt and undemocratic actors in El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua, and to sanction the people on it. But the authority to impose those sanctions expired years ago, but the obligation to keep producing the list did not. So we're forcing the State Department to compile this report year after year for sanctions that can no longer be imposed. My amendment simply ends it. This is exactly the kind of dead-end letter mandate Congress should be clearing off the books, and cutting outdated, redundant reports has been a priority of mine. Keeping this one in statute doesn't advance a single American interest. It's also unfair to our partners. 3 of the 4 countries on the list, El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras, are friends we work closely with on migration, security, and counter-narcotics. Singling them out in a standing name and shame report with no sanctions authority behind it isn't accountability. It's a needless diplomatic irritant. And let me be clear about what this does not do. It does not touch any active sanctions authority, and it does nothing to soften our posture toward the Ortega-Murillo regime or any other bad actor. This administration is still hitting Nicaragua hard. Just this week, it restricted visas for more than 100 additional regime officials and family members over the death of political prisoner Brooklyn Rivera, bringing the total past 2,350. Ending one defunct report changes none of that. This amendment is narrow and technical, and I urge my colleagues to support it. I yield back.
Representative yields back. Anybody else seek recognition? Ranking Member Meeks.
I have to oppose this amendment. I'm deeply concerned that passing this amendment would send a dangerous signal to criminal actors in Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, that the United States is stepping back from its commitment to accountability and the rule of law. You know, you cannot credibly say that we cannot say credibly that we are fighting cartels while shielding the corrupt networks that launder their money, protect their interests, and help them evade justice. I think this amendment would embolden bad actors, weaken U.S. credibility, and undermine our broader security interests in the region. This talks about individuals, any individuals. Now, if you happen to be someone that is a part of a cartel or something of that nature, hypothetically or whatever, and you happen to be elected to something, whether it's president or in the government or anything else, you can't hide and report it. The State Department should report it. We can't protect individuals who are part of cartels, and we know that they get involved in government, they get elected. And some who are not. No one who's part of these cartels should be able to hide. And the report that we're talking about ending that requires the State Department to list individuals it finds to be engaged in corruption, no matter who they are and no matter where we find them. If you're engaged in corruption, you're engaged in bribery, you're engaged in extortion, or you're engaged in money laundering, we should know about it and we should hold them accountable and not help them avoid it, even if they happen to be a friend of, say, the President of the United States. Let's stand against corruption. Oppose this amendment. I yield back.
Any further discussion? Recognize myself. I support this amendment, which terminates the outdated reporting requirement for the so-called Engel list under United States Northern Triangle Enhanced Engagement Act. I support the amendment. Any further discussion? Seeing none, question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Self. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Request a roll call vote.
Roll call vote has been requested. That vote will be rolled. Does anybody else have an amendment? Mr. Moylan?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk shall distribute and report your amendment.
The amendment has been distributed by electronic device. Amendment to the amendment in the nature of
Further
a
reading is
substitute.
dispensed with. Mr. Moylan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Malign influence in local governments has the potential to harm our nation from within. Polls show Americans trust their state and local governments at much higher rates than the federal government. I recall when I was senator on Guam, receiving calls after some situations that we had with the CCP. As a senator, we addressed the issues, and we actually received calls. My colleagues in Senate back in Guam received calls from the CCP agents telling us to kind of lay back. It was amazing, but that's what they do. And most recently, just last month, we learned of Eileen Wang, a former mayor of Arcadia, California, who pled guilty to acting on behalf of the PRC without registration under FARA. And then last year, the New York Times published an article reporting on their investigation of the PRC influence. It discussed how PRC helped unseat a state senator, got involved in city politics, and has been quietly growing its influence. Now, my amendment offers a solution to what is clearly a growing problem. It directs the Secretary of State, working with the AG and the Homeland Security Secretary, to develop a strategy to eliminate the ability of foreign adversaries to influence, pressure, or threaten non-federal governments. Identifies what our adversaries are targeting and how they exert malign influence, and how the federal government and private sectors are currently identifying and determining bad actors. And additionally, it directs the department to make recommendations on how it can improve that approach. Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to support this, and I yield back.
Any further discussion? Mr. Meeks, you're recognized.
I support this amendment, and I believe that the State Department can provide important insight to state, local, and tribal and territorial government from foreign influence. I agree with the gentleman that this amendment is a testament to the expertise that the State Department has and why it is worth protecting. And so I ask all of us to, I strongly support it, and I think all of the members of Congress, and I yield back the balance of my time, or this committee, I should say.
Recognize myself. I believe as hybrid warfare tactics continue to proliferate around the world, it is essential that the State Department works with partner countries to identify and counter novel threats across domains, including cyber, espionage, weaponized migration, and sabotage. They're all important to look at. I urge support of this amendment. I thank Representative Moylan for his work on this. Any further discussion? Seeing none, question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Moylan. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chair, roll
yes,
call.
Mr. Moylan. Roll call vote has been requested. We'll roll it till later. I'll tell you what, I'll speak on the next amendments for a while. You can go work with your members and try to get it down to 40. Would you like to?
You could get some of your members to withdraw the amendment.
I'll work on that too. Happy to work on it, Mr. Meeks. All right, who has an amendment at the desk? Mr. Moylan.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk shall distribute and report your amendment.
The amendment has been distributed by electronic device.
Without objection, further readings dispensed with. Mr. Moylan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While illicit drugs are not destined to stay in the Pacific Island, the impact that they have had on local communities is deeply troubling. The UN stated in May of last year that according to Fiji's Attorney General's office, even school children have become involved in selling drugs. The program aims to ensure that seizure precursor chemicals do not re-enter production of illicit drugs. There's the influx of Fiji's HIV cases with injecting drugs as the primary cause of transmission. So what this amendment does, it establishes the Pacific Counter-Narcotics Initiative to fight drug trafficking with our partners in Oceania. And it's working directly with partner countries. And the initiative will create the Pacific Counter-Narcotics Initiative, a U.S.-led program to assist 16 Pacific nations with drug interdiction efforts, focusing on seizing, destroying, and safely disposing of chemicals used in illegal drug production. Focuses on the environment and law enforcement support, and it aims to reduce environmental harm from hazardous drug-related chemicals by bolstering law enforcement capabilities. For the implementation plan, within 90 days of enactment, the Secretary of State must submit a plan to Congress detailing strategies, benchmarks, and timelines for each participating country. And there's an annual reporting mandate as well. For 3 years, annual reports to Congress are required, detailing the country's progress in chemical seizures, destruction statistics, and benchmark compliance. So I urge my colleagues to support, and I yield.
Mr. Meeks, you want to be recognized?
I support this amendment. Narcotic trafficking is one of the most serious issues facing Pacific Island countries. Increasingly, they are not only a transit point, but also a destination for illicit drugs, which are a serious problem in their own right and can be a vector for malign influence. We should work to strengthen civil law enforcement capacity in the Pacific Islands to address this issue. So I thank Mr. Moylan again for this amendment. I support it and yield back.
Recognize myself. I also support this amendment to establish a Pacific Narcotics Initiative to build equal partnerships with countries to disrupt illicit drug supply chains in the Pacific. The initiative would lead to greater cooperation between the United States and Pacific partners and help law enforcement agencies better detect, seize, destroy precursor chemicals before they reach our shores, something that we've done very well over the last year in the Gulf of America. So a great idea to make sure that that's work that expands to the Pacific. In that, any further discussion? Seeing none, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Moylan. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chair,
yes.
Roll call.
Roll call vote has been requested. We'll roll it till later. Mr. Moylan, do you have another amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk shall report it and distribute it.
The amendment has been distributed by electronic device. Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Further reading is dispensed with. Mr. Moylan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Active recruitment in Guam and the U.S. territories is integral to the U.S. strategy for the Indo-Pacific. By every metric, you will not find more patriotic Americans anywhere outside the territories. Guam has the highest enlistment rate anywhere in the U.S. and has the highest rates of public service as well. Americans in the territories may have skills and backgrounds, and many have skills and good backgrounds, and similar cultures and languages and experience in geopolitical strategic areas means they have more trusted in those communities. In Guam, 18% speak Chamorro, 20% speak Philippine language, 10% speak other languages as well. And in this Commonwealth of the Northern Marianas, official languages are Chamorro, Carolinian, English, and a large percentage of Tagalog and Mandarin speakers as well. In American Samoa, most people are bilingual, with Samoan closely related to the Polynesian language. 95% of Puerto Ricans speak Spanish as well, and significant populations in the U.S. Virgin Islands speak Spanish, French, and Creole. So we encourage residents of Guam to have high rates of diplomatic engagement through institutional career centers, facilities, faculty, and student organizations to expand awareness of foreign service careers. Geographic challenges include limited local candidate pools and limited access to training in Hawaii and the Pacific territories, and expenses regarding travel costs. So we must find ways of getting through significant barriers associated with relocation, these high costs of living and limited opportunities for local career growth, and the lack of quality service and infrastructure to ensure greater participation. My amendment established the Territorial Recruitment Program, ensuring the State Department conducts appropriate outreach in the territories, leverages digital technology, and collaborates with on-the-ground efforts to maximize engagement. And Mr. Chair, I'd just like to also shout out to a couple of my former interns, Angelo Paul and Juan San Nicolas, both from Guam, who are now member of the Foreign Affairs Office. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield.
Mr. Meeks, would you like to be recognized?
Yeah, I support this amendment. We must ensure the Foreign Service brings insights, expertise, and experiences from across our great nation, including the District of Columbia, Guam, the Commonwealth of Northern Mariana Islands, American Samoa, Puerto Rico, and the U.S. Virgin Islands. I say thank you to my colleague, Representative Moylan, for his ongoing efforts to promote a diverse and representative State Department from our islands and our districts, and I thank him for that. I support this, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Recognize myself for a moment. I support this amendment as well, which establishes a territorial recruitment program under the Foreign Service Act of 1980. This would strengthen the Foreign Service talent pipeline and give qualified Americans from every part of the nation, including Guam, the Northern Mariana Islands, and American Samoa, Puerto Rico, and the U.S. Virgin Islands, the opportunity to serve. Very practical step to improve the workforce and bring valuable expertise into American diplomacy. So thank you again, Mr. Moylan. Urge my colleagues to support. Any further discussion? Mr. Wilson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Indeed, I want to join in that Congressman Moylan actually is understating how beautiful and how important Guam is for America's security. We should always recognize that Guam is the equivalent of a permanent aircraft carrier, and it's 3 hours by air to Manila, 3 hours to Taipei, 3 hours to Okinawa, 3 hours to Shanghai. The location is just so strategically located, and then I want to congratulate Congressman Moylan, too, for Anderson Air Force Base being more enhanced than ever, more important than ever, the Marines that are being relocated there, how important that is, and then it really is a contest between Guam and Hawaii over who has the most beautiful beaches. I'm somewhat partial to Congressman Jim Moylan and former Congresswoman Madeline Badallo that, hey, Guam is beautiful, what a great territory it is for the American people, and then that the native Chamorro people are so, again, patriotic. They will never forget the 1,700 Marines that in 1944 who were killed as they were trying to, and did succeed in liberating Guam. and the Guamanians were the only people of American citizenship who were under Japanese occupation. So over and over again, we should really appreciate and recognize, as the Congressman Moylan has so recognized, the talents of the people of Guam. I yield back.
Representative yields back. Any further discussion? Seeing none, question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Moylan. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. A roll call vote has been requested. We will roll that to a later time. Mr. Issa, do you have an amendment at the desk?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk shall distribute and report.
The amendment has been distributed by electronic device. Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Further reading is dispensed with. Mr. Issa, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a narrowly crafted but necessary amendment which provides for administrative subpoena authority in the case of imminent threats. What the amendment does is it authorizes the Secretary of State to issue narrowly tailored administrative subpoenas for non-content record when responding to credible and imminent threats against diplomats, embassies, their facilities, or protected persons. The authority is limited to emergency situations, excludes communications, content, and includes Department of Justice notification, oversight, and reporting requirements. So I believe that we've made it narrow enough and yet allow for those situations in which time is essential to prevent such things as attacks on embassies or assassinations of our personnel. With that, I yield.
Mr. Meeks, would you like to be recognized?
Real quick, at this time, and I'd like to talk to the gentleman more, I have to oppose this amendment because, you know, it provides the administrative subpoena authority to the secretary to address imminent threats. And, you know, I think we can agree that the safety of our diplomats is of the utmost importance. But what I'm not clear about is what limitations there may be on the secretary. So I'd be happy at some point.
If the gentleman would yield?
Yeah.
You know, imminent threats was chosen because it is a defined situation. It is the equivalent for lawyers of exigent circumstances, hot pursuit, an actual. They have to have immediate information of a likely immediate threat, one that does not allow them time to go through an extended process. But more importantly, this is nowhere close to a FISA-type situation. This simply says they're able to, for example, call up and say, look, we need to know about cell phone activity and use an administrative it's not getting people, it's only getting information. And if you notice, it was specifically non-content records. So it is limited to, you know, what is the proximity of cell phones that may be of a threat? There's been, in some cases, an attempt made, where are the people that we believe can be found and tracked? So it is extremely limited, and that's why we chose something that is recognized in law, which is the imminent threat. The same as the law enforcement has significant rights when they're in imminent threat, but not just because they think someone's breaking the law.
All right. While we break for votes, maybe I want to talk to you a little bit more.
I would appreciate that.
Now you're back.
Recognize myself. I support this amendment. It's a practical, limited measure that strengthens the State Department's ability to protect American diplomats. It would give the Secretary of State limited subpoena authority to obtain basic non-content records needed to identify and respond to imminent threats against State Department employees and facilities. So I do urge support. That being said, there being no further discussion, question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Issa. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Mr. Issa?
I have another amendment at the
Would you
desk.
like a roll call vote?
No, I'm happy to take yes. Okay, I want a roll call vote.
Roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. That will be postponed. Mr. Issa, do you have an amendment at the
I
desk?
do have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk shall distribute and report that amendment.
The amendment has been distributed by electronic device. Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Further reading is dispensed with. Mr. Issa, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is also even more narrow. This is simply providing the State Department with, for diplomatic security, with cyber crime investigation authority Both sides of the aisle here have been very concerned, and this simply, this amendment expands diplomatic security's authority to investigate cyber offenses that target State Department personnel, systems contractors, family members, and protected assets. And it not only modernizes their ability to look into it, but it ensures that they can have cooperation and access to the same information with Department of Justice and FBI. A decade ago, cybercrime was something we talked about in an abstract way. Now our diplomats are facing that every single day. And so for that reason, we want to make sure that that authority, although implied, is implicit to diplomatic security. It doesn't expand their role any more than the roles already within Department of Justice and the FBI. And with that, I yield.
Mr. Meeks, would you like to be recognized?
Again, I'm going to, as of now, speak in opposition to Mr. Ice's amendment on granting authority to diplomatic security to conduct investigations concerning unauthorized access to the State Department systems. You know, maintaining the security of the State Department's computer network is vital, yet daunting challenge given the department's presence around the world. But before Congress provides this explicit authority, I think it's necessary to better understand the cyber challenges the department faces, as well as the tools that both diplomatic security and technology currently have to identify perpetrators and prevent future attacks. So, and also, you know, I think it's important to see what the overlap where there would be between state and justice departments. I think I'd also want to further just have a conversation with some folks from the State Department so I can be clear. I mean, and I think that's where some of my ambiguity is. Have they asked for this authority?
Yes, they have.
They have?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I need to be clearer on it because I don't know where it stops, where it ends, but I'll talk to you a little bit more.
I thank the gentleman.
Okay, yield back.
Recognize myself. In support of this amendment, foreign adversaries are actively targeting the State Department, as we all know, with sophisticated cyber attacks that could damage America's credibility and put our security in jeopardy. That is nothing new. This is a very practical update, strengthens the department's ability to defend against modern cyber threats while maintaining proper interagency coordination. I thank Mr. Issa for his work on this, urge my colleagues to support. No further discussion. The question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Issa. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The
Mr.
amendment
Chairman,
is
I'd
agreed
ask
to.
for the yeas and nays.
Recorded vote has been requested. We will roll that until later. Do we have time to do one more, or do we need to go off to vote?
I have another amendment to desk,
All right.
Mr. Chairman.
Clerk shall distribute and report your amendment, and then we will recess for votes.
The amendment has been distributed by electronic device. Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a
Further
substitute.
reading is dispensed with. Mr. Issa, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment provides limited authority to diplomatic security to identify and assess and mitigate inside threat and foreign intelligence threats targeting State Department personnel, facilities, and systems and operations. I will tell you that in working in cooperation with the State Department, I was actually shocked that this was not an implicit authority already in the State Department. It, of course, recognizes that the threats are often foreign nationals working within the State Department systems overseas, much of which is outside the purview of the FBI. So this is preserving the coordination with the FBI and the intelligence community and civil liberties, while at the same time recognizing that the State Department Diplomatic Service does have the ability and the mandate to do a great many things overseas, particularly when dealing with nations such as China, Russia, and Iran, and others who have devoted substantial resources to recruiting insiders for collecting information, including personnel working with and for the State Department. For that reason, diplomatic security is responsible for protecting the department, but lacks a clear statutory authority to deal with many of these modern threats, particularly those recruited by countries like that without our knowledge, but working literally among us. It contains coordination requirements with the FBI and intelligence community, so that it implicitly preserves civil liberty protections and existing legal safeguards. The authority is focused on prevention, not intelligence collecting for its own sake. Bottom line, this is something we thought they had. We discovered they didn't. They agreed, and that's the reason I brought this and would urge it. Yield back.
Mr. Meeks, would you like to be recognized?
No, I'm the same as before. I gotta do some homework.
Recognize myself in support of this amendment. Our adversaries, again, as we know, are actively targeting State Department personnel through espionage, cyber operations, insider recruitment, a host of other ways. Diplomatic Security Services already performs many security-related functions, but its statutory authorities are less clear than those of other agencies. This amendment closes a gap while requiring coordination with FBI and in the intelligence community. So I thank you for your work on this, Mr. Issa, and I urge my colleagues to support. There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Issa. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, could I have a recorded vote on that?
Recorded vote will be rolled until a later time, and we will now recess until after House floor votes. Committee is in recess. Thank you. Committee will come to order. Mr. Meeks, do you have an amendment at the desk?
Yes, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk shall distribute and report it.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute, number 134 to H.R. 9087.
Further readings dispensed with. Mr. Meeks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I offer an amendment that will help a small number of Foreign Service officers, but will have tremendous impact on their lives. Today, if a Foreign Service officer is separated from the Foreign Service, she wouldn't be able to file a grievance after her separation. Current law limits the type of grievances for former Foreign Service officers or their surviving spouse to solely financial issues, such as denial of an allowance. In a recent case, the department sent an email to a private email address that an employee had not used in years. They told him that he would be separated in 8 days based on the expiration of his time in class, given the department's up and out system. The department had, in fact, miscalculated his time, which should not have expired for at least another year. Yet the Foreign Service Grievance Board, which is responsible for reviewing and resolving cases, found it did not have jurisdiction to hear the grievance of an employee who was given insufficient notice of his separation. What my amendment would simply do, it would allow former members or their survivors to file grievances even if they have been separated, but only if they were previously unaware of the grounds for the grievance. My intention here is to provide a narrow approach to help a small number of people. It will not lead to an increase in time and resources spent by the department litigating cases. It is also wholly within the department's control to determine how many people this will, in fact, impact. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I urge support for this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Ranking Member Meeks. Recognize myself. I oppose this amendment. There is a grievous process that provides opportunities to challenge separation actions. And seeing no further discussion for this, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Ranking Member Meeks. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Roll call vote.
Recorded vote will be rolled until the end. Mr. Meeks, do you have another amendment at the desk?
I do have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk shall report it and distribute it.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute, number 135 to H.R. 9087, offered by Mr. Meeks of New York.
Further reading is dispensed with. Mr. Meeks, you're recognized.
I offer an amendment that I believe is very easy for all of my colleagues to support. My amendment requires the Government Accountability Officer to submit a report to this committee outlining the impacts of the reduction in force that was conducted on July 11th, 2025. You know, I have requested the State Department for this information since July of 2025, including most recently in a letter I co-led with Representative Vera and Ozinski. My reasoning for submitting this amendment is very simple. We require such a report to understand the impacts of our foreign to our foreign service, including a full accounting of the personnel separated, the skills lost, including in critical languages, the impact on core bureaus, the fiscal costs and savings of the RIFs, and an accounting of the department's use of technology, including AI in connection with the RIFs. The Trump administration, Secretary Rubio and my Republican colleagues have lauded the reduction in force orders as a core cost savings measure. They say that the department is more efficient, that they removed duplicate functions, that they kept the best. But Mr. Chairman, Even when we take the department at its own word in hearings, briefings, and meetings, their accounting of the rifts is in frequent contradiction. Some say it was about merit. Some say the rifts were about removing redundant programs. Others have said it is about efficiency. Regardless of their claims, this committee lacks the transparency that the American people ask for and deserve. So this simple, non-controversial amendment simply requests that the Government Accountability Office conduct a review and provide a report to provide Congress with the answers that the department refuses to answer. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Ranking Member Meeks. I recognize myself in opposition of the amendment. I believe that we have offered as Republicans to a compromised version of this report during our State Department reauthorization and again during this markup. There was not a desire to work on that in that way, so I do oppose the amendment. And seeing no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment of Ranking Member Meeks. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Ask for a roll call vote.
Roll call vote has been requested, and that will be rolled until later. Mr. Meeks, do you have another amendment?
I do not.
Okay. We will pause for a couple moments.
Okay.
Mr. Keating, do you have an amendment at the desk?
Yes, I have an amendment to the desk, amendment number 107.
Clerk shall distribute it and report it.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute number 107 to H.R. 9087, offered by Mr. Keating.
Further
and
reading
Mas-
is dispensed with. Mr. Keating, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment moves the National Nuclear Risk Reduction Center to the International Security Affairs Undersecretary rather than the Intelligence and Research Bureau at the State Department. It restores the NERCs, to its proper place in the department. This identical amendment previously passed by a voice vote in last year's state authorization markup, and I hope it'll pass as well on a recorded vote. I support this amendment and will yield back my time.
Representative yields back. Any further discussion? Recognize myself for a moment. I support this amendment, which codifies the National and Nuclear Risk Reduction Center, or NNRRC, with the State Department. National and Nuclear Risk Reduction Center has operated quietly and effectively for decades, managing around-the-clock government-to-government communications. It also enables modernization, and it maintains the requirement to have Mandarin language capabilities to stay prepared ahead of China's expanding nuclear arsenal. This is very common sense. I thank you for your work on it. Any further discussion? Seeing none, question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Keating. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request a roll call.
Recorded vote has been requested, and that will be rolled until later. Mr. Keating, do you have an amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. And first of all, thank you for your support of that amendment. And I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 110.
Clerk shall distribute it and report it.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute number 110 to H.R. 9087, offered
Further
by
reading
Mr.
is dispensed with. Mr. Keating, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment expresses the sense of Congress that the Secretary and the administration should appoint a special envoy for Northern Ireland to promote U.S. interest in Northern Ireland, including peace and reconciliation, the Good Friday Agreement, economic advancement, and deepening U.S. economic ties, in particular in the region. The amendment was considered an unblocked package with the state authorization markup, but did not receive a roll call vote. I hope all of my colleagues will again support this amendment in a roll call vote, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Keating yields back. Any further discussion? Representative Jacobs.
The United States has long played a central role in promoting peace and reconciliation in Northern Ireland and the protection and implementation of the Good Friday Agreement. Successive administrations have appointed special envoys to commit to working with the United Kingdom, Ireland, and the people in Northern Ireland on the peace process, and I think it's important that this administration consider appointing someone who will commit to doing this job seriously as well. I yield back.
Recognize myself. I support this provision, which encourages the Secretary of State to consider appointing a special envoy to promote the United States' interest in Northern Ireland and deepen commercial ties in the region. Great idea. Thank you for your work on this. Any further discussion? Seeing none, question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Keating. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request a roll call vote.
That roll call vote will be rolled until later. Mr. Keating, do you have an amendment at the desk?
I have amendment to desk number 108.
Clerk shall distribute and report.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Further reading is dispensed with. Mr. Keating, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the Securing Global Telecommunications Act. It asserts that the U.S. must work with emerging economies and developing nations to bolster global telecommunications security by providing safe, secure, and reliable telecommunications infrastructure. Specifically, this amendment requires the U.S. to develop a coordinated strategy to promote the use of secure telecommunications infrastructure in partner nations, ensuring secure mobile networks, proper financing mechanisms, strengthening industry partnerships, and developing the adaptation of advanced technologies. I want to thank in particular Chair Young Kim, who has co-sponsored this underlying bill. This amendment was considered in the unblocked package during the state authorization market, but did not receive a roll call vote. I hope that my colleagues will again support this amendment in a roll call, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Any other members seek recognition? Recognize myself for a moment. This amendment will help ensure the United States remains internationally dominant for the industries of the future. As Chinese government-affiliated companies such as Huawei and ZTE work to embed themselves within vital infrastructure in both economic and security sectors across the globe, it is essential that State Department works to alert our partners and our allies about the risks associated with these risky procurements. So I appreciate your work on this. I urge my colleagues to support. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Keating. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request a roll call vote.
Roll call vote has been requested. It will be rolled until later. Mr. Keating, do you have another amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment number 109 at the desk.
Clerk shall distribute and report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute, number 109 to H.R. 9087, offered by
Further
Mr.
reading is
Keating.
dispensed with. Mr. Keating, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment expressly prohibits Russia's participation in the G7 or any reconstitution of the G8 that includes the Russian Federation. This amendment is based on a bipartisan underlying bill co-sponsored by 14 other members of Congress, including Republicans and Democrats on this committee. As I said during the state authorization markup last year, Russia has made it clear time and time again they're not a true partner of the United States. Simply put, Russia is not our friend. The G7 represents a community of nations built on shared values of democracy, accountability, and the defense of international security. Russia's actions are not reflective of a nation that deserves to be part of the G7. Allowing Russia back into the G7 or expanding it to a G8 that includes Russia would normalize and reward their aggression, particularly the aggression in Ukraine. During the state authorization markup in September, this amendment passed by a voice vote with the chairman's support. However, it's come to my attention that House leadership is looking for roll calls on certain measures for procedural reasons. I therefore hope the members will again support this amendment in a roll call vote. Thank you, and I yield my time back.
Any members seek recognition? Representative Jacobs.
Thank you. I support this amendment. Until Russia ends its illegal war of aggression against Ukraine and ends its reckless and destabilizing behavior in Europe, Africa, and elsewhere around the world, the United States should oppose any efforts to bring Russia back into the fold. This legislation has passed the committee in multiple Congresses, including during our state authorization markup last September. We should support it here again. I yield back.
Recognize myself. Actually, I have no comments for this. Any other members seek recognition? Seeing none, question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Keating. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request a roll call vote.
Recorded vote has been requested, and it will be rolled until later. Mr. Keating, do you have one more amendment at the desk?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have amendment 106 at the desk.
Clerk shall distribute and report.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute, number 106 to H.R. 9087, offered by Mr. Keating of Massachusetts. At the appropriate place, insert
Further
the following.
reading is dispensed with. Mr. Keating, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The amendment I'm offering prohibits any United States government entities and agencies from recognizing Russia claims of sovereignty over any portion of the Ukrainian territory. This is in alignment with decades of bipartisan U.S. foreign policy echoed as far back as 1932 in the Stimson Doctrine, refusing to recognize territorial claims seized by force. In 1940, the U.S. and allied nations adhered to the Wells Declaration, refusing to recognize the Soviet Union's occupation and annexation of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. We remained consistent in our policy until these three nations regained their independence in the 1990s. We must hold firm in our convictions once again. As a Congress, we must stand up to Russian aggression and refuse to recognize any claim of Ukraine's sovereign territory. Failure to do so would reward Russia's aggression and signal to other nations in the Indo-Pacific and elsewhere that the use of military force is a legitimate tool for conquering other countries and shifting borders. This amendment passed by a voice vote in the state authorization markup last year, including with the chairman's support, and I hope members will again support it with a roll call vote today.
Any other members seek recognition? Recognize myself. Are you seeking recognition? Recognize Representative Jacobs.
Thank you. I support this amendment. U.S. policy should be clear and unambiguous. We do not recognize any of Russia's illegitimate claims to sovereign Ukrainian territory, not Crimea, not the Donbass, and not any other territory Russia has taken by force since its renewed full-scale invasion began. Full stop. I yield back.
Recognize myself. I support this amendment, which makes it the policy of the United States not to recognize the Russian Federation's claim of sovereignty over any portion of the internationally recognized territory of Ukraine. Any further discussion? Seeing none, question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Keating. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request a roll call recorded vote, and thank you for taking me out of turn and for this markup and moving forward.
You're welcome. We will take up that roll call vote later. Thank you. Mr. Issa, do you have?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Sure. Clerk shall distribute and report your amendment.
The amendment has been distributed by electronic device.
Further reading is dispensed with. Mr. Issa, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment creates a statutory framework allowing the Secretary of State to authorize qualified foreign protective service officers to carry firearms while conducting official protective duties in the United States. It establishes training and accountability, background check for this reciprocity and public safety. This, in fact, is simply expanding to these trained men and women who protect our diplomats exactly the same thing that every sheriff, every policeman, and all our federal officers already have. In the United States, law enforcement is able to travel from state to state and jurisdiction to jurisdiction. Well, uniquely, our diplomats find themselves having to make a switch when they come back to the United States. This is both clumsy and, quite frankly, cost prohibitive in many cases, and it gives up the level of security to someone who may not even recognize or know or have a familiarity with the protected person. For that reason, I believe it streamlines, saves money, and it standardizes our diplomatic protective service to be the same as substantially all other law enforcement. And with that, I urge support and yield back.
Any further discussion? Representative Jacobs.
I oppose this amendment as it is unnecessary and the diplomatic security is already authorized to provide protection to foreign dignitaries. I yield back.
Could the gentlelady yield?
I technically already yielded back, so it's up to you, Mr. Chairman, if I'm allowed to.
You guys can talk if you want.
Okay, great.
I appreciate what the gentlelady said, and she's correct that the diplomatic protective service can, in fact, protect foreign nationals, but it lacks the U.S. situation. As you probably know, the Secret Service uniform is who protects diplomats here in the D.C. area, but it's, in fact, our diplomatic service, for example, with an ambassador as they come back to the United States that we're referring to. I hope the staff can make that small correction.
We'll look into it.
I thank the gentlelady.
Recognize myself. I support this amendment. As we know, foreign diplomatic security personnel are permitted to carry firearms in the United States when they're protecting visiting heads of state and other senior officials. This amendment does not expand that practice. It codifies it into statute and gives the State Department much clearer authority to regulate, monitor, and control how that exactly will take place. So I thank you for your work on this, Mr. Issa. I urge my colleagues to support. Seeing no further discussion, question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Issa. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
I'd ask for a recorded vote, Mr. Chairman.
We will roll that recorded vote until the end. Mr. Issa, do you have?
I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Chairman.
Clerk shall distribute and report your amendment.
The amendment has been distributed by electronic device.
Further reading is dispensed with. Mr. Issa, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment directs the Department of State to assess whether continuous vetting or enhanced screening programs could improve security for locally employed staff working in U.S. embassies and consulates overseas. The study, we believe, will show that with current technology, this continuous vetting would both improve the security and shorten periods of time for the elevating of individuals. The Foreign Service employs more than 50,000 locally employed staff in the United States embassies and consulates around the world. Many have access to facilities, information systems, and sensitive operations. Earlier today, one of my amendments specifically talked about cyber security. This authority would, in fact, give us a better ability to keep a watchful eye on people who may, in fact, have been compromised and may, in fact, be conducting cybersecurity on behalf of foreign nationals. Today, we only do a very retrospective or periodic assessment. Those assessments are usually vetting when someone comes on board or when they're looking to take an additional position. That simply isn't good enough in a day in which today's vetted person might no longer be available. Again, we're only authorizing this ability. We're not mandating continuous vetting. So for that, I would ask that this authority be granted in this amendment, and I yield back.
Ms. Jacobs, you seek a recognition?
Yes, thank you. I support this amendment and look forward to reviewing the State Department's assessment about whether such continuous vetting is feasible. I yield back.
Any further discussion? Recognize myself. I support this amendment. Local embassy staff are essential to State Department operations. They often have significant access to U.S. facilities, information systems, and personnel, but are generally reinvestigated only on a periodic basis rather than continuously monitored. This amendment directs the department to study whether more modern vetting practices could be better identify insider threats, foreign intelligence recruitment, and other security risks. Thank you for your work on this, Mr. Issa. I urge my colleagues to support. Question now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Issa. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment
Mr. Chairman,
is
I'd
agreed to.
ask for a recorded vote.
That recorded vote will be rolled until the end. Mr. Issa, do you have another amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk shall distribute and report the amendment.
The amendment has been distributed by electronic device. Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute, number 133 to H.R. 908.
Further reading is dispensed with. Mr. Issa, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, this is a very clear statutory authority being granted the diplomatic security personnel to participate and in support of federal, state, local, tribal, and territorial and international task force and joint operations. It clarifies the department's ability to share personnel, resources, and support with partner agencies when investigating, for example, passport fraud, cybercrime, human trafficking, traditional crimes, and threats to diplomats. For that reason, we believe this is a long overdue ability to formalize the ability for these task forces to join such organizations as the FBI, HSA, the Marshals, the Secret Service, the State Department, and where appropriate, local law enforcement. This amendment makes clear the authority of diplomatic security personnel to participate in task forces, something that is currently not clear in the law. I would ask this amendment be considered because it does not create a new arrest authority or a federalized state or local office equivalent. It simply allows federal agencies to work together more effectively against shared threats.
Ms. Jacobs, you're recognized.
Thank you. I oppose this amendment. Before voting on an amendment to authorize such broad authority, this committee should require further information about why this task force and joint operations authority is operationally necessary for diplomatic security to complete its mission. This could be abused to utilize things that we do not want diplomatic security to be engaging in. So I oppose and urge all of my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
Recognize myself. I support this amendment. This is a practical measure that improves interagency cooperation and leverages diplomatic security's specialized capabilities without creating new programs or authorizing new spending. So I urge my colleagues to support the amendment. I thank you.
Mr. Chairman, would you yield for just a moment?
Yes, please.
As the author of the amendment, I want to make it clear it is not task force creating authority, but in fact simply allowing the diplomatic security to join task forces as an equal partner, and yield back.
Question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Issa. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
With that, I would ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested, and that will be rolled until later. Mr. Issa, do you have another amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, number 135.
Clerk shall distribute it and report it.
The amendment has been distributed by electronic device. Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute, number 135 to H.R. 908.
Further reading is dispensed with. Mr. Issa, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment modernizes the personnel authorities within the diplomatic security by allowing qualified security personnel to maintain operational status and remain available for emergency response even when serving in leadership, training, policy, or interagency assignments. It also authorizes the Secretary to designate additional qualified personnel to perform certain protective and security functions when operational needs require it. Diplomatic security agents frequently rotate into leadership, policy, embassy management, training, and interagency assignments. The federal government spends years and millions of dollars developing high-trained personnel. Current law does not sufficiently account for how modern law enforcement agencies manage trained personnel throughout their careers. This amendment, trained personnel remain available for emergency response and crisis operation. It improves surge capacity as a result, particularly in the situations such as embassy evacuations, hostage incidents, natural disasters, and security emergencies. It does not create a new law enforcement authority. It simply ensures department can fully utilize all of its available personnel that is already paid for, trained, and are otherwise available. We should not lose access to trained diplomatic security professionals simply because they accept temporarily other assignments. And with that, I urge support and yield back.
Representative Jacobs, do you seek recognition?
I do. Mr. Chairman, I oppose this amendment. I'm concerned that this language would export the important work of investigating illegal passport and visa issuance, as well as document fraud, from diplomatic special agents. If we need more special agents, then we should have a discussion on how we should properly resource the department to ensure we're safeguarding our country, not outsource this. I yield back.
Recognize myself. I support this amendment. This amendment gives the department greater flexibility to utilize qualified federal personnel for protective and security missions, improving surge capacity and operational readiness during crisis and high-threat events. Thank you for your work on this, Mr. Issa. Any further discussion? Seeing none, question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Issa. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Let her ask for it.
Sure, roll call, let's do it.
Thank you.
That roll call vote will be rolled until the end. Mr. Issa, do you have another amendment?
I have an amendment to the desk, Mr. Chairman.
Clerk shall distribute and report that amendment.
The amendment has been distributed by electronic device. Amendment to the
Further
amendment.
reading is dispensed with. Mr. Issa, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. State Department rewards program modernization. In fact, this amendment modernizes State Department's reward authorities by expanding them beyond terrorism to include cyber attacks, election interference, hostage-taking, kidnapping, transnational organized crime, war crimes, and attacks on U.S. diplomatic personnel. In short, it recognizes that the rewards program has left off some of the most important and critical areas in which we want to recognize the good work of individuals, whether it's cyber attacks or, in fact, hostage-taking. It also allows rewards for information leading to identification, location, description, arrest, or conviction of threat actors while streamlining the program's administration and protecting sensitive operational files. The Rewards for Justice program was created to help identify and capture high-value terrorists. Today's threats increasingly include cyber actors, election interference networks, traditional criminal networks, even organized crime, and hostile foreign governments. The amendment updates the rewards program to reflect modern threats. It allows rewards for information leading to an identification of those arrested or convicted of cyber crimes, kidnapping, election interference actors, others threatening U.S. national security. The rewards program is one of the most cost-effective national security tools available to the United States. A single source can provide information that prevents an attack, disrupts a cyber operation, helps locate American hostages. The amendment streamlines administration while maintaining oversight protections. Bottom line, if we can offer rewards for terrorists, we should be able to offer rewards for cyber actors, kidnappers, foreign operators threatening Americans here today. I urge support and yield back.
Ms. Jacobs, you seek recognition.
I oppose this amendment. While I support the State Department's rewards program as an important tool to go after criminal activity and advance national security, I'm concerned that these changes to the rewards program will damage the credibility of the program. Prohibiting the rewards program from being used to prevent acts of serious violations of international humanitarian law is a problem that I'm concerned with. It narrows this and will damage the overall integrity of the rewards program. So while I oppose this amendment, I would be open to working with the majority to find a pathway forward to streamline management of the rewards program and provide the State Department greater autonomy over the rewards program. I yield back.
Recognize myself in support. The current rewards authorities were largely designed for a post-9/11 counterterrorism environment. This amendment updates the program to address today's threats, from cyber attacks and foreign election interference to attacks on U.S. personnel. Thank you for your work on this, Mr. Issa. Any further discussion? Seeing none, question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Issa. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Chairman, I'd ask for a recorded vote.
The recorded vote will be rolled until the end. Mr. Issa, do you have another amendment?
Chairman, I have two more amendments at the desk.
Mr. Issa, you are recognized. Or I'm
Thank-
sorry, the clerk shall distribute and report the amendment.
The amendment has been distributed by electronic device. Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute, number 137 to H.R. 9087.
To waive further reading, Mr. Issa, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What the amendment does, in short, is it extends through September 30th of 2028 the passport surcharge that funds implementation of the Western Hemisphere Travel Initiative. In short, if we don't do it, we're going to defund an important program. The surcharge supports secure travel documents, traveler identity verification systems, and border security programs that help prevent fraud and ensure travelers entering the United States possess secure, reliable identification. The amendment simply extends an existing passport surcharge through 2028. The surcharge will continue to fund a program that was begun after 9/11 that, if it were allowed to expire, would represent to the detriment of American security, and in fact would reduce the ability of people to enter freely the United States, lead to a greater passport fraud and an inability to identify it. This amendment does not create a new fee. It simply extends an existing mechanism that has already worked for almost 25 years. Congress should not allow this initiative to lapse at a time when transnational crime, human smuggling, and document fraud is in fact still a serious concern. This amendment preserves funding for a critical program that has done us well since the 25 years since 9/11 and costs the taxpayers nothing. I'd urge support and yield back.
Representative Jacobs, you seek recognition.
I do. I support this amendment as it is consistent with bipartisan extensions. I yield back.
Recognize myself. I support this amendment to extend an existing State Department authority to retain passport fees for an additional 2 years. Any further discussion? Seeing none, question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Issa. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I'd ask for a recorded vote.
That will be rolled until the end.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk shall distribute and report the
Amendment number 251.
The amendment has been distributed by electronic device. Amendment to the
Further
amendment.
reading is dispensed with. Mr. Issa, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment is an important provision that enables the Secretary of State to fold in, reorganize, or in fact transfer functions previously done by USAID. In the 25 years that I have served in Congress, I have seen the value of many of these programs, but I have also seen that there was a separation between the programs and the management. Currently, both these programs are effectively run by the Secretary of State, but they are currently still under a series of different laws and funding mechanisms. This amendment asks for and believes that the best goal is to fully reorganize, recognizing that some of these programs should be shed, but many of these programs are critical. They need to be kept, and if we can reduce duplicative programs within the Department of State, create a single accountability, that works to our benefit. It ensures, though, something that is important to me, that USAID functions are better aligned with our foreign policy objectives by bringing them under the State Department's improving strategic coordination of foreign assistance programs. We know that we've been targeting waste. We know that many of the programs were wasteful, some of them outdated, but it doesn't change the fact that many of them were critical, useful, and in fact have either been reactivated or in the process of doing so. I believe that we have always had a need for these aid programs to be effective, to help people around the world be able to either learn to fish or in fact have clean drinking water so they can do the rest of the programs to help developing their countries. America has led the world in foreign aid, including under USAID, but we have also developed a hodgepodge of programs, loan programs, grant programs, and many of them are not just hard to understand at state. Many of them are in the Department of War, some of them in other agencies. This is a large first step in consolidating under the Secretary of State's authority the ability to do that which is state. Although not within our jurisdiction, it would be my goal to encourage the rest of Congress to find ways to get rid of the duplicate programs or the confusing morass of other programs and hopefully put them all under one leadership. Until we do that, the least we can do is make sure that the programs popularly and historically known as USAID be reorganized and made available efficiently as soon as possible. And I urge support and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Recognize Representative Jacobs in support of your amendment.
You could give me just a little bit of support.
I oppose this amendment.
My mistake.
Yes. I oppose this amendment, which would codify the abolition of USAID and permanently transfer its authorities to the State Department. The amendment is flawed in both concept and execution. First of all, I have serious doubts about the State Department's ability to manage foreign assistance under Secretary Rubio's leadership. To date, Secretary Rubio has allowed $10 million of family planning commodities to go to waste, fired hundreds of his own staff without cause, and arbitrarily terminated thousands of foreign assistance programs, resulting in as many as 1 million preventable deaths last year. I know that the majority is going to try and cherry pick instances of foreign assistance they didn't like. We can find instances of foreign assistance we don't like either, but that is not the point. The point is that we need foreign assistance, and nothing that's occurred over the past 18 months provides confidence that the State Department is capable of taking over the important work of USAID. I think there is an important conversation we need to have around how to reform U.S. foreign assistance to make sure that it works and is as efficient and gets to where it needs to be as best as possible. But this amendment is a sledgehammer and does not do what and instead just guts any of our ability to do this and gives it to a department that, again, has had no actual success in delivering on our foreign assistance needs over the past year and a half. With that, I yield back.
Recognize myself to cherry pick the bountiful harvest of things that USAID was doing that I absolutely hate. So I'm proud to back this overdue reform, consolidating foreign assistance under State Department, cutting out duplication and bureaucratic nonsense, and putting every program under one clear chain of command. To cherry pick some of those things that I hated that was going on, over 3 million for being LGBTQ in the Caribbean. You're correct. Here I go. It's a long list. Like I said, a bountiful harvest of things to cherry pick here. $1 million to support French-speaking LGBTQ groups in West Africa and Central Africa. I've spoken before many times about drag shows in Ecuador and transgender operas, plays, musicals, things like that. Of course, there's also an LGBTQ-centered comic book in Peru. The list goes on and on. These are all specific to USAID, not State Department more in general, but very specific to that. So the point of this, no more waste, fraud, abuse, and running rampant within that program. Taxpayer dollars will no longer fund ideological pet projects like these. So I thank you for your work on this. I urge my colleagues to support it. Any further discussion? Seeing none, question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Issa. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, a recording vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. That will be rolled until later. Mr. Issa, you are complete with amendments, I believe?
I can find no more at the desk.
Good. Representative Biggs, do you have an amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to withdraw my previously offered amendment number 61.
Without objection? So ordered.
And, Mr. Chairman, I have a new amendment at the desk.
The clerk shall distribute and report your amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute number 62 to H.R. 9087, offered by Ms. Biggs of South Carolina. At the appropriate place, insert the following. Section, Veterans Preference Framework, Sense of Congress. The Department of State should appropriately recognize military experience that is relevant to diplomatic service and should award additional hiring register points to eligible veteran applicants based on the factors described in subsection B. B, Veterans Preference. The Secretary of State shall award not fewer than the following additional hiring register points to veteran applicants whose character of discharge or service was under conditions other than dishonorable, including honorable, general, under honorable conditions, or other qualifying discharges. 1, combat deployments, 1 point. Overseas non-combatant military service, 0.75 points. 3, non-combatant military service, 0.5 points. C, construction. Nothing in this section shall be construed to diminish any veteran's preference otherwise available under law.
Thank you for reading the whole thing.
Of course.
Representative Biggs, you are recognized.
The original provision was an important step forward, but it left too much to discretion. It directed the Secretary of State to award additional hiring points to veteran applicants without specifying exactly how many. Veterans deserve better than a framework that depends on whoever happens to be sitting in the chair at any given moment. This amendment fixes that. It establishes a formal sense of Congress that the State Department should recognize military experience relevant to diplomatic service, putting this body on record with clear, unambiguous intent. And it replaces the discretionary framework with concrete, mandatory minimum point values. 1 full point for combat deployments, 3/4 of a point for overseas non-combat service, and 1/2 point for non-combat service. Mr. Chairman, the difference between this amendment and the original provision is simple. We are moving from guidance to guarantee. Our veterans earned that guarantee, and it is our job to deliver it. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment to the amendment, and I yield back.
Representative Jacobs, do you seek recognition?
No.
Very good.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I seek
Mr.
recognition. Mr. Chairman, I apologize for not having further studied this, but it's the first time I've heard the amendment to the amendment. I have concerns anytime points are given for less than an honorable discharge. As you know, and I know, general discharges, although technically not for bad conduct, I cannot name a time in our lifetimes combined in which a general discharge did not reflect some serious failure during the service. And often lower discharges are elevated after 30 days. So although I will support the amendment at this time, I will continue to suggest strongly that these points only be granted to honorable discharges. All the rest of the provisions, including overseas combat time and the like, seem very reasonable. I thank the gentleman. Yield back.
Representative yields back. Do you seek? No. Recognize myself. Members of this committee who served in uniform helped develop the framework in this amendment, drawing on their own experience to identify the types of military service most relevant to diplomatic work. This amendment simply recognizes that what many of us already know. Military service develops skills and experiences that are directly applicable to foreign service. Combat deployment is foreign service. Overseas service is foreign service. Military experience provides valuable leadership, cultural awareness, operational expertise, and experience working in complex international environments and often with foreign members of service. This amendment does not waive any hiring requirements, guarantee anyone a job, or create special hiring pathway. It awards additional hiring register points for qualified veterans in recognition of their various services to this country. Importantly, it does not diminish any veteran's preference already available under law and ensures that military service is appropriately valued in the foreign service hiring process. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Any further discussion? Seeing none, question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Biggs. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. That will be rolled until later. And are we going to attempt a couple more or not?
Yeah.
This is a one and done vote, correct?
Yeah.
We'll give it a shot. Let's see, Mr. Jackson, do you have an amendment at the desk?
Yes, I do.
Clerk shall distribute and report.
The amendment has been distributed by electronic device. Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute, number 47 to H.R. 9087, offered by Mr. Jackson of Illinois. At the appropriate place, insert the following. Section, Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion and Records Report. Not later than 90 days after the date of enactment.
Further
of
reading
this
is
act.
dispensed with. Mr. Jackson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Mass. Thank you, Congresswoman Jacobs. Chairman Mass, you may recall that I offered this amendment during morning hours of the reauthorization markup last fall. We were not able to discuss this, but I hope I can get your support because my amendment is straightforward and necessary for historic preservation of federal equity initiatives. Although the State Department's DEI office has been closed, a report on the DEI's office critically important work and documentation of DEI records is necessary. My amendment directs the Secretary to publish an analysis of all documents, communications, and records produced by the defunct Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion to assure historical preservation of federal equity initiatives. Congress has a responsibility to preserve the historical record of federal policymaking. Regardless of whether we agree with every policy that was pursued, this amendment does not revive the former Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, create new authorities, or mandate new initiatives. It simply requires that within 90 days, the Secretary publish a report analyzing the documents, communications, and records produced by the office to ensure that their historical preservation. Government records provide important context for future oversight, research, and policymaking. Understanding what was done, why it was done, and what lessons can be learned benefits Congress and the public. Preserving records is a matter of accountability and transparency, not ideology. Future administrations and future Congresses should have access to an accurate and complete record of past federal initiatives. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to support my amendment. I yield back.
Representative Jacobs, you seek recognition.
I strongly support this amendment. The abrupt closure of the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Office at the Department of State in January 25th should not prevent the hard work of that DEI office from being reviewed and analyzed. Access to this important information is long overdue, and no matter what my colleagues may feel about DEI, a report on the important work that the DEI office performed is warranted and necessary. I urge your support.
Recognize myself. I oppose this amendment. Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Jackson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair. The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair, I would ask for a roll call vote at the end of each amendment.
Roll call vote has been requested and will be rolled until the end. Mr. Jackson, do you have another amendment at the desk?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, to Ranking Member Meeks and to the Honorable Congresswoman Sarah Jacobs.
Clerk will distribute and report.
The amendment has been distributed by electronic device. Amendment
The
to
reading is dispensed with. Mr. Jackson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. America's diplomatic strength comes from our ability to understand, engage, and represent a diverse world. Our diplomats operate in every region, culture, and society on Earth. A workforce that reflects the diversity of our country is not a political objective. It is a strategic advantage. For decades, administrations of both parties, Republicans and Democrats, have recognized that broadening recruitment and removing barriers to opportunities helps the State Department attract the best talent available. Eliminating DIA efforts risk narrowing the pipeline of qualified candidates, weakening morale, and undermining America's credibility abroad while we advocate for equal opportunity and human rights. The question before us is not whether merit should matter, it absolutely should. The question is whether we are doing everything possible to ensure that every qualified American, regardless of background, has a fair opportunity to serve their country. I believe we can uphold excellence and expand opportunity at the same time. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Jacobs, you seek recognition?
Sure do. As I've stated before, diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives are civil rights initiatives that make U.S. diplomacy better by ensuring no qualified candidates are excluded from consideration. Studies have proven that both public and private sector institutions have better decision-making with greater diversity. I support the amendment reestablishing the Chief Diversity and Inclusion Office, as well as a Diversity and Inclusion Leadership Council. American diplomacy needs to make sure that all Americans have the opportunity to participate and contribute to American diplomacy and national security efforts. I yield back.
Recognize myself for discussion. I do not support this amendment or reestablishing the DEIA principles or policies within the Department of State, as this request directly contradicts our efforts to reaffirm merit-based foreign service. In a previous Congress, I was questioning DEI Chief Diversity Officer Abercrombie Winstanley, and her response to one of our questions going forward was that the bucket of people hired into the State Department must first look a certain way, and then they will look at merit. That is the opposite of how things should be. It should never be that somebody has to look a certain way first, and then you'll look at merit. That is the opposite of merit-based foreign service. I oppose this amendment. Again, I urge a no vote. We should not be looking at things that people can't even tell. Like I said, it shouldn't matter that my heritage is 50% Mexican. It doesn't matter for my capabilities. It's not something that you can tell. It's not something that an HR department is allowed to ask me, so it should not be something that is any part of a qualification for hiring or department for hiring or anything else related to HR. In that, again, I urge a no vote. Any other discussion? Seeing none, question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Jackson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I call for a roll vote.
Roll call vote has been requested. That will be rolled until later. Is there anybody calling? We are going to stand in recess for a few minutes, but I think one of my colleagues will be coming back to resume this while before I return from voting. So I'm going to go vote, and you'll be in recess until somebody comes to resume this.
I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask for its consideration at this time. The clerk shall distribute the amendment. The clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of the substitute number 86 to H.R. 9087, offered by Mr. Miller of Ohio. At the appropriate place, insert the following. Section, annual list of PRC
Without objection,
entities.
further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. I am recognized for 5 minutes. I think the committee and the chairman, I recognize myself. I rise in support of my amendment to hold the Chinese Communist Party accountable for the human rights abuses that its companies are committing in critical mineral mines all over Africa. This amendment mirrors the bipartisan China-Africa Mining Transparency Act that I was proud to lead with Representative Jared Moskowitz and Young Kim. Child labor and forced labor are rampant in the Chinese-operated mining industry in Africa. In 2023, the Department of Labor estimated that 78% of the cobalt mining workforce employed at the Chinese mines in the DRC had experienced some form of forced labor. The same report stated that about 2/3 of workers at artisanal and small-scale mining sites and a quarter of workers at large-scale mining sites reported children working at their mine. Staggering. Additionally, Chinese mining operations in Africa often result in ecological disasters due to their subpar construction standards and general disregard for the environment. In September of 2025, the Chinese state-owned mining company Sino Metals spilled 50,000 tons of toxic waste into Zambia's watershed. This disaster has poisoned the country's water supply, devastated its fisheries, and led to widespread crop failures. This common sense amendment will direct the Department of State to conduct a review of these human rights violations and preventable environmental disasters to develop a list of the CCP-connected entities responsible. This will not only lay the groundwork for more action from this committee in the future, it will also provide reliable information that American companies can use to remove these bad actors from their supply chains. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I'd request a roll call vote.
Is there any further discussion?
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Rep. Miller. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, a roll call vote's been requested.
Roll call vote has been requested. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Bring Ori up here. Do you want me to just acknowledge him real quick? Just wait. All right, sorry. See you in a bit. No worries.
We're going to do those first.
Okay. You mean me? It's fine. All right. Literally calling for myself.
Yes.
Nice. I have an amendment at the desk, and I'd ask that for consideration at this time. The clerk shall distribute the amendment.
The amendment's been distributed by electronic device.
Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute number 142 to H.R. 9087, offered by Mr. Mills of Florida. At the appropriate place, insert the following. Section, Office of Inspector General for
Without
Foreign
objection,
Assistance.
further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. I am recognized for 5 minutes. This amendment provides for the independent and objective conduct and supervision of audits and investigations relating to the programs and operations funded with amounts appropriated or otherwise made available for foreign assistance, including humanitarian assistance, foreign development assistance, and related emergency assistance. I encourage all my colleagues to vote yes on this provision, as it ensures enduring oversight to all U.S. foreign assistance while preserving the institutional knowledge and autonomy of the U.S. Office of Inspector General for the defunct U.S. Agency of Development. For as long as the foreign assistance is in existence, these programs funded by taxpayers deserve independent oversight. This legislation does not determine foreign policy. It strengthens accountability and oversight. Strong oversight protects both taxpayers and legitimate assistance programs from fraud and corruption. Inspector Generals serve as an independent watchdog, not political actor. As an example, for the expertise we are preserving, U.S. Aid Inspector General has led efforts to hold UN officials accountable for fraud, sexual assault, and diversion of aid by Hamas and other terrorist organizations. USAID IG's recent stop to the carousel investigation flagged that the United Nations' own vetting of aid workers is deficient and presents risks that American taxpayers may inadvertently fund these adversaries' salaries or terrorists moonlighting as aid workers. Additionally, the USAID Inspector General has referred dozens of UNRWA terrorists affiliated with Hamas for suspension and debarment, including an UNRWA school principal that also commanded a Hamas battalion on October 7th. For my colleagues on the left, this provision preserves the legacy, autonomy, and expertise of the Office of the Inspector General of the U.S. Agency for International Development. For as long as foreign assistance endures, this legislation preserves the USAID Inspector General legacy of independent oversight, expertise, and mission free from political interference, and broadens the responsibility to oversee all aspects of foreign assistance. Do any member of the members seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman,
The gentleman is recognized.
just wanted to put into the record that Ranking Member Meeks is opposed to the bill. I yield back.
Noted. And I do love Ranking Member Meeks. There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendments. By myself, Representative Mills. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote. A roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments at this time?
Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
1 second. We got one more.
Oh.
All right, there we are. We'll try and get on that. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask for consideration at this time. The clerk shall distribute the amendment.
The amendment's been distributed by electronic device.
The clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute number 143 to H.R. 9087 offered by Mr. Mills of Florida. At the appropriate place, insert the following. Section, United Nations Peacekeeping Assistance Report Consolidation.
Without objection, reading of the amendment is dispensed with. I am recognizing myself for 5 minutes. This amendment consolidates 2 annual reports to Congress directed by the United Nations Participation Act. This is a common sense measure that reduces duplicative reporting and preserves Congress's ability to conduct robust oversight of U.S. taxpayers' dollars spent on UN peacekeeping. Put simply, this amendment reflects our commitment to reducing the administrative burden placed on by the State Department. Current law requires multiple reports containing substantially similar information regarding U.S. reports for UN peacekeeping operations. By consolidating congressionally mandated reports, this provision will reduce inefficiencies at the State Department while ensuring that Congress receives the information it needs in a more organized and accessible format. This proposal does not reduce Congress's visibility in U.S. contributions to peacekeeping operations. It strengthens it by concentrating relevant information into a single comprehensive report. With that, I recommend my colleagues vote yes on this common sense provision. Do any other members seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman,
The gentleman is recognized.
just wanted to put into the record that Ranking Meeks, for a variety of reasons, is opposed to this bill. I yield back.
Noted.
Any others for discussion?
Any other members for discussion? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by myself, Representative Mills. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, ask for a recorded vote.
A roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Is there any other amendments being offered at this time?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk shall distribute the amendment. The clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 9087, offered by Mr. Davidson of Ohio. At the appropriate place, insert the following: modification to requirements of Section
Without
104
objection, for the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. I am now recognizing Representative Davidson for 5 minutes. I want to note that I support this amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. This amendment modifies the authorities of the Assistant Secretary for the International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Affairs, INL. I offer this amendment to codify into law reforms the State Department's Bureau of International Narcotics and Law Enforcement have already undertaken. These reforms provide more backing for the State Department to combat international narcotics production and drug trafficking, human trafficking. Cartels are facilitating all these things and lots of illegal immigration. It also provides far more coordination with other federal agencies to facilitate these ends. I commend the Trump administration's work on this issue, and I believe that this amendment will make their success more durable. What could be more durable than ensuring that America's resources advance America's interests? I would like to request a recorded vote on that and ask all colleagues support this reorganization. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized.
Just wanted to put into the record that Ranking Member Meeks opposes this legislation. I yield back.
Thank you so much. I'll also go ahead and recognize myself for Chairman Mast. Chairman Mast writes that I support this amendment to strengthen enforcement of the Helms Amendment, which prohibits the use of federal funds for abortion and foreign assistance. Under the previous administration, abortions were performed using taxpayer dollars in Mozambique. While such use of funds is already illegal under the Helms Amendment, the current law lacks sufficient teeth to ensure consistent accountability and consequences when violations occur. This amendment provides real consequences. Federal employees who violate the prohibition would be held liable, and contractors or subcontractors will be barred from future federal employment. It also requires an immediate report to Congress within 60 days detailing the nature of any violation, who is responsible, and steps taken to prevent reoccurrence. Global health funding should save lives and improve health, not take innocent lives. This amendment gives the Helms Amendment the enforcement mechanism it needs to protect taxpayer dollars and uphold the law, regardless of who occupies the White House. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Let's go with. And I'll go with this right here.
I have yours. That's from the
Okay.
other one.
Yeah, I'm just going to use it and modify it. Okay.
I can yield to him.
At this time, I yield to Representative Davidson.
Thank you, Chairman. This bill, which is H.R. 2706, the Aid Accountability Act of 2026, this bill strengthens accountability for foreign assistance by imposing penalties on federal employees, grantees, contractors, and other recipients of federal funds who knowingly violate existing restrictions on the use of taxpayer dollars. For too long, people have taken federal funds with no consequences, and this legislation provides accountability. American taxpayers deserve to know that foreign assistance dollars are being used lawfully, effectively, and consistent with their values, the values of the American people. Without enforcement, bad actors are emboldened to keep misusing taxpayer dollars because they know there will be no meaningful consequence. The Aid Accountability Act strengthens enforcement of existing law by holding federal employees and recipients of federal funds accountable when they knowingly violate federal assistance restrictions. This is a basic accountability measure. If taxpayer dollars are knowingly misused, the people responsible should not keep their jobs, they should not keep their contracts, and they certainly should not keep receiving federal funds. I think it's a common sense measure, and I hope all of our colleagues will support it. I yield back.
Yeah. Further discussion?
All right, does any other members seek recognition for further discussion?
Representative Jayapal.
I recognize Representative Jayapal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to oppose this amendment
because it would set up an unnecessary and different standard for certain violations of foreign assistance law. When federal employees break the law, they need to face the consequences, and likewise for grant recipients or contract recipients who also have provisions already written into their agreements with the U.S. government that deal specifically with breaches. We should not create a double standard here, and I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing no further discussion. There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Davidson of Ohio. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the amendment is agreed to.
Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
A roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed.
All right. I have another amendment at the desk.
The clerk shall distribute the amendment. The clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 9087, offered by, amendment number 131 to H.R. 9087, offered by Mr. Davidson of Ohio. At the
Without
appropriate
objection,
place-
for the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. I now recognize Mr. Davidson for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill, H.R. 5136, the Dollar Dominance Act of 2026, this bill establishes the Office of Strategic Currency Diplomacy at the State Department to protect the U.S. dollar's role as the world's reserve currency, to counter efforts by strategic rivals to undermine dollar dominance, and advance American leadership in dollar-denominated payment systems and stablecoins. I appreciate you moving this important legislation today. The U.S. dollar's status as the world's reserve currency is one of America's greatest strategic advantages. It strengthens our economy, expands our influence, and gives the United States powerful tools to advance our national security interests. China, Russia, and other strategic rivals are working to undermine the dollar, build alternative payment systems, and weaken America's ability to lead in the global financial system. The Dollar Dominance Act establishes an Office of Strategic Currency Diplomacy at the State Department to make sure American foreign policy is focused on protecting the strength and integrity of the U.S. dollar. The Dollar Dominance Act also helps counter the spread of foreign central bank digital currencies that could threaten U.S. economic security and expand authoritarian financial surveillance systems. The right to transact predates any government, and the United States should stand as a beacon of freedom and hope, including by protecting the U.S. dollar as the world's reserve currency. I hope this is a common sense measure everyone can support, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I just want to note Chairman Mass supports this amendment. Preserving the U.S. dollar status as the world's reserve currency is essential to American economic strength, effective sanction enforcement, and geopolitical influence. The dollar does not maintain that status on autopilot. Adversaries like China are actively working to undermine it through de-dollarization efforts, which we must stop. While the Treasury Department has many competing priorities, no single office is currently dedicated full-time to defending the dollar against the coordinated challenges. This amendment creates a focused team at the State Department whose mission is to protect one of America's most powerful strategic and economic assets. The office would coordinate across the government to counter de-dollarization, expand dollar use in international markets, and monitor emerging threats such as foreign central bank digital currency, virtual assets, and dollar-backed stablecoins. This is a practical step to safeguard a cornerstone of American power. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Does anyone else seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, just for the record, the ranking member opposes this amendment. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion at this time? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Davidson. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for the yeas and nays.
A roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments?
Do you want to do 136?
Recognize you, sir.
I have an amendment at the desk here at 77.
Are we on that one yet? Can we do 77?
Okay.
He has one more?
Yeah.
All right. We'll get to you.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment. The clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of the number 136 in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 9087, offered by Mr. Davidson of Ohio. At the appropriate place.
Without
insert-
objection, for the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. I am now recognizing Representative Davidson for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I hope this is now in order to be considered. This tune was called once before, so if it sounds familiar, it's because it's the same thing that we did earlier, but maybe out of sequence. So this is amendment number 132, I believe, H.R. 9087. And this bill, structured as an amendment, modifies the authorities of the Assistant Secretary for International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Affairs. So I offer this amendment to codify into law reforms the State Department's Bureau of International Narcotics and Law Enforcement are already working on. These reforms provide more backing for the State Department to combat international narcotics production and trafficking, human trafficking, and cartels are also facilitating a large amount of illegal immigration. It provides for more coordination with federal agencies toward these ends. So I commend the Trump administration's work in this issue. I believe this amendment will make their success more durable. What could be more enduring than ensuring that America's resources advance America's interests? I'd like to ask a recorded vote on this, and hopefully it's a common sense measure all our colleagues can support. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Do any other members seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman is recognized.
For the record, the ranking member opposes this amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Chairman, I seek the ayes and nays.
One moment while I read Chairman Mast's script. I thank Mr. Davidson for offering this amendment. I support this amendment. The International Narcotics Law Enforcement Affairs Bureau plays a very important function at the State Department. It uses foreign assistance to strengthen partner countries' laws and law enforcement in their fight against drug trafficking, transnational criminal organizations, online scam compounds, and other criminal threats to America's safety and well-being. This amendment codifies the update and updates the Assistant Secretary for INL's reporting lines and responsibilities. The Assistant Secretary shall report directly to the Undersecretary for International Security Affairs, or the T family. Since becoming chair, I have prioritized command and control at the Department of State. This provision helps to do just that. I support this amendment, and I recommend a yes vote. Any further discussion? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Davidson of Ohio. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote, please.
A roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed.
Mr. Baird has an amendment.
Are there any further amendments?
Mr. Baird has, just saying, Mr. Baird has an amendment.
Mr. Baird has an amendment at the desk. The clerk shall distribute.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. The clerk shall distribute the amendment.
Clerk shall report.
Yeah, I was just waiting on him to walk. Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute number 42 to H.R. 9087, offered by Mr. Baird of Indiana. At the appropriate place,
Without
insert the
objection,
following.
for the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. I am recognizing Mr. Baird for 5 minutes at this time.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to add at the end, D, the Secretary shall provide a current list of course offerings to the areas as referenced in subparagraph 9.
So ordered without objection.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in favor of this amendment, which requires the Secretary of State to establish and implement training courses on STEM for both Foreign Service and Civil Service officers at the Department of State. Emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, biotechnology, and quantum have developed so rapidly that American diplomats have not had the resources to properly advocate for U.S. technologies and innovation abroad. Understanding the technology itself, how the United States can enhance these efforts for diplomacy through using emerging tech, and also how our adversaries use STEM to undermine the national security and foreign policy of the United States are some of the most important topics that diplomats should be taught in their initial training. Huawei, one of the major Chinese Communist Party-led tech companies, has led billions of dollars and sent billions of dollars in tech equipment to South America. Argentina's entire fiber optic communications infrastructure is provided by Chinese companies, allowing for China to easily misuse its access as a backdoor surveillance opportunity. Huawei has also launched 5G pilot projects in Brazil. 13 of the 33 nations in Central and South America have already implemented Huawei for 5G connectivity or have plans to do so. Tech diplomacy training, American diplomats should have the knowledge to explain and to partner nations why accepting technology infrastructure from China is an invite to get spied on and give away any privacy they once had. I strongly urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this amendment and appreciate the comments of Secretary Marco Rubio last week in support of improving the department's training for these critical areas. I yield back.
Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Bear.
the ranking member supports this amendment, and I yield back.
Representative yields back. Any further discussion? Recognize myself. I support this amendment. Right? Yes, I support this amendment as well. Thank you, Mr. Baird, for your work on this amendment. Question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Baird. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I call for a roll call
That recorded vote will be rolled until the end. Ms. Jacobs?
Oh,
No,
Mr. Barra.
Barra.
I have an
Mr. Barra?
amendment at
Okay.
the desk, bearer number 77.
I was going off this. I didn't see your name on there.
That Sarah Jacobs is a fantastic member from San Diego and a great friend.
And you made a deal. All right, Representative Barra has an amendment at the desk. Clerk shall distribute and report the amendment. Look what you all have done to the system.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute number 77 to H.R. 9087, offered by Mr.
Further
Barra of
readings
California.
dispensed with. Representative Jacobs, or Barra, you're recognized, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendments, number 77 and 78, strengthen protections for members of the Foreign Service during reductions in force by ensuring that workforce decisions are made through transparent, merit-based procedures. The Foreign Service is a unique personnel system, and the principles that govern workforce reduction should be fair, transparent, and based primarily on performance. My amendment 77 establishes clear standards for Foreign Service reductions in force by requiring that retention decisions be based on an employee's performance as reflected in previous selection board rankings, while also considering tenure of employment, language capabilities, and military preference. These factors help ensure that workforce decisions retain the strongest possible diplomatic workforce. My amendment 78 ensures that employees of our foreign affairs agencies receive adequate notice before a reduction in force takes effect. If reduction in force is necessary, we should ensure that such actions are carried out fairly, consistently, and in a manner that preserves the long-term strength of the Foreign Service. Understanding that the chairman opposes the amendments in their current form, I would like to withdraw BARA 77 and 78 and continue working with you to make it bipartisan moving forward, and I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Barra. I am happy to work with you on this, and we've worked very well on many things, so I appreciate it. And if you could just speak to the rest of your members, if they would just have the same attitude, the chairman opposes, and so just because, you know, the chairman opposes, they're willing to, no, I appreciate it. Thank you, Representative Barra. That has been withdrawn. Representative Jacobs, you have an amendment?
I have one more.
Oh, you have one more. I'm sorry, I thought you withdrew that one as well. I didn't mean to skip over.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will distribute and report that amendment.
BARA 85.
My apologies.
No worries. It's just the generosity of.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute
Further
number
reading is
85
dispensed with, and Mr. Barra is recognized to speak about his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment strengthens the readiness of the Foreign Service's senior leadership by encouraging experience outside the State Department to develop a more well-rounded and effective diplomatic corps. The challenges facing American diplomacy today require leaders who understand not only the Department of State, but also how foreign policy is developed and implemented across the broader national security, legislative, and international affairs communities. I want to thank my colleague, Representative Castro, for his leadership in developing the joint duty requirement provision in H.R. 9086, and I appreciate the chairman and the ranking member for their bipartisan work to include it in the underlying text. Under that provision, Foreign Service officers would be required to complete at least one qualifying joint duty assignment before becoming eligible for promotion to senior foreign service. These assignments could include service with another federal agency, Congress, an international organization, or a state or local government. Such experiences provide valuable perspectives, strengthen interagency coordination, and help prepare more effective senior leaders. My amendment builds on that provision by adding accredited academic institutions to the list of qualifying joint duty assignments. Academic institutions offer unique opportunities to deepen subject matter expertise, strengthen policy analysis skills, and foster the professional development necessary for future senior diplomatic leaders. The amendment also requires the department to report to Congress on how it plans to implement the joint duty requirement and to identify any additional authorities or resources needed to ensure its successful execution. I also want to thank my colleague, Representative Jacobs, for adding language directing the department to establish and maintain a sufficient number and variety of joint duty assignments so that Foreign Service officers have a meaningful opportunity to meet this requirement, including opportunities at accredited academic institutions. Finally, this amendment recognizes that building a robust pipeline of joint duty operations will take time. While the underlying bill already provides a 5-year implementation period before the requirements take effect, the amendment supports a smooth transition by encouraging the department to work with other agencies and institutions to expand available assignments. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Representative yields back. Any other members seek recognition? Representative Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this amendment. This amendment includes one of my provisions that requires the Secretary to establish and facilitate access to create enough outside rotation opportunities. This includes the Department facilitating MOUs and relevant documents to formalize the partnerships needed to make these rotations available and workable in practice. As we all know, U.S. foreign policy doesn't solely exist in the silo of the State Department. The Treasury Department oversees economic sanctions and investigates illicit finance. USTDA advances U.S. economic development abroad and promotes U.S. exports. The MCC helps administer foreign aid. The NSC helps advise the president on foreign policy matters. The list goes on. And we know that each of these agencies operates a little differently with a different mandate or specialty, and too often they're all working in silos, so decisions get made without cross-agency understanding. This is a structural problem, and my amendment aims to help address it. By creating joint duty assignments, we are allowing Foreign Service officers to build the kind of broad, integrated understanding of foreign policy that makes them better at the jobs. This will also help retention. Talented people stay where they have growth opportunities, and rotational opportunities show our career FSOs that the institution is investing in them and their growth, not just their outputs. I urge my colleagues to support it. I yield.
Anybody else seek recognition? Recognize myself. I support this amendment, which will add academic institutions to the list of assignments that would satisfy the joint duty requirement, and that requires the department to produce a report on the department's ability to implement joint duty requirements for promotion. Appreciate your all's work on this. Any other members have discussion on this? Seeing none, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Bear. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chair, I ask for a recorded
We will
vote.
roll that vote until later. Representative Jacobs, do you have an amendment at the desk? Clerk shall distribute and report the amendment.
The amendment's been distributed by electronic device. Amendment to the amendment in the nature
Further
of-
reading is dispensed with. Representative Jacobs, you're recognized.
Thank you so much. My amendment would require the State Department to conduct an assessment on the 5 most commonly spoken African origin languages and require instruction for those languages at the National Foreign Affairs Training Center. The African continent is home to over 1.4 billion people and is the fastest growing continent on the planet. By 2050, 1 in 4 people will be African, and yet, for too long, we've treated the continent as an afterthought in terms of our policy, diplomatic approach, and language instruction. And that needs to change. Currently, the department only teaches Swahili and Amharic, but not Hausa, Yoruba, or Igbo. Hausa is spoken by up to 120 million people across the Sahel. Yoruba and Igbo are spoken widely throughout Nigeria, with approximately 45 million people speaking Yoruba and 30 million people speaking Igbo. These aren't obscure languages. They're the languages of commerce, government, and everyday life across a continent that is key to our national security interests. And right now, we don't have nearly enough foreign service officers who can speak them. And speaking the local language isn't just about communicating in your day-to-day. It's about connecting with people. Nigeria is and has always been a huge U.S. priority. This administration is focusing more on the Sahel. Speaking even a rudimentary amount of someone's native language goes a long way in connecting with a person and a community. These are the assets our diplomats need if they're going to make a difference on the ground. It would make sure our foreign service officers are prepared to get outside the wire and speak with everyday people in their native languages. This language was modeled after a similar amendment during state authorization last year that required instruction in the Uyghur language. So I hope my colleagues can also support this common sense amendment. Language is the most basic necessity for the United States to have conversations and build relationships on the ground, and it's fundamental to show that the United States cares about engagement on the African continent. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Any further discussion? Recognize myself. I support this amendment. It directs the department to identify which African origin languages are most relevant to U.S. foreign policy objectives and make instruction available for those languages when it would enhance the mission effectiveness. So I support it. Any further discussion? Seeing none, question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Jacobs. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Recorded vote will be rolled until later. Representative Jacobs, do you have another amendment?
I do. Amendment at the desk.
Clerk will
Jacobs
distribute and
203.
report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment.
Further reading is dispensed with. Representative Jacobs, you're recognized.
Thank you. My amendment would require the Secretary to grant requests by tandem couples within the Foreign Service for leave without pay for a single tour. Right now, many tandem couples in the Foreign Service face a really difficult dilemma. Imagine that you and your spouse have dedicated your careers to American diplomacy. You've both already passed the Foreign Service exam and completed the training. Now you want to start a family or maybe just be in the same country as your spouse, but you can't. That's a tough pill to swallow for people who've already sacrificed so much and dedicated their lives to the furthering of American diplomacy. So I'm glad the State Department has made real efforts to assign tandem couples to the same post, but that's not always an option. Tandem couples can request leave without pay, but this may not always be granted. My amendment would require the Secretary grant at least one leave without pay period per individual of a tandem couple if requested. We don't want to lose talented, experienced diplomats that we've already spent lots of money training because we're asking them to choose between their country and their family. If we want to build a strong foreign service, then we need to support and invest in our best asset, our workforce. I urge my colleagues to support this pro-family amendment. I yield back.
Any further discussion? Recognize myself. I oppose this amendment. It would prohibit the State Department from considering a sabbatical to be too long when making promotion or career advancement decisions for tandem foreign service couples to both take full unpaid leave for that long of a tour would have impacts on the workforce needs of the department. So I urge no vote. Any further discussion? Seeing none. The question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Jacobs. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Representative Jacobs, do you have another amendment at the desk?
I have an amendment at the desk, Jacobs 202.
Clerk will distribute and report the amendment.
Amendment number 200, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Further
number
reading is
200
dispensed with. Representative Jacobs, you're recognized.
Thank you. So my amendment would require that any State Department employee serving in a Senate-confirmed position for more than 120 days be considered acting and thus subject to the legal limits of the position. If this position is not permanently filled after that period, the department needs to designate an acting official from the pool of the senior foreign service officers or senior executive officers. We all know that Donald Trump loves acting officials. He said so himself, that they give him more flexibility. And we also know what that looks like in practice. We've seen this, for instance, with Senior Advisor Boulos, who is essentially acting as Special Envoy to Sudan, a congressionally required and Senate-confirmed position, and Assistant Secretary for Africa, depending on the day. This practice means installing loyalists into powerful positions without Senate scrutiny, without accountability, and without the checks that our Constitution was designed to provide. And it is especially dangerous at the State Department, where our currency around the world is our credibility. Foreign governments need to know who they're dealing with and that the person has the full authority of the U.S. government behind them. Acting officials with unclear authority and guardrails undermine that. The State Department has more Senate-confirmed positions than any other agency. That confirmation requirement exists because these roles carry such enormous consequence. They are representing the United States to foreign governments. Letting those positions be carried out by an advisor who's performing the job without the title creates confusion around U.S. policy and prevents much-needed oversight. We have a deep and reliable bench of expertise in our career FSOs that can step in this scenario. They already provide operational stability, institutional knowledge, and continuity when political appointees cycle through. So if there's a 3-month gap in filling an essential role, a career FSO is a logical, apolitical solution. My amendment is not a radical idea. It's literally how a functional government should work. So I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield back.
Any further discussion? Recognize myself. I oppose this amendment. The measure limits the President and the Secretary of State's prerogative to select the staff they determine best suited to support the administration's foreign policy objectives while awaiting Senate confirmation. That being said, I oppose. The question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Jacobs. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. That recorded vote will be rolled until later. Representative Jacobs, do you have any further amendments?
I do. Jacobs 216.
Clerk will distribute and report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute, number 216.
Further reading will be dispensed with. Representative Jacobs, you're recognized.
My amendment would authorize 2 different hiring authorities: reappointing former officials and using limited appointments, previously just used for former State Department Foreign Service officers, to also apply to former USAID Foreign Service officers, civil service, and limited term appointments. Over a year ago, the Trump administration fired roughly 2,000 USAID employees and dismantled an agency workforce of more than 10,000 people worldwide. Since then, the mass firings and dismantling of USAID have been challenged in ongoing litigation as unlawful and unconstitutional. And it's created a massive capacity, knowledge, and expertise gap in our ability to administer and conduct oversight of foreign assistance. In doing so, this illegal move hurt our national security. U.S. foreign assistance helps prevent the spread of diseases and violent extremism, builds and strengthens partnerships and goodwill toward America, and supports American farmers and businesses. That's why we must bring back the expertise that we lost from firing USAID workers. These staff have expertise the department sorely needs. Expertise in things like Ebola outbreak response and conflict mitigation in Nigeria and global health programs. We should make it easier to hire them so that we can benefit from their know-how. It would help add capacity and improve delivery and oversight of our foreign service, strengthen U.S. national security, and advance our foreign policy goals. This should not be a controversial amendment, and I urge my colleagues to support it. I yield back.
Any further discussion? Recognize myself. I oppose this amendment. Current law already allows the Department of State to reappoint former Foreign Service personnel and make limited appointments when needed. This expansion is therefore unnecessary. I urge a no vote. That being said, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Jacobs. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
A roll call vote.
We will roll that roll call vote till the end. Representative Jacobs, do you have another amendment?
I do. Jacobs 207.
Clerk will distribute and report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature
Reading
of
of the amendment is dispensed with. Representative Jacobs, you are recognized.
My amendment would require training for FSOs on managing development assistance awards, on criteria like best practices, strategies, oversight, and tools to meet sustainable positive development outcomes, and how development assistance complements humanitarian assistance and other stabilization and peacebuilding assistance. The State Department is now managing development assistance programs to an extent they've never had before, but without the expertise. That is a surefire way to create conditions for waste, fraud, and abuse. After the dismantlement of USAID, our Foreign Service officers are now being asked to oversee programs they have no experience with and have not been properly trained to understand the implications of. They are now also engaging on issues of development with foreign governments and other development actors. Whether it's the department's global health MOUs or engaging with the UN, it is critical for our personnel to understand the latest best practices in international development, know the best strategies for oversight, and know how to truly make development outcomes sustainable. My amendment is common sense and straightforward, and it will help our FSOs do their jobs better. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Any other members seek recognition? Recognize myself. I oppose this amendment, and while training in development assistance management is important, this provision relies on curriculum requirements and consultation with USAID, which no longer exists. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Jacobs. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair. The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Representative Jacobs, do you have another amendment?
I do. Jacobs 208.
Clerk will distribute and report that amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute
Reading is
number.
dispensed with. Representative Jacobs, you're recognized.
Thank you. My amendment would require the department to design training on humanitarian assistance for the State Department's foreign assistance workforce so that they have the know-how both to manage the major humanitarian assistance functions it's taken on and to become an effective interlocutor with other humanitarian assistance implementers and donors. It would also ensure that the department's Foreign Service Institute trains these employees to know the basics of humanitarian principles and how to operate in humanitarian environments that are often stressful and high stakes, like conflict zones, natural disasters, and refugee emergencies. Staff needs specialized skills to allocate resources quickly, avoid duplication, and prevent waste or misuse. From pandemics to climate disasters, humanitarian needs are growing. A trained workforce ensures the U.S. can respond quickly and flexibly and consistently while maintaining U.S. leadership around the world. My amendment would make the provision of humanitarian assistance more effective, ensure our engagement on humanitarian issues globally is informed, and guarantee a more accountable aid apparatus. I urge my colleagues to support it.
Any further discussion? Recognize myself. I also oppose this amendment, which creates another layer of mandatory training and reporting for career staff. We want them to focus on getting aid out to the people faster where it is appropriate. That being said, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Jacobs. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Representative Jacobs, do you have any further amendments?
Oh, I do, but, okay, yeah. 214.
Clerk will distribute and report 214.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute number
Reading is dispensed
214.
with. Representative Jacobs, you're recognized.
My amendment adds guardrails to the use of artificial intelligence systems in connection with certain personnel actions involving the Foreign Service. I've spent a lot of time thinking about AI, its implications for our institutions, and the potential harms it can cause, which is why I believe getting AI governance right is one of the most important things Congress can do. AI is already being used to inform personnel decisions across the federal government. It's used to screen resumes, shortlist candidates, and make recommendations on which candidates to advance. In many cases, this is happening without adequate transparency or oversight, or any clear way for an employee to know how an algorithm has shaped a decision about their career. That should concern all of us, because AI systems aren't neutral. They reflect data that's riddled with human bias or inaccuracies, and those mistakes can be magnified when it's a high-stakes decision like personnel. This amendment requires human oversight for covered personnel actions where AI plays a role and mandates transparency and reporting. Much of this isn't new. It's just codifying existing protections and governance principles into law to make sure that people's rights and the standards they expect aren't changed on a whim. This is a common-sense employment protection that we should extend to our Foreign Service officers. I urge my colleagues to support it. I yield.
Any further discussion? Recognize myself. I support this amendment. This amendment provides additional transparency regarding the department's use of artificial intelligence and personnel processors while helping ensure that employment decisions continue to receive appropriate human review. As technology continues to evolve, maintaining oversight and accountability in personnel decisions is important. That being said, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Jacobs. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. That recorded vote will be rolled until later. Representative Stanton, do you have a?
Amendment of the desk, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Clerk will distribute and report that amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute
Reading is
number.
dispensed with. Representative Stanton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Semiconductors are the backbone of our modern economy. They power everything from smartphones to cars to advanced defense systems and the AI technologies that are transforming the world. As competition develop and manufacture, the most advanced chips intensify. Semiconductors have become one of the most important economic and national security issues of our time. Our diplomats are increasingly on the front lines of this competition. They engage with foreign governments and businesses that play a critical role in the global semiconductor ecosystem. To effectively advance American interests, they need a strong understanding of the technology, the supply chain, and the geopolitical dynamics that surround them. My amendment establishes a new course at the Foreign Service Institute that will provide foreign service officers with the foundational understanding of the semiconductor technology, U.S. semiconductor policy, export controls, CHIPS Act programs, and cooperation with allies and partners. It will also cover the key materials and components that make semiconductor production possible, as well as China's role and ambitions in the global semiconductor market. Most importantly, this training will equip foreign service officers with the tools they need to advance U.S. strategic objectives through diplomatic engagement. This is particularly relevant in my home state of Arizona, where investments by TSMC, for example, are helping strengthen Americans' domestic semiconductor capacity. As companies like TSMC, Intel, and others seek to build more resilient supply chains, our diplomats are increasingly engaging with these companies and countries around the world on issues related to manufacturing investment and supply chain security. Whether working with key partners in Costa Rica, Japan, Taiwan, Europe, or elsewhere, our diplomats need a clear understanding of how these relationships fit into the broader effort to secure critical supply chains, strengthen American competitiveness, and reduce vulnerabilities to the PRC. The United States has made historic investments to rebuild domestic semiconductor manufacturing. We should ensure that our diplomatic corps is equally prepared to support those efforts overseas. So thank you, Chairman Mass, for supporting this amendment. By adopting it, we recognize that semiconductors are too important for our nation's diplomats to not understand the fundamentals. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back.
Any further discussion? Recognize myself. I support this amendment to establish a mandatory academic training program for economic officers focused on global semiconductor supply chain. I appreciate your work on this amendment. Question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Stanton. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote will be rolled until later. Representative Jayapal, do you have an amendment at the desk?
Mr. Chairman.
Clerk will distribute and report that amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature
Reading
of a
of it will be
substitute.
dispensed with. Representative Jayapal, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our country's foreign service officers are the backbone of our diplomacy and soft power. They serve in nearly every country across the globe, dutifully promoting American interests and values. My amendment would recognize this service by ensuring that foreign service officers who have served our country for at least 18 years are not arbitrarily separated from the Foreign Service before being able to receive full pension benefits. Foreign Service officers operate on an up or out system modeled after the U.S. military. This system helps ensure that we maintain skilled officers within the Foreign Service. But at times, when promotion rates are low, at no fault of individual officers themselves, this system can leave dedicated officers without access to full pension benefits. The original annuities exception for the Foreign Service, which was recently repealed, had been in place for over half a century and was modeled off of the U.S. military. Military officers at certain grades who are passed over for promotion are kept in service for up to 2 additional years if needed to qualify for an immediate annuity, similarly recognizing the duty that we owe to those who choose to serve our country. My amendment would provide a statutory extension of time in class, TIC, or time in service, TIS limits, for up to 2 years if the extension is necessary for a member to reach eligibility for immediate annuity. During this time, those receiving the extension remain fully employed. Now, I want to be clear, this is not a handout. This insurance policy would protect the few members each year who hit a promotion stall through no fault of their own and face being forced out of the service just months before qualifying for full pension and health insurance benefits. Furthermore, this 2-year extension means that the vast majority of those who would benefit have served in the Foreign Service for 18 or 19 years while consistently being promoted on schedule due to their high performance. Boom and bust Foreign Service hiring and promotion cycles in recent decades have slowed promotions on multiple occasions, leaving a large cohort of employees stalled at their current grade, who in other eras would have been promoted. These individuals are not underperforming, they've simply found their promotion opportunities limited during one of the recurring cycles of low promotion rates. My amendment would boost the morale of Foreign Service officers and recognize their service by giving them certainty that they will not be denied pension benefits after 18 or 19 years of high-performing service due to circumstances out of their control. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back.
Any further discussion? Recognize myself. I oppose this amendment, which gives Foreign Service officers a 2-year extension to meet the requirement for immediate annuity. I find this to be a solution in search of a problem. In practice, a substantial grace period already exists for Foreign Service officers to meet the requirements for immediate annuity. That being said, the question, I'm sorry, further discussion? Representative Jacobs.
Thank you. I and the ranking member support this amendment. I think this provision is about fairness. It would provide an insurance policy for Foreign Service officers who hit a promotion bulge because of the department's up and out system. In some cases, diplomats were forced out of the service just months before qualifying for a pension and health insurance. I hope my colleagues will support our dedicated diplomats, and I yield back.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Jayapal. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Recorded vote will be rolled until the end. Representative Amo, I believe you are next. You have an amendment at the desk.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will
Amo
distribute
1.
and report that amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to
Reading
HR
is
9.
dispensed with, and Mr. Amo, you're recognized.
Thank you to Chairman Mast, Ranking Member Meeks, and Congressman Lawler for their work on the Bipartisan Foreign Service Modernization Act. It's a strong bill that better supports the men and women of the Foreign Service who represent America around the world. I am pleased that 3 priorities are included in the underlying legislation. The first ensures that Foreign Service officers receive training to identify and address anti-Semitism as part of their religious freedom training. Anti-Semitism cannot be allowed to continue unchecked, and this bill will help our Foreign Service officers be well-trained to combat anti-Semitism wherever it rears its ugly head. The second ensures that the Foreign Service officers assigned to Australia and the UK have access to training and briefings on how to effectively implement and support the Australia, United Kingdom, United States Security Pact known as AUKUS. These trainings are essential as Foreign Service officers in the United Kingdom and Australia are being asked to work on complex issues surrounding AUKUS implementation. The bill ensures that Foreign Service officers are able to help the AUKUS partnerships continue as planned, improving our relationships with our allies, strengthening our deterrence capabilities in the Indo-Pacific, promoting coordination between our defense industrial bases, and supporting good-paying jobs here at home. Finally, I'm proud to see that Foreign Service officers will not lose their residency in their home state for tax purposes because they were assigned to another location as part of their official duties. Our Foreign Service officers sacrifice time with their families and friends to travel around the world to serve our nation, sometimes in dangerous locations. The least we can do is ensure that they do not lose the right to claim their home residency while they serve our nation. Section 701 of the Foreign Service Modernization Act would ensure that Foreign Service officers can maintain their residency for taxation purposes. And if a Foreign Service officer can maintain residency for taxation, they should be able to maintain residency for their participation in our democracy. That is what my amendment would do. After all, these public servants spend their careers promoting democratic values around the world. We should not make it harder for them to exercise those same rights at home. This is not a novel concept. Military service members stationed overseas already receive similar protections because we recognize that service to the nation should never come at the expense of the right to vote. This amendment ensures Foreign Service officers are treated with the same fairness and respect. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting our Foreign Service officers' right to vote by supporting my amendment, and I yield back.
Any further discussion? Representative Jacobs.
Thank you. I support this amendment, as does the ranking member. Foreign service officers sacrifice a great deal to serve our country around the world and across the United States. Their right to vote should not be impacted by their choice to serve their country with honor, and I recommend my colleagues join me in voting yes. I yield back.
Any other members seek recognition? Recognize myself. I support this amendment. Official assignments should not inadvertently affect an employee's voting residency status or ability to participate in federal elections. That being said, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Amo. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
As for a recorded vote?
Recorded vote will be rolled until later. Representative Amo, do you have another amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 2, Amo.
Clerk will distribute and report that amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a
Reading
substitute.
of that amendment is dispensed with, and Representative Amo, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, my amendment would ensure that foreign service officers and other State Department employees can create employee organizations, often also called affinity groups. These organizations have long played an important role in the State Department by fostering mentorship, professional development, and community among employees. Before February of 2025, there were dozens of employee organizations at the State Department, including Veterans at State, Executive Women at State, Jewish Americans in Diplomacy, Thursday Luncheon Group, and Return Peace Corps volunteers at State. Whether it's veterans, women in leadership, Return Peace Corps volunteers, or employees with shared professional experiences, these groups help connect public servants, strengthen institutional knowledge, and support the next generation of American diplomats. At a time when we are focused on recruiting and retaining the best talent at the Foreign Service, we should be supporting the professional networks that help employees succeed, not undermining them. Today, one organization, the Ben Franklin Fellowship, appears to enjoy privileges and access that other employee organizations do not. That's not merit, and it's not fairness. President Trump and his associates became so obsessed with rooting out anything it could label DEI that they ended up targeting real mentorship programs, professional networks, and employee organizations that had nothing to do with partisan politics. Helping a veteran connect with other veterans is not political. Helping a young foreign service officer find a mentor isn't political. Helping employees build professional networks is not political. It's how successful organizations recruit, retain, and develop talent. When you eliminate those opportunities, you don't make the State Department stronger, you make it weaker. My amendment would codify the ability for employee organizations to exist and support their members. It will also ensure that these employee organizations are not politically focused to maintain the nonpartisan nature of the Foreign Service. This is a common sense amendment that strengthens the State Department, supports its workforce, and helps ensure that America continues to attract and retain talented public servants. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting my amendment, and I yield back.
Any discussion? Representative Jacobs.
I and the ranking member support this amendment. In January, the President released an executive order called Ending Radical and Wasteful Government DEI Programs and Preferencing. The response was a blanket gutting of professional development programs, affinity groups, organizations across the government, including at the State Department. There were dozens of affinity groups at State that were open to the entire workforce, that brought individuals of similar interests and backgrounds together. This amendment will require the State Department to reinstate non-political groups and prevent the establishment of partisan ones. So I support it, and I hope all my colleagues do, and I yield back.
Any further discussion? Recognize myself. I oppose this amendment. The Department of State does have the authority to manage employee engagement and set internal policies for employee organizations. Creating a new statutory mandate is unnecessary and would create confusion about the scope, status, and oversight of these groups. That being said, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Amo. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
As for a recorded vote?
Recorded vote will be rolled until the end. Representative Amo, do you have another amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, Amendment 76.
Clerk will distribute and report that amendment. And reading
Amendment
will
to
be
the
dispensed with. Representative Amo, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, my amendment is very simple. It ensures that the Secretary of State serves as just the Secretary of State, period. The Secretary of State is America's chief diplomat. It's one of the most demanding jobs in all of government. Simply serving as Secretary of State should be an all-encompassing position. Our top diplomat should be focused on strengthening alliances, managing crises, protecting Americans abroad, and advancing U.S. interests around the world. Instead, President Trump decided that one person could somehow do it all. At one point, Secretary Rubio was simultaneously serving as Secretary of State, acting National Security Advisor, acting Administrator of USAID, and Archivist of the United States. At the rate things were going, I was expecting the president to appoint him acting director of the National Zoo. Look, it's just not efficient for one person to do all these jobs. That's actually an alarming staffing shortage, and it's frankly not fair to Secretary Rubio either. No matter how talented or hardworking someone might be, no one can effectively perform four Senate-confirmed jobs at the same time. Something inevitably gets neglected. Either diplomacy suffers, national security suffers, or both. Either way, our nation is less safe because he is trying to do more than he can manage. My amendment establishes a simple principle. The Secretary of State should focus on the job the Senate confirmed them to do. America needs a Secretary of State, not a one-man government. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back.
Any further discussion? Representative Jacobs.
I and the ranking members support this amendment. Over the course of this administration, Secretary Rubio held the positions of Secretary of State, acting National Archivist, acting USAID Administrator, and National Security Advisor. It is impossible for one individual to effectively perform the duties of all of these roles, let alone the Secretary of State. This amendment ensures the Secretary is focused solely on fulfilling the needs of the State Department and advancing U.S. diplomatic interests overseas. I yield back.
Any further discussion? Recognize myself. I oppose this amendment. I would say that what the Secretary of State Rubio is doing, wearing multiple hats, is the definition of efficiency, and a number of his roles complement one another. As I looked at the work of Secretary Rubio, very in-depth, I speak on a regular basis, I can tell you that his job as both Secretary of State and National Security Advisor, as one example, very much complement one another. He spends an expensive amount of time in a skiff, reading the same thing that he would as National Security Advisor as Secretary of State, having conversations that he would as Secretary of State, that he would as National Security Advisor. Very good work on him, and he doesn't even ask for an additional dollar. So, in that, I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. Question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Amo. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
I ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. That will be rolled until later. Mr. Amo, do you have any more?
Yes, I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Chairman, Amendment 80.
Clerk will distribute and report that amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute number 80 to H.R. 9087, offered by Mr. Amo of Rhode Island. At the appropriate place, insert the following. Section: Prohibition of actions or expenditure of funds to purchase a North Atlantic Treaty Organization member country or NATO protected territory. No federal department
Further reading
or
is dispensed with. Representative Amo, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, my amendment, the No NATO for Purchase Act, states the obvious. No federal funds may be used to purchase a NATO country or NATO protected territory. Frankly, this should be the easiest vote we take today. For most of American history, Congress has not needed to prohibit the federal government from buying our allies. That's because most presidents understood that allies are partners, not real estate opportunities. Unfortunately, here we are. President Trump continues to flirt with the idea of purchasing Greenland, a territory of our NATO ally Denmark. And when he's feeling a little spicy, he refuses to rule out taking it by force. Just last week, Congresswoman McBride asked Secretary Rubio whether he was aware that Greenland was part of Denmark, and he told this committee, it is, quote, for now. Every time this administration talks about buying, taking, or otherwise laying claim to an allied territory, it weakens NATO, undermines trust, and hands a gift to adversaries like Russia. The continued threats and menacing statements from this administration do not make America safe. They do not put America first. They only make America more alone. America is strongest when we know our word means something. We are weaker when our allies wonder whether they're negotiating with a partner or fending off a hostile takeover from a bully. My amendment simply states that taxpayer dollars should not be used to bankroll these reckless fantasies. Instead of wasting money antagonizing our allies, President Trump should focus on strengthening alliances, confronting real threats, investing in the American people, and lowering costs at home. We could use that funding to support childhood nutrition programs and health care, not forcefully buying an ally that does not want to become part of the United States. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting my amendment, and I yield back.
Any further discussion? Representative Jacobs.
I and the ranking member support this amendment and thank Mr. Amo for offering it. The rhetoric coming out of this administration, threatening our NATO allies, denigrating their sacrifices, and treating its people and its territories like they are commodities to be bought and sold is completely unacceptable. This is a simple amendment that makes clear Congress will not accept this rhetoric or any of these threatening actions against Denmark, Greenland, or any of our other allies. This is a common sense amendment and in any other administration would pass with huge bipartisan margins, and the fact that we're even having to debate it is a pretty telling sign of our foreign policy. I yield back.
Any further discussion? Recognize myself. I oppose this amendment as well. I've never found it offensive to be offered to have anything purchased. It's not offensive to offer to purchase anything. That's exactly right. I'm proudly a man, and I'm glad that I spoke exactly like a man. Thank you for the compliment. This amendment is focused on trying to limit the president's flexibility as commander-in-chief and president to secure our safety, should the best course of action be purchasing a territory from another NATO member or anything else. That being said, being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Amo. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the
Ask for
amendment
a
is not
recorded vote.
agreed to. That roll call vote will be rolled until later.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
1 second here. The clerk will distribute and report that amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Reading is dispensed with. Representative Amo, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, my amendment would require a plaque at the Foreign Service Institute honoring the lives saved by our foreign assistance programs. It's a simple idea with a simple purpose, remembrance. Every day, Foreign Service officers represent the very best of America around the world. They help deliver food to starving families. They help stop disease outbreaks before they become global crises. They support American farmers, workers, and small businesses by opening markets. They protect our national security by creating stability and goodwill towards the United States. And yes, they save lives. For decades, American foreign assistance has been one of the most powerful expressions of our values and one of the most effective tools of our foreign policy. Unfortunately, we have all now seen the cost of recklessly dismantling these programs. American farmers lost customers. American workers lost jobs. Life-saving programs were shuttered. And despite what Secretary Rubio wants you to believe, over 500,000 children have died. This amendment will create a plaque that serves as a permanent reminder that foreign assistance is not just a line item in a budget, and it's not blind charity. It is a child who gets food instead of going hungry. It is a family protected from disease. It is a community given a chance to build a better future. And it's a reminder to future Foreign Service officers that the work they do matters. This amendment is not about politics. It's about honoring lives saved and recognizing the extraordinary public servants who help save them. I urge my colleagues to join me in celebrating the lives saved by our Foreign Service officers by supporting my amendment, and I yield back.
Any further discussion? Representative Jacobs.
I and the ranking member support Representative Amo's amendment to install a plaque at the National Foreign Affairs Training Center honoring the lives saved because of our foreign assistance programs. This plaque will be an important reminder to the Foreign Service officers receiving training at the center of why foreign assistance is such an integral part of America's global leadership role and why their roles as Foreign Service officers are integral to carrying out that life-changing assistance. After the past year and a half, we could all use a reminder of the good that U.S. foreign assistance has done in the world over the last 6 decades. So I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back.
Any further discussion? Recognize myself. I appreciate Representative Amo's comments about the work that State Department is currently doing across the globe, saving lives, distributing aid, doing good things on behalf of the American people. But at this time, currently, I cannot support the amendment. That being said, seeing no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Amo. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Ask for a recorded vote.
That recorded vote will also be rolled until later. I believe that's complete for your amendments, Mr. Amo?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Jacobs, do you have an amendment at the desk?
I do, Jacobs 218.
Clerk will distribute and report that amendment, and reading will be dispensed with. You may speak on your amendment.
My amendment amends a training provision that is in H.R. 9086, the Foreign Service Modernization Act, that originated in part from one of my provisions. My amendment would strengthen the section on strategic planning training to include the requirements of this training. best practices and latest research, common challenges to strategic planning, and an overview of how the department's planning process works in practice. We need a department that is not just in reactive mode, responding to the latest crises on an ad hoc basis, but is actually prioritized thinking about how to achieve our long-term objectives on a consistent basis and connecting how the day-to-day connects to those long-term goals. Training our diplomats in this area will help ensure the department is preparing for the next crisis, truly prioritizing what is in our national interests and using taxpayer dollars effectively and efficiently to achieve our goals. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense amendment. I yield back.
Any further discussion? I recognize myself. I support this amendment. The underlying bill already requires the development of strategic planning training at the National Foreign Affairs Training Center. This amendment builds on that provision by providing additional clarity regarding the content of that training. Being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Jacobs. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. That recorded vote will be rolled until later. Representative Jacobs, do you have another amendment?
I do. Jacobs 211.
Clerk will distribute and report that amendment. Reading will be dispensed with, and you may speak on your amendment, Representative Jacobs.
My amendment would require the establishment of a congressional fellowship program for State Department employees. I've had the pleasure of hosting fellows from the State Department who were placed in my office through various programs. They've helped prepare and staff me in meetings, draft legislation and letters, structure lines of questioning for hearings, and even write talking points like these. They've been a tremendous asset to my office, bringing a wealth of knowledge and insight from the State Department to our office so we can do our oversight jobs better. And I know that many of my colleagues here on both sides of the aisle have hosted State Department fellows in their offices too. But we now don't have the same options we had before. The State Department has stopped sending fellows through the Brookings Legis Fellowship Program. So now my office and many of my colleagues on this committee don't have the kind of help we previously had. The State Department and Congress don't understand each other nearly as well as they should. People at state spend their career studying other countries and navigating foreign governments, and yet many of them have never spent meaningful time inside the institution that funds their work. On the flip side, members of Congress make consequential decisions about foreign policy, foreign assistance, and diplomatic priorities, often without a deep working knowledge or relationships with those who actually execute that policy. That gap has consequences, showing up in policy fights, budget fights, and oversight hearings. This fellowship is a direct investment in closing that gap. By bringing State Department employees to work alongside congressional staff, we are building a generation of folks who understand the full scope of U.S. foreign policy, not just their piece of it. And we get something out of it too, more capacity. And if we really want to rebalance our foreign policy and make sure that diplomacy is being prioritized, which should be a core tenet of everyone on this committee, we need to make sure we are giving the State Department the capacity that it needs. DOD, or DOW, or whatever, has tons of fellows in many of our offices, including mine. That helps them have capable legislative staffers who know how to advocate for their interests. And I would argue is a big part of the reason that the Pentagon is successful in increasingly getting what they need from Congress. The State Department needs to be on an equal footing, and ensuring they have a fellowship program helps them do that. I urge my colleagues to think about their foreign policy staffers who would love the additional help and to support this amendment, and I hope I can work with the chairman to get this done. I yield back.
Any further discussion? Recognize myself, I do oppose this amendment. While fellowships are important, this amendment imposes statutory requirements that bind the department to fellowship programs, leaving little room for modernization or reform. The question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Jacobs. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. That recorded vote will be rolled until later. Representative Jacobs, do you have another amendment?
I do, 220.
Clerk will distribute and report that amendment. And reading will be dispensed with. Representative Jacobs, you're recognized.
Thank you. My amendment would amend a provision in H.R. 9086, the Foreign Service Modernization Act, that is based on one of my submissions to the base text. While I agree with the majority's intent to require more tours for those who undergo language instruction at the George P. Shultz National Foreign Affairs Training Center, I think we need to make sure this requirement is practical. My amendment changes the requirement to serve 3 consecutive tours after language instruction to 2 tours per lifetime, ensuring FSOs use their language skills the department invested in while allowing flexibility in when these tours are assigned. With this change, we will still get the return on investment from our training, but in a way that better supports our FSOs. I understand that this change will be worked out in conference to H.R. 9086, and I thank the majority for their commitment to work with me on that. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Any further discussion? Recognize myself. I support this amendment that updates Section 603 of H.R. 9086 to preserve the Secretary's flexibility to assign FSOs based on the needs of service while ensuring good stewardship of taxpayer dollars used for language training. That being said, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Jacobs. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. That recorded vote will be rolled until later. Do you have one more?
I have lots more, but I think it's Titus's.
Representative Titus, you have an amendment?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The clerk will distribute and report that amendment. Reading will be dispensed with, and you are recognized.
Well, thank you. I rise in support of my Amendment 322. This would require the State Department to submit an annual unfunded priorities list to Congress. The list would report on the unfunded programs, activities, and mission requirements within the State Department. Every year, the military services and the intelligence community submit unfunded priorities lists to Congress as part of the annual budget process. I see no reason why the State Department shouldn't also participate in this practice. China is rapidly expanding its diplomatic footprint around the world, and we need to not only match it, but surpass it. This amendment would provide a clearer picture to Congress of where we need to allocate resources to ensure we can effectively respond to emerging threats and global challenges. A 2023 State Department report identified over $41 billion in a gap between the resources made available to the State Department and the resources required to effectively combat the PRC. Now, this amendment is identical to my bipartisan, bicameral, fully funding our National Security Priorities Act, which is led by Senators Kaine and Young in the Senate. Now, during last year's State Department authorization process in this committee, the non-controversial text of my amendment was included in the chairman's mark and was reported favorably out of committee. So this is nothing new, nothing strange, nothing unusual, and nothing controversial. So I urge my colleagues to take action again against the PRC's growing diplomatic footprint, give the State Department what it needs to advance U.S. national interests, and do so by supporting this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Any further discussion? Representative Jacobs.
I and the ranking member support Representative Titus's amendment and thank her for offering it. It is this committee's core responsibility to ensure that the State Department has the authorities and tools it needs to succeed. Congress has often opined in law on issues the State Department should prioritize, but the resources haven't always followed suit. And the State Department has often rearranged its budget resources to meet short-term demands, while longer-term reform priorities lack sustained support. It is in Congress's interest to have a clear picture of where resources are lacking and what important foreign policy activities are being funded on leftover crumbs or not at all in any given budget year. So I support this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
Recognize myself. I support this amendment. This amendment provides Congress with additional visibility into the department's highest priority, unfunded requirements, and emerging needs. That information can help inform oversight and budgeting decisions while ensuring Congress has a clearer understanding of resource gaps that may affect the department's ability to carry out its mission. That being said, question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Titus. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Roll call vote will be rolled until later. Representative Jacobs, do you have an amendment?
I do. Jacobs 131.
The clerk will distribute that amendment, report that amendment. Reading will be dispensed with, and Ms. Jacobs, you are recognized.
My amendment would prevent the State Department from facilitating a deal between a foreign government or its sovereign wealth fund if it includes a payout or future payment to a business controlled by the president, vice president, or their immediate family. I hope that we could all agree that we want to avoid conflicts of interest, corruption, and even the appearance of conflicts of interest or corruption in our foreign policy. And that's because if U.S. officials or their families stand to benefit financially from foreign governments, it creates an incentive to shape diplomacy around personal gain rather than the national interest. It also leaves U.S. officials open to manipulation and weakens our bargaining power. We want the American people to have full confidence that we are making decisions and policy choices in their best interest, not because of personal financial gain. And that's why the reported sequence involving the Trump family, the UAE, and advanced AI chips should concern all of us. In May of last year, MGX, a state-backed Abu Dhabi investment fund, made a $2 billion investment in Binance, the world's largest crypto exchange. It chose to settle that investment using USD1, the stablecoin issued by the Trump family's own crypto venture, World Liberty Financial. 2 weeks later, the White House signed an agreement allowing the UAE to buy up to 500,000 of the most advanced AI chips in the world every year. The New York Times reported that the crypto deal closed just 2 weeks before that agreement. Listen, I'm not here alleging a crime on this dais. You don't need to, yell at me for that, Mr. Chairman. I am just saying that when a foreign government routes billions of dollars through a business tied to the president's own family 2 weeks before it gets something it wants from the United States, that is exactly the appearance of corruption this amendment exists to prevent. My amendment would prevent diplomatic notes, clearances, official advocacy letters, and state-run working groups from advancing foreign deals where the president, the vice president, or their immediate family members profit. It provides an exception for a tight national security waiver with a notice to the Foreign Affairs Committee so that we can do oversight, but it will help prevent pay-to-play and protect U.S. credibility. This should be a no-brainer. If we change the words to Hunter Biden, I'm sure my colleagues would have supported it, so I urge them to support it now, and I yield back.
Any further discussion? Recognize myself. Existing ethics laws, financial disclosure requirements, and conflict of interest safeguards already provide protections against improper influence. This is not needed. I urge my colleagues to vote no. That being said, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Jacobs. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Recorded vote will be rolled until later. Representative Jayapal, do you have an amendment?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
The clerk will distribute and report that amendment. Reading will be dispensed with, and you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would prevent the sale, license, or transfer of white phosphorus munitions to Israel to end U.S. complicity in an especially horrific form of destruction. White phosphorus is an incredibly dangerous chemical when used on the battlefield. Once exposed to air, white phosphorus spontaneously ignites and sets fire wherever it lands that is incredibly difficult to put out. When it comes into contact with human skin, it causes severe burns that can penetrate down to the bone. And even if burned tissue is medically removed, wounds can reignite when bandages are removed and the phosphorus is re-exposed to oxygen. The chemical is often absorbed into the bloodstream, poisoning internal organs. A recent investigation by the New York Times found that white phosphorus has been used by Israel as recently as May 30th in several highly populated cities across Lebanon, including over a city of roughly 40,000 people. And instead of ground bursts, videos of these attacks show white phosphorus projectiles being detonated in the air, leading to indiscriminate harm on civilians and civilian infrastructure. Mind you, this is weeks into a so-called cessation of hostilities and just a day after Israeli and Lebanese military officials met at the Pentagon, where Israel committed that it had no hostile intent towards Lebanon. This is not a new occurrence. Israel's use of white phosphorus has been under scrutiny by the international community for decades. Backlash was so severe in 2013, the Israeli government stated that they would no longer use white phosphorus in populated areas except under extreme circumstances. But that backlash has subsided, and with the U.S. government continuing to send an unconditional flow of arms to Israel, it should be no surprise that the IDF feels emboldened to walk back on this commitment. White phosphorus exists in a legal limbo in international law, as militaries can use it to create smoke screens to camouflage their forces or set targeted fires that allow for easier targeting. But to be clear, while there are supposed legitimate uses for white phosphorus under international law, there are real alternatives. For example, the M150 smoke projectile, which Israel produces itself, can have the same effect of camouflaging soldiers while dramatically reducing the harm to civilians. Given the alternatives and method of dispersal, Israel's use of white phosphorus seems to be part of a deliberate effort to make entire villages and vast swaths of agricultural land uninhabitable in southern Lebanon as the IDF expands its occupation and displacement of civilians. Beyond our moral obligation to stop these transfers of white phosphorus, we do have a strategic interest, as a consistent obstacle towards a durable ceasefire with Iran has been Israel's continued aggression in Lebanon. Over the course of this war, 3,400 people have been killed in Lebanon, and over 1 million people, or a fifth of Lebanon's population, have been displaced. Trump's illegal war in Iran has already cost us 13 U.S. troops, increased gas prices for all Americans, and now a U.S. helicopter shot down by Iran. Luckily, the crew was rescued, but this is the exact reason the House passed a bipartisan war powers resolution to rein in this administration. And yet, Trump again ignored this vote and went ahead with the strikes on Iran. This is dangerous and irresponsible. And the administration has seemingly made little progress on securing an end to hostilities or reopening the Strait of Hormuz, which is only complicated by Israel's continued strikes across the region. President Trump claims that he's calling the shots here, but Prime Minister Netanyahu has made it clear that Israel will continue military strikes whenever and wherever they deem necessary, even if doing so runs counter to our national security. The United States must make clear to the government of Israel that if they continue to conduct unilateral strikes that prevent us from securing a ceasefire, there will be consequences. Prohibiting the sale of white phosphorus is the first step in asserting our leverage and demonstrating that the United States truly has a commitment to ending this war. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back.
Any member seek recognition? Representative Jacobs.
I support this amendment, as does the ranking member, because it's about one simple thing: protecting civilians. White phosphorus is one of the most indiscriminate, brutal, and horrific weapons that exists. It touches human skin, it burns to the bone, and it can reignite and be often fatal. That is why not only do I support this amendment, which would prohibit white phosphorus from being transferred to Israel, but more generally, I do not support the U.S. export of white phosphorus and other similarly uniquely inhumane incendiary weapons to any country. And I recognize and believe the U.S. should the more than 120 countries which have ratified Protocol 3 to the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons, which restrict the use of such weapons. Israel's use of this weapon in densely populated areas like cities is really concerning. Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International have both documented Israel's use of white phosphorus in Gaza and Lebanon as recently as a few weeks ago. It's been used in neighborhoods, overcrowded areas. It's killed civilians and set homes and cars ablaze, all in direct violation of international humanitarian law. And this is the United States' responsibility too. If Israel is using American-supplied white phosphorus to burn and kill civilians, that's on us. We're complicit. To state the obvious, burning civilians is wrong, and supplying the weapons that do it, if that's what's happening, without restriction, accountability, or oversight, is wrong too. We shouldn't let that even be a possibility. This is a simple amendment that would make sure that U.S.-provided munitions are not used for violations of U.S. policy and international law. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield back.
Any further discussion? Recognize myself, I oppose this amendment. This amendment singles out Israel for a unique arms transfer restriction by imposing a blanket prohibition on specific category of munitions without any waiver authority or flexibility for future administrations. Also, which was pointed out by my colleague, the author of this amendment, like many Western militaries, Israel possesses white phosphorus smokescreen munitions that have lawful military uses under international law. These munitions are used to create smoke to conceal troop movements and are not classified as incendiary weapons under international law. That being said, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Jayapal. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call vote will be rolled until later. Representative Jayapal, do you have another amendment? Clerk will distribute that amendment, report that amendment. Reading will be dispensed with, and you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would require the Secretary of State to report to Congress on the status and amount of U.S. funding that has been sent to the Board of Peace, an accounting of how those funds have been used, and documentation of any civilian harm occurring at any Board of Peace site funded by U.S. taxpayers. Every day, month after month, we in America are witnesses to and complicit in the horrific genocide in Gaza. The population has been systematically starved, civilian infrastructure has been destroyed, and areas designated as, quote, safe have been bombed. Almost 73,000 Palestinians have been killed, including 20,000 children, and over 170,000 have been injured. Even by Israel's own statistics, which drastically undercount the number of fatalities, the IDF has killed more civilians than combatants. Nearly all Gazans have been displaced from their homes and communities, forced to repeatedly flee to often unsafe and unsanitary conditions. We have also seen the repeated and indiscriminate destruction of civilian infrastructure, including homes, schools, and universities, hospitals, religious sites, and farmland, meaning life in Gaza will never be the same. President Trump promised that he had the solution, and in January of this year, he created his so-called Board of Peace to supposedly oversee the reconstruction of Gaza and work toward a permanent political solution to this conflict. Nearly 6 months later, these promises are still unfulfilled. Palestinian civilians remain displaced without reliable access to food, clean water, medical care, education, or sanitation. And despite the so-called ceasefire put in place 7 months ago, the IDF continues its bombardment of Gaza. Just last month, the IDF killed 119 Palestinians, 30% of whom were either children, women, or the elderly, making May the deadliest month for Palestinians this year. The United States is Israel's largest supplier of arms, providing the government of Israel billions of dollars in military aid. We have been derelict in not applying our own domestic laws to these military shipments and ignoring international humanitarian laws. This makes us complicit in this destruction. We cannot just trust that President Trump's Board of Peace will produce results. We need an actionable plan, an accounting of what U.S. funds are being sent, how they're being spent, to ensure the human rights of Palestinians are respected, and that we never have another inhumane aid distribution system like we saw with the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. In February, the U.S. reportedly pledged $1 billion in taxpayer funds to the Board of Peace, but recent reporting has confirmed that the board's account, managed by the World Bank, has $0 in it. That's right, zero. Supposedly, money has been deposited into a separate private J.P. Morgan account with absolutely no transparency. When asked about funding for the Board of Peace in front of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Secretary Rubio could provide hardly any details about the board's funding scheme and its strategy to fund reconstruction and promote durable peace. As Donald Trump repeatedly squanders American taxpayer dollars to further his own interests, whether it's through funding for his ridiculous ballroom or his $1.8 billion cop beaters slush fund, it is clear that congressional oversight is necessary. The American taxpayers and the people of Gaza deserve to know how this Board of Peace is being funded and where its money is going. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back.
Any further discussion? Representative Jacobs.
I and the ranking member support this amendment. Earlier this year, the Trump administration announced a new international organization, the Board of Peace, ostensibly to support the ceasefire in Gaza. However, the reality is there are many unanswered questions regarding the authorities and funding structure the Trump administration is attempting to use without express congressional approval. This report would ensure transparency and deepen our understanding of Board of Peace activities. Something my colleagues often talk about is oversight, transparency, the role Congress should play in spending. You would think that we would want that in this big initiative that the president has created. So I would hope that all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle would support this amendment, and I yield back.
Any further discussion? Recognizing myself, I oppose this amendment. This amendment is not neutral oversight provision. It unfairly singles out both Israel and the Board of Peace with politically charged reporting requirements that we do not impose on comparable international organizations. That is not balanced oversight. It's a one-sided attempt to target Israel and the Board of Peace. That being said, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Jayapal. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Recorded vote will be rolled until later. Representative Sherman, you have an amendment at the desk? The clerk will distribute and report that amendment. Reading will be dispensed with, and you are recognized.
Simple amendment. It states that it is a sense of Congress, as policy of the United States to oppose the development of nuclear weapons by any country that does not already possess them, including Saudi Arabia. It singles out Saudi Arabia precisely because The Crown Prince has indicated an interest in acquiring nuclear weapons and an interest in a nuclear cooperation agreement with the United States. In fact, we had a provision that I wrote and that was enacted into law requiring advance notice of even the possibility of bringing us a nuclear cooperation agreement with a country that would not have adequate safeguards in it. The President gave that notification in November to the majority of this committee. In February, the minority of this committee became aware of it. No matter how you cut it, it has been more than 90 days since notice was received. The President is now focused on other Middle East policy, but it is clear that late last year, the President was thinking of, in effect, giving a green light to a Saudi nuclear program that does not have adequate safeguards. I think it is obvious, but needs to be reiterated, that it is our policy not to sit by while countries develop nuclear weapons that do not already have them, and that special attention should be paid to Saudi Arabia under these circumstances. And with that, I yield back.
Representative Sherman, did you want 135 or 136?
I'm talking about 136.
136. Just
Yes.
clarifying that. Roger that.
I may be putting forward 135 after that, but for some reason, yes. My own notebook goes first with 136 and then with 135. I was speaking to 136.
Very good. Give me one moment. I oppose this amendment. This is a premature and unnecessary sense of Congress. The Trump administration is actively evaluating a potential civilian nuclear cooperation agreement with Saudi Arabia, and Congress should not prejudge ongoing negotiations or tie the hands of our negotiators. In addition, the United States is unwilling to engage. Saudi Arabia may look to China, Russia instead. That would reduce American influence, weaken our strategic position in the Middle East, and make it harder, not easier, to advance our non-proliferation goals. That being said, I urge opposition to this amendment.
I thought you were going to have a second-degree amendment.
I will offer a second-degree amendment. Clerk, will you distribute and report that amendment?
Mr. Master Florida, amendment in the second degree to the amendment.
Reading is dispensed with. Recognize myself. This amendment reaffirms long-standing United States policy. The United States has consistently opposed nuclear weapons proliferation. The Trump administration has been clear that it does not support the spread of nuclear weapons to additional countries. President Trump has been very clear the power of nuclear weapons is too immense and the cost of their employment is too great. He has repeatedly expressed his desire to see a world with fewer nuclear weapons. This amendment simply restates a fundamental U.S. national security objective, preventing the emergence of new nuclear-armed states wherever they may be, including rogue regimes like the Islamic Republic of Iran, which everybody in Congress used to agree we should use any and all means necessary to prevent, but now that the President is using all means necessary to prevent that, many in Congress no longer agree. The amendment underscores support for strong proliferation standards and reinforces America's longstanding leadership in preventing the spread of nuclear weapons and represents an appropriate way for Congress to express its commitment to a core principle of U.S. foreign policy and national security, and that is that nuclear weapons should not be spread to any nation across the world. That being said,
I support the second-degree amendment.
thank you for your support, Representative Sherman. Question now occurs on adoption of the second-degree amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. The second-degree amendment is agreed to. There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Sherman that has now been amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed
Is
to.
this on the second-degree amendment or the amendment as amended?
That is 136 as amended.
I request a roll call vote on 136.
Roll
as
call
amended.
vote will be rolled until later. Thank you, Representative Sherman. Representative Sherman, do you have another amendment at
I
the
do, and
desk?
this one is 135.
The clerk will distribute and report 135.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of the substitute number 135.
Further
to
reading
HR.
is dispensed with, and you are recognized.
This amendment goes further than the one I offered before. It says that we
Recorded. His 1.1.
oppose any nuclear cooperation agreement with Saudi Arabia that does not have the same safeguards as the agreement we entered into several years ago with the United Arab Emirates. Let's look at the United Arab Emirates situation. We entered into an agreement with them. They now are producing 25% of their electricity using nuclear power. The additional restrictions on their program that UAE agreed to are entirely practical and quite consistent with a robust electric generation program. What are those requirements? One is the additional protocol, so the IAEA can gather information to make sure that the nuclear power program is not a front for a nuclear weapons program. And the second is the gold standard of limitations prohibiting uranium enrichment and reprocessing of spent fuel. So this is identical to a bill that was introduced in 2018 by myself and in the Senate by then Senator Rubio. So let's hear what Senator Rubio said about the provision I'm putting forward to this committee now, what he said in 2018. The United States should suspend all talks related to civil nuclear cooperation with Saudi Arabia until the Saudi government agrees to the gold standard requirements and proves they are willing to be responsible partners that respect basic rights of their citizens. This is an important bill, said Senator Rubio, that will ensure Congress has oversight and must affirmatively approve any nuclear cooperation agreement with Saudi Arabia, and also continues to press the Saudis on human rights issues. I know that those with a short memory will say we have a powerful monarch in the Middle East, the most powerful monarch in the Middle East, who seems friendly to the United States, and so we shouldn't be concerned with what nuclear program that monarch oversees. But they should remember that that there was a time in 1978 when the most powerful monarch in the Middle East was the Shah, and every weapon system, every capacity in the hands of the Shah in 1978 was in the hands of the mullahs in 1979. For us to assume that it's okay for the Saudis to move toward a nuclear weapon, to do things that we are bombing Iran to prevent them from doing, is benign, assumes that this one man who runs Saudi Arabia will continue to have the same views and he could change on a moment's notice, or that that one man will continue to run Saudi Arabia, and it's when his views don't reflect necessarily the views of a majority of the Saudi people. So we saw what happened in Iran. Thank God Iran did not have nuclear weapons. It had some advanced aircraft that fell into the hands of the mullahs. And we should not allow Saudi Arabia to move toward a nuclear weapon. Senator Rubio said that. I said that back in 2018 when we introduced language almost identical to what I'm proposing to this committee now. And that is why the very practical restrictions that allow the UAE to have a robust electric generation program, one that produces 25% of their electricity, should also be insisted upon with regard to Saudi Arabia. MBS has made it clear that he wants the same deal Iran got. Well, Iran got the bombings of the United States Air Force. That is not the deal that Saudi Arabia wants or should get. What we want is a Saudi Arabia that will have the gold standards of safeguards to make sure that they are not moving toward a nuclear weapon. And I would point out that a nuclear Saudi Arabia would open the floodgates toward nuclear proliferation by Egypt, by Turkey, and eventually by Brazil and Argentina. So I believe my time has almost expired, and I hope that we can pass this amendment.
Recognize myself for further discussion. I thank Representative Sherman for his thoughtful comments. However, I must oppose this amendment. This amendment is premature and risks complicating ongoing discussions regarding a potential civilian nuclear cooperation agreement with Saudi Arabia. The Trump administration should have the flexibility to negotiate the strongest possible agreement, including robust non-proliferation commitments and safeguards that advance U.S. national security interests. That being said, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Sherman. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment
Recorded
not
vote is
agreed to.
requested.
We will roll that recorded vote to the end. Representative Sherman, do you have another amendment?
I do indeed.
The clerk will distribute and report that amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute number
And reading will be
143.
dispensed with.
Is this
You are
number
recognized.
138?
143.
143, what happened to 138?
We have a 143 and a 144, Mr. Sherman.
Okay, I did have an amendment 138 that I wish to put forward, dealing with the export of crude oil. Is
Do 143 first.
We're going to do 143 first, okay? Let us deal with 143 first. I'll ask 143, dealing with Azerbaijan. Yes.
You're recognized.
Okay. In 2023, Azerbaijan launched a program of military aggression and ethnic cleansing that resulted in well over 100,000 Armenians being rousted from their homes. From an area that had been inhabited by ethnic Armenians for well over 2 millennia. Over the last few years, Armenian POWs who were captured in that war and political prisoners have been denied fair trials and have endured abuse in Azerbaijani captivity. Given documented executions of Armenian POWs by Azerbaijani forces, including several executions which were horrifically recorded and distributed on social media, as documented by Human Rights Watch, it is vital that the United States clearly advocate for the immediate and unconditional release of all Armenian POWs and the use of all of our diplomatic tools to secure that release. As President Trump continues his efforts to secure lasting peace in the South Caucasus, securing the release of Armenian POWs and political prisoners would be a significant step toward this achievement. This amendment reflects growing international consensus on releasing Armenian POWs, including the European Parliament resolution adopted in April that condemns Azerbaijan's unjust detention of Armenian prisoners of war. Anything less would be an abdication of our leadership in the human rights area, and I urge support of this amendment. It would declare that it is the sense of Congress that Azerbaijan should release these Armenian prisoners of war and all political prisoners, and that the United States should employ all diplomatic, economic, and legal tools, including the full enforcement of Section 907 of the Freedom Support Act, in order to achieve that objective. With that, I yield back.
1 minute, Mr. Sherman.
I'm gonna question that. Yeah. Okay, I don't need 5 minutes. Do we have numbers on these? Give me numbers.
Thank you, Representative Sherman. I oppose this amendment. I agree with half of it about the release of all prisoners. I disagree about the part of Section 907. I would love to work with you further on this amendment and possibly dividing it up and working on this in additional ways.
If I would move that I be allowed to divide the amendment between its first and second paragraphs.
Is there a way we can simply divide that? Is that a UC or is that something else? Representative Sherman, you can, by unanimous consent, modify this amendment.
I'd like unanimous consent to simply strike subdivision 2, beginning on line 8, so that the amendment would simply read, Azerbaijan should immediately and unconditionally release all Armenian prisoners of war and political prisoners.
Without objection? Ordered. Therefore, Representative Sherman, is there anything else you want to say on the amendment?
I would hope to have your support.
Representative Sherman, I offer my support for this amendment. Thank you for working with me so immediately to adjust the text of the amendment. I urge adoption of it. Seeing no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment as amended by unanimous consent offered by Representative Sherman. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Recorded vote requested.
And we will roll that recorded vote. And Mr. Sherman, you have another amendment?
I do indeed. This deals with the War Powers Act. I believe it's...
Clerk will distribute and report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute, number 144 to
Reading
HR.
is dispensed with on 144. And Mr. Sherman, you're recognized.
This amendment reads as follows. No funds made available to the State Department may be used in contraventions of the War Powers Resolution, which of course is codified as 50 U.S.C. 1541, et cetera. Just about everybody on this committee has already supported this provision as it relates to the Defense Department. We had a major floor fight in, I believe it was 2012, in which I proposed this as an amendment to the Defense Appropriations Bill. It passed. Since then, the Appropriations Committee has included it in every Defense Appropriations Bill. And so everyone who has voted for the Appropriations Bill has voted for this exact language, except it said the Defense Department. I also believe that the State Department should not use its funds in contravention of the War Powers Act. Why is this important? Every president has said, including Democratic presidents, I might add, that they're not bound by the War Powers Act, and our Constitution is somewhat contradictory. It puts war powers, the power to declare war, in the United States Congress, but it makes the president commander-in-chief. So with regard to the power to wage war, there's something in Article 1, and there's something in Article 2. What numerous scholars have pointed out, however, is that Congress has the sole power over funds. And that is why they have testified before this committee that a provision that says that no money can be spent in contravention of the War Powers Act is constitutionally binding on the president. I think the War Powers Act is a fair and reasonable compromise on the issue of when can we wage war. And in fact, this issue goes all the way back to Jefferson, when he deployed the U.S. Marines without a declaration of war to the shores of Tripoli, closer to Benghazi actually, and waged our first undeclared war. But he did so with a resolution authorizing the use of force by the United States Congress, predating by roughly 200 years the War Powers Act, which was adopted in the 1970s. So we ought to make it clear that not only can the funds of the Defense Department, but also neither the funds of the State Department can be used in contravention of the War Powers Act. And with that, I yield back.
Recognize myself. I recommend a no on this amendment. On one, I will just say demonstratively that I believe that the administration, President Trump, are in complete compliance with the War Powers Act. And number two, this amendment is unnecessary because the executive branch is already required to comply with existing law. That being said, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Sherman. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested and will be rolled until later.
Mr. Chairman, I have two amendments that I believe staff believes are not germane, but I'd like to be in a position to argue that they are. The first, I believe, is 138, if I can read this out.
Clerk will distribute and report 138.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 9087.
Reading is dispensed with. You're recognized.
Okay.
I also reserve a point of order.
This amendment is basically a bill that I introduced prohibiting the export of crude oil during this crisis in the Strait of Hormuz. It clearly allows for the export of American petroleum to refineries abroad if the refined product is then going to be brought back to the United States. Republicans, I think, have said with great pleasure that we now produce more oil than any country in the world. There was a substantial increase in oil production under the first Trump administration, the Biden administration, and I believe even in the last year. American people should benefit from that increase. Yet oil companies in the United States are selling American oil to Americans at Strait of Hormuz prices. There's no reason for that. If the supply of oil in the United States exceeds the demand, then simple economics would tell us that the price should drop. Americans need a drop in the price of gasoline. Never has that been more important. So there's no reason for a huge windfall to exist where American oil producers selling American oil to Americans, oil that never gets close to the Middle East, is sold at prices that reflect the fact that Europeans and Asians who can't get their oil from the Middle East are willing to buy American oil out from the hands of Americans and take it to their country, leaving us with higher prices. So I am told that the committee is not accepting limitations on U.S. exports. Given the importance of this issue, I can't think of a more important issue to the American people than the price at the pump, that this amendment should be considered as germane. And I yield back.
Recognize myself to speak on the point of order. This amendment is not germane. Export controls are outside the scope of the Foreign Service Act. Do you withdraw?
I withdraw.
Accepted. Do you have another amendment?
And I do have another amendment dealing with artificial intelligence.
Clerk will distribute and report the amendment.
That is
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute, number 139 to H.R. 9087.
Reading is dispensed with. I reserve a point of order. You're recognized, Mr. Sherman.
This amendment says that it's the policy of the United States to do what we need to do, and that is to work with other countries and to work with researchers around the world in the area of artificial intelligence to, while we're making AI more powerful, also do the research to make it controllable. That is to say, to control the ability of artificial intelligence systems to develop self-awareness, ambition, self-preservation, self-replication, or otherwise establishing their own goals and objectives. Artificial intelligence is a powerful tool, and it will be both beneficial and harmful, as all powerful tools are, ever since our species domesticated fire, and we have used it for both good and bad, both intentionally and unintentionally. But as long as artificial intelligence is a tool, it will raise similar issues to the issues raised by other tools, and we will do our best to make sure that it is used mostly for good. But artificial intelligence, unlike fire or any other tool, has a chance to be not just a tool, but its own creature. And that's where we have to step in. The last time there was a new level of intelligence on this planet is when our ancestors said hello to Neanderthal. It did not work out well for Neanderthal. So if there are those like Elon Musk who have proposed a 6-month moratorium on AI research, that was never going to happen. We are going to be building, and we are spending as a species trillions of dollars to make AI more powerful. Certainly it should be the policy of the United States to make sure that AI is controllable, that it is not ambitious, is not selecting its own goals, is not manipulating humans in order to achieve its own self-replication or self-preservation. I don't see a reason why, in establishing the sense of Congress as to the goals to be pursued by the State Department, that the single most important goal for the preservation of our species should be ignored. And I couldn't put this in any stronger language. That I think it's well done. You know, it's kind of laid out in a recent book. If anyone builds it, everyone dies. To think that we would spend trillions of dollars in the United States, in Europe, in China, to make AI more powerful, and not even make it a goal of the United States to make sure that these AI systems are under human control, strikes me as ignoring an obvious, the single most obvious and single greatest threat to human control of this planet, and even the survival of the species. So I would ask that this amendment be made in order, and I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Sherman, for the thoughtful debate. I now recognize myself to speak on a point of order. This amendment also is not germane. This amendment falls under another committee's jurisdiction. Will you withdraw?
I don't see, if we amend this to say that it should be the policy of the State Department, then it would clearly be under our jurisdiction.
That would be fine if you want to amend it that way.
I'll ask unanimous consent to strike the words United States Government and insert the word State Department.
Without objection.
I now move for the adoption of the amendment.
I recommend a no on the amendment. The question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Sherman. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Recorded vote.
That vote will be recorded until the end. Is that it, Mr. Sherman?
Yes.
Thank you for your amendments. The committee will recess until further notice.
I didn't realize I was last. Thank you. Okay. Sure I can't convince you to support this last one?